Chapter 232. Everyone descended to the top of the mountain. Looking at the starry sky, they were all stunned. Jiang Shui raised her right hand and reached upwards. She said softly, "I feel like I can really touch the sky." The others raised their hands as well, revealing looks of astonishment. They felt as if they had touched an invisible barrier. It was soft and warm. "That's not it. It's formed from the dense spiritual qi. It's not the real sky." Daoya old man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with surprise. If he cultivated here, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Ada and Little Air chattered non-stop. The red qilin and three-eyed drought rodent also began to run about excitedly. Xian Xianghua looked at Liuwu demon wolf, who was like a dead dog, and said with a cold smile, "I have placed a restriction in your body. With a single thought, I can destroy your soul. From now on, you are the demon general of Skyfall and you will protect Skyfall. Understand?" Liuwu demon wolf's face was pale, and despair appeared in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked around to find a suitable place to build the palace. From now on they would settle down here and establish their own sect. Xian Xianghua ordered Liuwu demon wolf to gather all the demons on Skyfall. The other 3 level 8 demons were also suppressed by her. They were called Vast Sky Boar King, Shocking Sky Eagle, and Great Earth Bear Monarch. Like Liuwu Wolf Demon, the Great Earth Bear Monarch was a subordinate of Jihuang Demon Lord. As for the other demons on the mountain, Zhou Xuanji did not chase them away. Their sects were not built yet anyway. At night, the starry sky above Skyfall became even brighter, and everyone gathered around the bonfire. "When do you plan to establish your own sect?" She sat on Zhou Xuanji's left while Jiang Shui sat on his right. In her eyes there was only Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It's still early. Everyone should cultivate first. When we truly have the power to resist the entire world, that will be the time for our sword sect. In the future, if anyone comes to Skyfall with talent in the way of the sword, we can take them in." Establishing a sect was not something that could be done overnight. He was not in a hurry. At this moment he only wanted to cultivate the world Buddha art to completion. When he became the world's #1, countless people would flock to him. That would be carefree. Xian Xianghua nodded, her eyes filled with approval. "Sect Master Xian, the Tanhua sect is gone. Why don't you join us and become an elder in the future?" Han Shenbua asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Xian Xianghua glanced at him, causing him to hurriedly lower his head in fear. She turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "This is your idea?" Zhou Xuanji did not deny it but looked at her quietly. "I will not agree. As long as I am alive, the Tanhua sect will not be destroyed." Xian Xianghua's eyes were calm as she spoke slowly. She did not let her emotions get to her head. She was still the #1 devil cultivator who wanted to rule the world. "I will accompany you for a while. Once Skyfall has settled down, I will leave and rebuild the Tanhua sect. By the way, give me the evil king's remnant soul." After saying that, Xian Xianghua extended her right hand. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly and raised his hand, taking out the ancient Diablo's remnant soul from the Tianxia map. After obtaining the Diablo's remnant soul, Xian Xianghua disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. The little black snake lamented, "Master, your charm is still not enough." Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly. "Take it slow. The Tanhua sect is where she was born and grew up. It accompanied her for her entire life. How could she give it up?" Daoya old man said with a smile. It was already a great thing to be able to conquer Skyfall. The group nodded. After that, they began discussing about building wooden huts. In less than an hour, they built 8 wooden huts. After Jiang Shui took out the bedding and laid the wooden bed, Zhou Xuanji lay on it and stretched. "So comfortable," he exclaimed in amazement. Although meditating and cultivating made him more energetic, he still preferred to lie down. After Jiang Shui closed the door, she sat on his stomach and grabbed his shoulders. "You should tell me a story tonight," she snorted. Zhou Xuanji said lazily, "Tomorrow? I want to rest. Come down." Having heard that, Jiang Shui's body leaned down, and her butt slid backward. Zhou Xuanji took in a cold breath and carried her down. Okay. I will tell you." He rolled his eyes and looked at Jiang Shui, who was smiling proudly. An evil flame rose up in his lower abdomen. He flipped her over and pressed her down before lowering his head slowly. Jiang Shui's eyes became misty, and her pretty face was covered by his head. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji woke up with Jiang Shui and began cultivating. He walked to an empty space and took out the Hegemon Sword Sect's sword formation scroll. After sitting down, he scanned the scroll with his divine sense. After a while, he opened his eyes and mumbled, "Such an exquisite sword formation." He suddenly understood why the Hegemon sword sect was so prosperous. At the same time, it opened the door to a whole new world for him. Sword formation. The sword formation was indeed powerful. Sword formations of the same grade were generally more destructive than sword techniques. This sword formation was called the 100-star sky covering sword formation. It required 100 sword cultivators to cast together. It was so powerful that it would be difficult to escape if one entered the formation. Zhou Xuanji did not have 100 swords yet, and he did not want to buy ordinary swords. If he used the legendary swords from the system, he would consume much less soul energy and it was more convenient. He immediately took out all of his legendary swords and began practicing the formation. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjin immediately came over to watch. Legend has it that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was able to set up a sword formation by himself. Although he was proficient in using only one sword, the Hegemon Sword sect's Sword Dao tradition came from him. Zhao Congjian muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. If Zhou Xuanji could use the sword formation alone, his power would surely grow. Wouldn't it be perfect to teach them in the future? Zhou Xuanji ignored them and focused on arranging the formation. There were thousands of moves in the sword formation, and each of the divine swords crisscrossed. Just practicing it once would take a very long time. He planned to modify the 100-star sky-covering sword formation into a few dozen stars. The variations in power would be reduced, but it was still a sword formation. The first day, he practiced the 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation 10 times. Everyone was shocked. Could Zhou Xuanji really learn it in such a short time? 10 days later. After practicing the 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation for 100 times, the more he practiced, the faster he could form the formation. Another 5 days passed. After practicing the 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation for 500 times, he achieved great accomplishment. However, he could not manifest the sword will in the sword formation. According to the sword spirit, the sword formation also had a state similar to the sword will. The sword owner had to comprehend it himself. Once he comprehended it, he could manifest it directly when he practiced the sword formation in the future. Impressive. You mastered the sword formation in half a month. Is this really your first time learning the sword formation? Xian Xianghua sat on the stone chair and asked curiously. She had heard about Zhou Xuanji's talent before, but only after seeing it with her own eyes could she truly feel it. Is this brat really human? The techniques in the world are all the same. The sword's way, the saber's way, and the spear's way are the same. Each Dao has its own essence. If you can understand the core of sword techniques and sword formations, everything else will be fine. Zhou Xuanji looked at the dozens of legendary swords levitating in the air and said calmly, "Master, what's the core of the sword's way?" Zhao Congjian asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "It can only be understood and not explained. If you understand it, then you understand it. I understood it when I was born. As for when you will understand it, it is fate." Come. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 233. Zhao Congjian was dismayed by Zhou Xuanji, but he did not know how to retort, so he turned around to practice his sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xiao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjin, and Huang Lianxin. The three of them immediately understood and obediently turned around to practice their swords. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said with a smile, "You sure know how to talk." Zhou Xuanji looked at her and asked seriously, "Do you know why you fell from the throne of number 1 in the world and can no longer climb back up?" Hearing this, Xian Xianghua could not help but frown. This was her sore spot. Why? She squinted her eyes and asked. Her dangerous aura moved Jiang Shui, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Daoya Old Man. What does this old witch want to do? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Because you have a demonic barrier. After you lost, you talked about it every day, as if you were afraid that others did not know that you were once number 1 in the world. Actually, you are very strong. In the hearts of all living beings, Sunlight Emperor might not be as good as you." Xian Xianghua's frown deepened as she fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jiang Shui and said, "Why aren't you cultivating? Why are you daydreaming?" Jiang Shui curled her lips and left. Han Shenbua, Daoya Old Man, and Chongming Demon Monarch also left. After that, Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, sat down, and began cultivating. He had already learned the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Although he could not unleash its full power, he would be able to do it sooner or later when he had more divine swords. Next, he began to focus on cultivation. As for sword techniques, he already had enough for him to use. Time flew by. 4 months later. Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 7 so quickly because of the Qianxia map and the spirit gathering formation created by Xian Xianghua. The spirit qi at the top of Skyfall was already very dense. If he cultivated here, 1 day would be equivalent to 10 days. The others had also broken through, except for Daoya Old Man. Daoya Old Man had almost never cultivated under their watch. This old thing spent his days idling around Skyfall. In his words, because he had peeked into the secrets of the heavens too much, if he broke through again the heavenly tribulation would kill him. As such, he did not dare to cultivate any more. From leaving Aperture Realm onward, one would face a heavenly tribulation for every breakthrough in cultivation. Breaking through the spirit refinement realm was considered to be breaking away from the mortal body. Its lifespan could reach 10,000 years. After breaking through to astral projection level 7, Zhou Xuanji did not stop cultivating and set a good example for the others. The other side. Liuwu Demon Wolf and Dade Bear Monarch were gathered in a cave. The great Earth Bear Monarch had a tall and sturdy physique. His cheeks were covered with bear fur, and he wore thick and heavy black scale armor. He had a worried expression as he sighed and said, "What should we do?" Liuwu Demonic Wolf was also having a hard time along the way. He held a scroll in his hand that was transformed from a fiend race supreme being. He called for all fiend generals to return, saying that there were important matters to discuss. Now that they were being detained by Xian Xianghua, how could they dare to go back? They did not even dare to report this matter to Xian Xianghua for fear that she would kill them. Forget it, let's not worry about this matter for now. The Supremes are probably going to declare war on the human race. Without the two of us, they can't be bothered. The war between the two races will definitely last for a long time. Whether or not they will pursue this matter in the future, no one knows. Liuwu Demon Wolf pondered deeply. The Dade Bear Monarch pondered for a moment before nodding. Given the current situation, that was all they could do. Right, isn't there a level 9 demon dragon in Skyfall? Why isn't there any movement? The Dade Bear Monarch asked. When Liuwu Demon Wolf told him about this, he was almost scared witless. It seemed like a difference of 1 level, but it was actually a treasure. I'm not sure. They did not disturb the level 9 demon dragon as though it doesn't exist. Liuwu Demon Wolf said with a frown. He was confused in his heart. Could it be that there was no level 9 demon dragon at all? Finally, the two demons came to a consensus. And that was to endure. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji sat on a boulder by the cliff with the starry sky above his head. He gathered qi and cultivated. The second level of the World Buddha art, World Reincarnation, was too domineering and difficult to master. According to his estimation, it would take at least a few decades. Compared to World Internalization, World Reincarnation required more luck. It was not even on the same order of magnitude. But such a divine art had to be cultivated patiently. The human race and fiend race are at war. Daoya Old Man's voice came from behind him. Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Weren't the two races always at war? This time is different from the past. The sovereign of the fiend race is leading the entire fiend race to wage war against the 7 empires and 8 sanctums. The war will engulf the entire northern wilderness region. At that time, all the major factions will fight for their own race. Skyfall might be implicated, Daoya Old Man continued with a solemn expression. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "What's there to be afraid of? As long as the sovereign of the fiend race doesn't come personally, it has nothing to do with us." He was also in the northern wilderness top 100. After learning world internalization and the 100-star sky-covering formation, his power grew tremendously, so he was naturally confident. But if the human race is destroyed, what's the point of establishing a new sect? Daoya Old Man asked. There were very few demons who practiced the sword. When that time came, the fiend race would not tolerate the existence of Zhou Xuanji and the others. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him. "Is it really that serious?" he asked. He had read some records in ancient books. A long time ago, before the human race was born, the world was controlled by the fiend race. We can't exclude this possibility. There has not been a war like this for 10,000 years. Although Jihuang Demon Lord is ranked second in the world, he is extremely talented and powerful. He can unite the fiend race. For 10,000 years, humans have been killing each other, and their numbers are far from the fiend race. Also, I have already divined the decline of the great Zhou Empire. The city will be destroyed and the mountains will be destroyed. Daoya Old Man said with a serious expression, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. I was just about to focus on cultivation. Why did such a big thing happen? Is the heavens against me? Isn't Yang Di the top cultivator in the world? He should be able to suppress Jihuang Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji reminded her. In Xian Xianghua's words, she only saw Yang Di as a competitor and did not take Jihuang Demon Lord seriously at all. He is indeed the top cultivator in the world, but Jihuang Demon Lord is not bad either. They will definitely fight. What if Yang Di cannot suppress Jihuang Demon Lord? Daoya Old Man asked, and Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. Boom, at that moment, Skyfall trembled, and the sound of a shocking battle came from below. A little pig demon dares to stop me? A wild laughter sounded out. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man's cultivation being quite high, they would not have heard it. After all, Skyfall was simply too high. Below the mountain. The 100-meter-tall clear sky boar king smashed into the side of Skyfall's mountain, a look of pain on his face. The trees in front of him were all toppled, and the ground was overturned, forming a long ravine. The Haoyan Boar King was an 8th-level greater demon. He had a human body and the head of a boar. He wore bronze armor and he had sharp fangs in his mouth. His face was savage and he exuded a ferocious might. Following his gaze, Zhang Xian saw a green-robed man hovering in the air above the forest, holding a golden longsword in his hand. His face was handsome and there was an air of arrogance between his brows. His entire being seemed otherworldly. This is Skyfall. Do not trespass. Haoyan Boar King growled. He raised his right hand and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. Come. Wonderful bookstore com. Chapter 234. Skyfall? From now on, this mountain belongs to me, the peerless sword celestial. The green-robed man smirked in satisfaction, completely ignoring Haoyan Boar King's warning. Peerless sword immortal? What the hell? The Haoyan Boar King was enraged. The fur on his body stood up, and his demonic body seemed to have become even more muscular. He leaped up like a small mountain. He raised his giant hammer high and smashed it towards the green-clothed man. The green-robed man raised his sword and slashed out. Streaks of golden sword chi crisscrossed and slashed out. They were extremely fast and their auras were strong. Haoyan Boar King was sent flying into the sky. His body was slashed and blood flowed out. Then the green-robed man rushed towards him. It was as if a beam of golden light had shot into the sky from the ground, splitting heaven and earth into two. Haoyan Boar King lowered his head and roared angrily. Roar! His voice was domineering and shook the surroundings, causing countless trees to shake. The green-clothed man frowned. Just as he was about to swing his sword, a cold light shot towards him from the top of Skyfall. Shoo! The green-robed man was moved and subconsciously swung his sword to block the attack. With a clang, his right hand was numb from the impact, and the blade of his sword was trembling non-stop. He focused his eyes and saw that it was a giant sword. Ijemenjio. How dare you occupy my Skyfall? Today I want to see what kind of abilities you, a sword celestial, have. Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came from the top of the mountain. Next, he flew over from the sea of clouds on his sword. A past sword immortal? The green-robed man almost vomited blood. He was instantly enraged. How dare they humiliate him? Zhou Xuanji stood on the Windcutter sword with the God Emperor sword and white dragonbone sword in his hands. His white dragon golden robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced like flames. His eyes were cold as he stared fixedly at the green-robed man. I'm the peerless sword immortal Ning Zifeng. Brat, do you know what price you will have to pay for humiliating me? The man in green said in a deep voice. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji was already less than 300 meters away from him. Haoyan Boar King floated in the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. These demons were all subdued by Xian Xianghua, so he was not familiar with Zhou Xuanji. Ning Zifeng was very powerful, more powerful than him. He did not know if Zhou Xuanji could deal with him. I've never heard of your name before. You're just a nobody. Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully. As he spoke, legendary swords appeared behind him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Afterimage Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Absorption Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword. Every divine sword was surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi, stunning Ning Zifeng. So many swords. He called himself the peerless sword immortal, so he naturally loved swords all his life. However, this was the first time he saw so many extraordinary swords being wielded by a single person. Very good. Since I've encountered a sword cultivator, let's fight. Ning Zifeng smiled proudly. With the golden sword in his hand, his aura suddenly changed. Sword intent. Zhou Xuanji raised his two swords and charged over. The God Emperor and White Dragon condensed around his body, and he came before Ning Zifeng in the blink of an eye. Dual sword will. His body was like a gust of wind as he executed sword techniques with both swords, forcing Ning Zifeng to dodge in panic. How can an astral projection cultivator have such a powerful aura? Ning Zifeng immediately saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation and was shocked. Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than him. His spirit energy was boundless like the ocean. He blocked with all his might, but a while later, his right arm felt sore and numb. He was greatly shocked in his heart. He no longer fought head-on but dodged Zhou Xuanji's attack with his movement technique. It must be known that he had the cultivation of Great Realization Level 1. Although he had just reached the Great Realization stage, he often fought against those at higher stages than him. It was his first time suppressing someone at a lower stage than him. What kind of monster is this brat? Ning Zifeng cursed in his heart and dared not to let his guard down. At this moment, his golden sword clashed with the God Emperor sword again. His golden sword froze. His expression changed drastically. He could sense that the spirit energy in his body was being forcefully sucked away and transferred into Zhou Xuanji's body through the two swords. What energy technique is this? He asked with gritted teeth. There were many energy techniques that could absorb the enemy's spirit energy, but it was his first time encountering an energy technique that could absorb someone at a higher stage than him. The most important thing was the horrifying speed of absorption. At the same time, all the legendary swords flew above the two of them and formed a circle with their tips pointing downward. Who are you? Ning Zifeng asked again. As he spoke, his spirit energy exploded and forced Zhou Xuanji back. I'm Zhou Xuanji, the Sword Emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji said with a soft laugh. Just when he spoke, countless sword chi descended from the sky and surrounded Ning Zifeng. Ning Zifeng sensed that the sky darkened and looked up instinctively. The dragon-shaped sword chi of dozens of legendary swords intertwined and formed the image of stars. The background was pitch black and was decorated with stars. 100-star sky-covering formation. He immediately tried to move, but in the end he crashed into an invisible barrier and was sent flying back. This is a sword formation? Ning Zifeng was shocked and looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Casting a sword formation by himself? He had seen it before, but it was a majestic sight to see so many swords lined up in a formation. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and activated the 100-star sky-covering formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword chi shot out from the legendary swords and wreaked havoc in the sword formation. Ning Zifeng hurriedly swung his sword to block, and his sword moved extremely quickly. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others descended from the sea of clouds and witnessed the might of the 100-star sky-covering formation. Wow, that's the 100-star sky-covering formation? So powerful. He captured the enemy so quickly. This pressure if I was inside, such powerful sword chi. If ordinary spirit refinement cultivators were inside, they would be instantly killed. Master is becoming more and more powerful. Everyone continuously cried out. Back then they had seen Zhou Xuanji master the sword formation, but it was the first time they had seen its might. Daoya old man pinched his fingers and divined. This person is not from the northern wilderness region. The top genius of the Chaos Tide Sea? Could he be from overseas? He muttered to himself, causing the others to look over. Chaos Tide Sea? At the same time, Ning Zifeng's pain cry sounded out. Countless sword chi minced him into a bloodied man, and his white bones could be seen. Facing the powerful 100-star sky-covering formation, he was unable to withstand it in the end. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and the sword formation stopped. Ning Zifeng, who had turned into a bloodied man, fell down. At that moment, Xian Xianghua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said with some interest, "You defeated a great realization cultivator so easily, and you haven't even used your most powerful sword. Little husband, you are becoming more and more powerful." In the air, Haotian Boar King was dumbfounded and could not believe his eyes. What did he see? An astral projection cultivator easily defeated a great realization cultivator? Zhou Xuanji said, "Help me seal him. This person calls himself the Peerless Sword Immortal, but there is no such person in the northern wilderness region. Perhaps we can learn something from him." The most important reason was that he wanted to take in Ning Zifeng. A great realization sword slave? Not bad. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 235. Okay, Xian Xianghua replied. She waved her right hand, and the demonic chi transformed into a black shadow that dashed forward. At this moment, Jiang Shui, Daoya old man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others flew over. "Revered teacher, your sword formation is really powerful. It's hard to find someone as talented in sword formations as you in the hegemon sword sect, Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. His face was full of admiration, which pleased Zhou Xuanji. This kid was suitable to be by his side. He could make others feel happy. When it was time to flatter him, he would flatter him without holding back. Daoya old man said to Zhou Xuanji, this person came from overseas, a place called the Chaos Tide Sea. He's the top genius there, so we must be careful. Chaos Tide Sea? Zhou Xuanji frowned. All along, although people from the northern wilderness region often explored overseas, most of them never returned. He did not expect to meet someone from overseas today. To be called the top genius, it meant that there were many people there. Why did he come to the northern wilderness region? Chaos Tide Sea? Interesting. Jiang Wudi wanted to leave the northern wilderness region recently, and now a great realization cultivator came back from overseas. It seems like the situation in the world is really going to change. Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself in a meaningful tone. Zhou Xuanji was not too concerned about this. Soon, Ning Zifeng was brought back by the Black Shadow and flew up to the Cloud Sea with the rest. Haoyan Boar King knelt respectfully in the air. His eyes were filled with passion. In the battle just now, Zhou Xuanji's prowess had won him over. With such a powerful cultivator protecting him, he could cultivate in Skyfall with peace of mind. An hour later. At the top of Skyfall, Ning Zifeng, whose body had recovered, sat paralyzed on the ground. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. It was not that he had never lost before. But this was the first time he lost to someone with a lower cultivation stage than him. And a sword cultivator at that. Tell me, why did you come to the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked. Ning Zifeng took a deep breath and said, my name is Ning Zifeng. Just as you guessed, I came from the Chaos Tide Sea. Because of my hatred for the world, I had to hide. I crossed the boundless ocean and experienced many difficulties before I came to the northern wilderness region. I wanted to find a place to cultivate, so I came here. Let me make it clear first. I have never harmed anyone in this continent. I just want to find a place to cultivate. He was very depressed. Ever since he had entered the continent, he had only encountered demons, and Zhou Xuanji was the only person he had encountered. In the end, he was defeated as soon as they met. At this moment, he began to doubt his life. Could it be that this continent was much stronger than the ocean? How far is the Chaos Tide Sea from the northern wilderness region? How many sects are there? Xiao Jinghong asked. Ning Zifeng's strength made him feel a sense of danger. He had already guessed Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Very far, very far. I met many people from the northern wilderness region on the ocean. They all wanted to head to the various sea regions to seek for opportunities. Little did they know that there are many sects in the sea regions, countless dynasties, and dangers everywhere. Anyway, I feel that the northern wilderness region is very peaceful. Ning Zifeng sighed. He had a good eye for people and knew that Zhou Xuanji did not want to kill him. Leaving him alive was probably to subdue him. After all, he had lived for more than 1,000 years and had encountered many such incidents. Who is the most powerful person in the Chaos Tide Sea? How powerful is he? The little black snake asked noisily. Hearing about the Chaos Tide Sea, everyone was very interested. Ning Zifeng replied without hesitation, it should be Tian. 1,000 years ago he descended from the sky and was invincible. He proclaimed himself to be the sole ruler and wanted to kill everyone with monarchical violet chi in the world. Tian? Everyone was stunned and thought of the thing that had descended from the sky. That thing had also descended from the sky. At this moment, Ning Zifeng looked at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously, let me go and I will not disturb you anymore. When my way of the sword reaches great accomplishment, I will definitely return the favor. How about that? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, you can cultivate here. From today onwards you will be my sword slave. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng's eyes widened. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji wanted to take him as a disciple, but he did not expect him to be a sword slave. He felt humiliated and gritted his teeth as he said, kill me. Compared to being a slave, it was better to die. I can teach you sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes and said softly. Beishao Wangjian called out, why take him in? It's best to kill him. The little black snake agreed. This boy was too noble and virtuous. If he was kept alive, he would not be a good person. Ning Zifeng coldly harumphed and said, my talent in the way of the sword is unparalleled, and I'm proficient in hundreds of sword techniques. Why do I need to learn from you? He was a sword maniac. For the sword, he had left his home and traveled the world with his sword. Now that he had reached great accomplishment, he had formed the way of the sword. How much sword will do you know? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. Very good, this boy's sword technique belonged to him. Sword will? Of course there's only one. Everyone has their own sword will. Their own sword is the sword will, Ning Zifeng said as he harumphed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at an idiot. Zhou Xuanji picked up his golden sword and walked to the side. Under everyone's gazes he began to practice the sword. First was the white crane sword technique. It was agile and graceful, and his body was like a white crane. Within a small space, with his right foot as the axis, the sword technique was swift and fierce, and the sound of wind being torn continuously sounded out. Sword will. Ning Zifeng's eyes narrowed. Why did he feel that this sword will was different from Zhou Xuanji's sword will from before? Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were mesmerized. The simple white crane sword technique was used by Zhou Xuanji, but it was profound and unfathomable. It was like the Tao of nature. Next was the fiery sword technique. Trisource vein severing sword. 36 paths jade shao sword. Tempest slash. Moonlit wind sword dance. Vibrant raindrops sword. Chilling wave sound wave. Sky dominating divine sword. Hold on. Each set of sword techniques had different sword wills and different auras. Everyone was dazzled by them. Ning Zifeng opened his mouth wide as though he had seen a ghost. Xian Xianghua was also amazed. She suddenly realized that Zhou Xuanji looked so majestic and handsome when he swung his sword. A long while later, Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the golden sword landed in front of Ning Zifeng. The blade pierced into the ground and the blade shook. Looking at his beloved sword, Ning Zifeng fell into a daze. At this moment, the way of the sword that he believed in collapsed. How can someone master so many sword wills in this world? Impossible, he mumbled to himself, which made the others burst into laughter. Zhou Xuanji walked over and said, "You said it yourself. Everyone's sword will is different, and so is their way of the sword. My way of the sword is the way of 10,000 swords, the emperor of the way of the sword. Your way of the sword is just one of 10,000 ways of the sword, but I will rule over all the ways of the sword. The sword emperor that I want to be is not the pinnacle of a certain way of the sword but the way of the sword." His voice was sonorous and powerful, and his tone was filled with conceit. After he spoke, he activated Sword Master Haki straight away. In an instant, the golden sword before Ning Zifeng trembled violently. Not only that, but the swords of Xiao Jinghong and the other three also trembled. In the eyes of the five sword cultivators, Zhou Xuanji was so domineering and mighty. Stars surround the moon. I am the bright moon and I will give you the chance to be a star. It's your honor to be my sword slave. If you miss this chance you will regret it one day. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 236. Ning Zifeng fell silent. Zhou Xuanji's words had greatly shocked him. The others were already used to it, but Xian Xianghua liked Zhou Xuanji more and more. This kid was ambitious. As expected of the man she wanted to marry. The little black snake laid on Chongming Demon Monarch's shoulder and sighed. You really know how to talk nonsense. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. She had personally witnessed Zhou Xuanji subduing Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian and the others. This fellow's words came out of nowhere, and he pulled out the heavens and the earth, directly striking at people's hearts. He first used his powerful strength to defeat his opponent, and then used sharp and hot-blooded words to stir up his opponent's emotions. All, in her heart, Zhou Xuanji was omnipotent. It won't be long before Master's cultivation surpasses yours. You must know that Master is only 24 years old at the moment. Do you understand what it means to reach leaving Aperture Realm Level 7 at 20? Zhao Congjian said to assist Zhou Xuanji. Ning Zifeng was powerful and knew so many sword techniques. He was qualified to join them. Of course, the most important reason was that he had his eyes on Ning Zifeng's hundreds of powerful sword techniques. Xian Xianghua snorted, "He's my man. It's your honor to be his sword slave. If you're unwilling then you can go die." With that, she unleashed her murderous aura and locked onto Ning Zifeng. Ning Zifeng widened his eyes and looked at her in horror. What a terrifying killing intent. What kind of strength did this woman have? His expression fluctuated, and in the end he could only lower his head and grit his teeth. Greetings, Master. Since things had come to this, he had no other choice. He was already interested in Zhou Xuanji's way of the sword. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji obtained another sword slave, and it was at the great realization stage. Ning Zifeng began to confess his past. It turned out that he was the northern wilderness Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. Ever since he revealed his prowess, he had overcome all obstacles to become the #1 genius of the Chaos Tide Sea step by step. In terms of the sword Tao, he was also one of the best. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was even more overpowered than him. He was also very curious about Zhou Xuanji's past. The group did not hide anything and Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Was there really such a person in the world? Zhou Xuanji walked aside and continued his cultivation. Seeing the vortex of spiritual qi above Zhou Xuanji's head, he was shocked again. 3 days later. After Ning Zifeng's injuries healed, he started to wander around Skyfall. After all, Skyfall was very big and he wanted to look around. There were no tall mountains in the Chaos Tide Sea. During this period of time he wanted to escape, but he was captured by Xian Xianghua and given a vicious beating. Only after recuperating for a month did he become obedient. On this day, analyzed that the sword owner has reached 25 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Wind and Cloud Sword, Gold Light Shadow Sword, Glorious Gold Buddha Slaying Sword and 3 Armageddon. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, slowly opened his eyes, and the information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wind Cloud Sword level, Gold, description, a sword born from the wind and clouds. It possesses the 3 attributes of wind, water and space. A swing of the sword can summon wind and clouds. Sword name, Sword of Light level, Gold, description, forged from luminous divine stone. The 2 sides of the blade contain different powers, one dark and one light. Sword name, Punishing Buddha Sword, level, Glorious Gold, description, created by the demonic path, it specializes in suppressing Buddhist qi. It is extremely powerful and needs to be used cautiously. Zhou Xuanji's gaze was attracted by the Buddha Slaying Sword. Glorious Gold legendary sword specialized in countering Buddha qi. Not bad. I will use it to deal with Chief Monk Xuanhe in the future. The 3 legendary swords appeared in his hands. Each of them was different in their own way and all of them looked extraordinary. After playing with them for a while, he stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage. Next, 3 white jade stones the size of eggs appeared in his hands. Sword Spirit, what's Armageddon? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. It was produced by the system, so it should not be ordinary. It's like an explosive. It contains extremely horrifying energy, and one of them is enough to kill a great realization cultivator, destroying both his body and soul. It will explode once it's stimulated by spirit energy. The Sword Spirit replied, which shocked Zhou Xuanji so much that he quickly stored the 3 Armageddon swords. It can kill a great realization cultivator? Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not channel his spirit energy into them just now. Normally, cultivators would channel their spirit energy into the enchanted artifacts to inspect them. Can I introduce them earlier next time? Zhou Xuanji thought unhappily. After the Sword Spirit agreed, he fell into silence. After thinking about it, he stood up and stretched his body. Looking down from the top of the mountain, he saw an endless sea of clouds. It had been almost a year since they came to Skyfall. During this period, they were busy with cultivation and were rarely disturbed by demons or cultivators. If any cultivators passed by, they would be captured and asked about the human race's recent situation before letting them go. Currently, the humans and demons were at war. Demons above 8th rank led countless demon armies to attack the 7 empires. Now that all the empires were at war, the 8 sanctums had no choice but to participate. Chief Monk Xuanhe fought with Jihuang Demon Lord and was severely injured by Xian Xianghua. He was beheaded by Jihuang Demon Lord within 3 moves and imprisoned. This alarmed the entire human race. The Hegemon Sword Sect, Xinhao Sect, Haoqi Alliance, and other powerful factions from both the righteous and evil sects joined the war. The central region of the northern wilderness region was flooded with blood. No one knew if the Great Zhou Empire could survive. At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. With Zhou Qingxin as the emperor, only Shitan Changshi and the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou could hold their own. They were considered the weakest among the 7 empires. Great Zhou was facing its most dangerous period. Back then he promised to help the Great Zhou Empire, but he was far away at Skyfall and could not do anything. I'm preparing to leave. At this moment, Xian Xianghua's voice came from behind him. Next, a fragrance wafted into his nose. She came to his side and stood beside him, looking at the magnificent sea of clouds. Now that the 2 races are at war, it's time for the Tanhua sect to take a breather. What are you going to do? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He was already used to Xian Xianghua's existence and suddenly did not want her to leave. She smiled with squinted eyes and said, I have to gather the Tanhua sect and bring them near Skyfall to cultivate peacefully. After you establish your own sect we can be neighbors. Isn't that good? Thinking of that scene, she smiled so widely that her eyes curved. Is that really it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could not help but think of the Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang. Was he still alive? Xian Xianghua replied, Yes, I'm going to settle the score with Jihuang Demon Lord. That old demon has been quite arrogant recently. After that, she turned around, lifted her veil, and kissed Zhou Xuanji on the cheek before disappearing. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. I will leave the demon dragon in the mountain to you. You are already powerful enough anyway. Her voice floated in the air and dissipated like the wind. Zhou Xuanji's frown did not relax. What was this old demonic woman trying to do? Couldn't she just cultivate peacefully? This is her obsession. She has already fallen into the demonic barrier of being the world's top cultivator. Daoya old man's voice came. She not only wants to challenge Jihuang Demon Lord but also Yang Di. She has been holding it in for a year and can't hold it in any longer. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 237. Daoya old man flew to Zhou Xuanji's back and sighed in amazement. Back then, Xian Xianghua was the strongest in the world, but now she has been reduced to the number 4 in the world. How could she be willing to accept this? In addition, she has absorbed the Diablo's soul. Naturally, she has to get revenge. He said leisurely, and when he finished, he laughed to himself. In his entire life, Xian Xianghua was the most headstrong woman he had ever met. Although this old demonic woman loved Zhou Xuanji, she still had great ambitions in her heart. He even suspected that Xian Xianghua was actually a man who had taken over the body of a woman. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, Is Yang Di really that powerful? Number 1 in the world. These 4 words made people think of many things. However, Sunlight Emperor was not very famous in the northern wilderness region. He was one of those strange existences. If you thought about it carefully, you would remember him, but if you didn't think about it, you wouldn't remember him. Sunlight Emperor had disappeared since he became the number 1 expert in the world. According to the rumors in the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor was someone who trained hard. That was why he was able to retain his position as the world's number 1. So far, Sunlight Emperor had won the title of world number 1 3 times in a row. In other words, Xian Xianghua had never defeated him since he became famous. To be precise, no one in this world could defeat him. Powerful. I even feel that he will become a great emperor of the current era and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Although Xian Xianghua's strength has improved, Sunlight Emperor's talent is even more terrifying. In addition, he has been practicing hard day after day. The gap between them is still too big. Daoya old man said seriously. He had once watched a World Millennium duel, and the power of Yang Di left a deep impression on him. Great emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. Daoya old man patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't think too much. Even if Xian Xianghua can't defeat him, she can still escape. Cultivate well. I'm looking forward to your battle with Yang Di. Thinking about how Zhou Xuanji could contend for first in the world, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. It would be great if Zhao Shen could see it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, You're right. The most important thing now is to cultivate. At this moment, Ning Zifeng walked over. Master, how do we cultivate dual sword intents? I can use both hands to perform different sword techniques, but I need to concentrate on the concept, so I can't perform 2 sword intents at all. Ning Zifeng asked in distress. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had taught him the dual sword wills, this boy no longer tried to run away. In Skyfall, no one would make things difficult for him and he could learn even more profound sword skills. He had no reason to run away. Zhou Xuanji did not tell them that Xian Xianghua had left. He turned to look at Ning Zifeng and said, Let's spar in sword techniques. I'll let you experience it during the spar. Remember, don't use spirit energy, just sword techniques. Hearing that, Ning Zifeng's spirits lifted and he quickly took out 2 golden swords. The 2 of them started sparring at the edge of Skyfall. In the distance, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin saw this scene. The 4 of them cultivated side by side and did not get up. Ever since Ning Zifeng joined them, they worked even harder. However, Ning Zifeng was at the Mahayana realm. How were they supposed to chase after him? After Xian Xianghua left, everyone's lives did not change. They continued to cultivate. Everyone's cultivation base was growing. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian had already started breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The little black snake recovered to its peak, which was at the 5th rank. It could transform into a hegemon-scaled black dragon that was hundreds of meters long at any time, which looked mighty. A big and small air reached the 5th rank as well. Their wingspans were 30 meters long, which were like 2 small mountains. However, they could not speak the human language, let alone transform. Everything was progressing in a good direction. 8 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 8. This speed was already fast enough. Other than the dense spiritual qi at the top of Skyfall, it was also thanks to the help of the Tianxia map. However, his world Buddha art did not break through to the second level. World reincarnation was too difficult. Fortunately, Ning Zifeng did not master two sword wills, which made him feel relieved. He taught Ning Zifeng everything he knew, but this guy's sword's way was deeply rooted and difficult to change. This day, the red Qilin suddenly roared crazily and ran around the top of the mountain. Now it was as big as an adult tiger. When it roared, it looked extremely ferocious. Little guy, be quiet. Chongming Demon Monarch charged over and punched it into the ground. Roar! Even though it was lying on the ground, it was still roaring in a low voice. The others came over. What's wrong with it? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. The three-eyed drought rodent lay on her shoulder and looked at the red Qilin carefully. Back then they were about the same size. But now the red Qilin was a gigantic creature in its eyes. Maybe it's grown up and needs a mate. The little black snake said as it spat its forked tongue. Chongming Demon Monarch slapped it away with his tail. Daoya Old Man cried out in surprise, it seems to be awakening. Let it go and let it do whatever it wants. Having heard that, Chongming Demon Monarch lifted his right leg, and the red Qilin ran away. The group looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Not far away, Ning Zifeng, who was training his sword, was shocked in his heart. Qilin awakening? He had witnessed the prowess of a Qilin in the chaos-tide sea. Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. He could not help but look back at Zhou Xuanji. Where did this guy get a Qilin? After a year, he had a certain understanding of this group. Other than Beishao Wangjian and the little black snake, everyone else was talented. Zhao Congjian's talent in swordsmanship was even more terrifying than his, and Zhao Congjian was only 34 years old. He was 34 years old and his cultivation level was slightly lower than Zhao Congjian's. Although Xiao Jinghong's talent was slightly lower than Zhao Congjian's, it was not by much. There was no need to mention Han Shenbua. He was number 1 on the hero leaderboard of the Great Zhou dynasty, and he held the number 1 spot steadily. Huang Lianxing's Ghost Emperor Divine Eye could see through everything, so it was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if she cultivated it to the highest level. Jiang Shui was a descendant of the Jiang clan. Her talent in the 5 elemental spells was outstanding. She would definitely become someone great. Chongming Demon Monarch, Big and Small Air, the three-eyed drought rodent, and the red Kirin were all extraordinary beings. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to practice. Zifeng, come here. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng hurried over. Master, what are your orders? He asked expectantly, thinking that Zhou Xuanji was going to teach him some skills. 2 bugs are coming. They're hiding under Skyfall. Go kill them. Zhou Xuanji instructed, which stunned Ning Zifeng. He asked, what does the other party look like? There were many demons on Skyfall. How would he know who to kill? They're demonic cultivators called the Huangquan Twin Devils, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said casually. Near Skyfall there were only these 2 people. The others were all demons. Okay. Ning Zifeng immediately leaped down the mountain. Zhou Xuanji did not doubt his power at all. This brat had the cultivation of Great Realization level 1 and was the top genius in the Chaos Tide Sea. He had the ability to fight against those with higher cultivation levels, which was enough to make the Huangquan Twin Devils suffer. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 238. At the foot of Skyfall in the forest. The Huangquan Twin Devils sat under a tree and looked up at Skyfall, their eyes filled with killing intent. When the time comes, this brat will occupy a treasured land. How comfortable. That's right. Since Xian Xianghua is already in the mainland, we must take this opportunity to obtain the Tianxia map. The 2 of them conversed in a low voice. When they recalled what happened at Juedi Cliff, they became anxious. They had hoped to kill Xian Xianghua, but Zhou Xuanji had suddenly appeared. At that time they had also been injured. Even though they did not fear Zhou Xuanji, if Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua teamed up, it would be difficult for them to deal with them in a short period of time. Moreover, Wanzhong King Spectre and the 4 immortal generals were also at Juedi Cliff. They could only retreat. Now that they had received information, they came to settle scores with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji was no longer the same as before. They had to act cautiously. Shio. Right at this moment, an air-piercing sound rang out, startling the 2 of them into dodging swiftly. A golden sword pierced into the soil, its blade shining with a cold light. The Huangquan twin devils looked up instinctively and saw Ning Zifeng flying over with his sword. Peerless sword immortal Ning Zifeng is here. Netherworld twin worms, prepare to die. Ning Zifeng's arrogant laughter rang out, his words filled with contempt. Twin worms of Netherworld? The two demons almost exploded in anger. They took out their magic tools and charged at Ning Zifeng. A huge battle broke out. Halfway up the mountain, Liuwu Demon Wolf, Haoyan Boar King, Dade Bear Monarch and Jingtian Eagle were all startled awake. They walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, only to see three figures emerging from the forest. Three figures turned into rainbow lights and clashed with each other. Demonic chi dissipated and sword lights flashed. Should we attack? The great Earth Bear Monarch asked cautiously. The three people fighting below were all very strong, and they made him tremble with fear. Haoyan Boar King shook his head and said, "That guy is very powerful. He is enough." When he fought with Ning Zifeng a year ago, he was taught a terrible lesson. Hearing this, the other three beasts exchanged glances and quietly watched the battle. Although the tremors at the foot of the mountain were loud, they could not reach the top of the mountain. Other than Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man, no one else could hear the sounds of battle. An hour later, Ning Zifeng returned to the top of the mountain. His body was stained with blood, which surprised the others. "Master, the Huangquan twin devils have been chased away." His expression was a bit ugly. After a great battle, both sides were injured, so how could he be willing? If it wasn't for the Huangquan twin devils being worried about Zhou Xuanji coming to kill him, his life would have been in danger. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes and said softly, "Cultivate well and hide your pride in your heart. Do not underestimate any enemy." Yes. Ning Zifeng cupped his fists and turned to leave. He took a deep breath and memorized Zhou Xuanji's words. Although Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong and the others were curious, they did not ask. They were more concerned about the red Qilin. This fellow ran up and down Skyfall in a frenzied state. How long does it have to wait before it awakens? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. She had watched the red Qilin grow up and did not wish for anything to happen to it. Daoya Old Man muttered, "It's hard to say. The fire elemental energy in its body is transforming, which made it so frenzied. Let's wait patiently." Normally, Qilins rarely die during awakening. Once it awakens successfully, it will turn from a sheep into a divine beast, and its power will soar. Han Shimbua asked curiously, "It's said that such divine beasts have the power to destroy the world. The phoenix of the Hunyuan Empire was one of them. It could burn an entire city with its flame. I wonder if a Qilin can be compared to a phoenix?" The red Qilin was the first divine beast he had ever seen. He had been looking forward to seeing how powerful it would be when it matured. "Of course it can," Daoya Old Man said with a smile as he stroked his long beard. The others were also looking forward to it. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was still focused on cultivation and did not care about the red Qilin. His mind was filled with world reincarnation. Time passed quickly. Another 4 months passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 26 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained bronze, dumb sword, amethyst, deep nightmare sword, glorious gold, right wrong justice sword, ancestral dragon sword. The sword spirit's voice came as expected, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. 3 legendary swords. The last one should be a sword technique. He could not help but feel interested. Next, the information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, dumb sword grade, bronze description, a sword that specializes in cleaving brains. In the mortal realm, it is the most revered legendary sword in the martial world. Sword name, deep nightmare sword grade, amethyst description, a deep nightmare is hidden in the blade. It can devour the dreams of any living creature. It can also send people into their dreams to slay their enemies in their dreams. Sword name, right wrong justice sword grade, glorious gold description, the sword of an ancient saint. It slays evil and evildoers. Violet chi comes from the east. It distinguishes right and wrong for the world. Dumb sword? Is it serious? Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. He was quite satisfied with the deep nightmare sword and the right wrong justice sword. However, he had a heavenly soul legendary sword now. When would he get a higher grade legendary sword? Intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, Armageddon, he was looking forward to it. It was a pity that ever since he obtained the sky extinguishing sword, he had not obtained a second heavenly soul legendary sword. Pass on the ancestral dragon sword to me, Zhou Xuanji instructed in his heart. Since it was named after the ancestral dragon, This sword technique should not be bad, right? Soon, a massive wave of memories entered his mind. His body shuddered and began to organize the memories. A long while later, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Such a profound sword technique. It can even be called a divine ability." The ancestral dragon sword could turn the user into the ancestral dragon, and his battle power would increase tremendously. He immediately began practicing the ancestral dragon sword. Seeing him practicing, Beixiao Wangjian, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Huang Lianxin came over immediately. Ning Zifeng was curious too and came over to watch. Ever since he became Zhou Xuanji's disciple, it was his first time seeing Zhou Xuanji practicing the sword. What sword technique is it this time? Must be powerful. I can't wait. Revered teacher's sword technique will only become more profound. I want to learn. Hearing the four's discussion, Ning Zifeng became even more curious. The ancestral dragon sword had 380 sword moves. When each move was connected, it would be the dragon's head to the dragon's tail. The user could transform into the ancestral dragon and travel across the world. Of course, the ancestral dragon's power grew along with Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. After 100 times, the ancestral dragon sword reached small accomplishment. Ning Zifeng's expression changed. He could tell that it was Zhou Xuanji's first time practicing the sword. This speed of improvement was just 2. After 300 times, the ancestral dragon sword reached great accomplishment. After 500 times, the ancestral dragon sword will was formed. Hair? Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly and let out a long roar. He bent his legs and leaped up. Sword chi surrounded his body and transformed into a giant golden dragon. This golden dragon was hundreds of meters long and looked extremely lifelike, as though a real dragon had descended into the world. Its eyes were majestic, and the scales on its body shone with a golden radiance. Its claws had 5 toes. 5-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon spiraled above Skyfall, and everyone looked up. Their jaws dropped instinctively. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 239. The 5-clawed golden dragon circled around and roared endlessly. The dragon's might that could shake one's soul made a big and small air kneel on the ground and tremble. Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground. Dragon's might vanquished all demons. Before the 5-clawed golden dragon that Zhou Xuanji had transformed into, everyone could feel how insignificant they were. This is... Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Her Xuanji could transform into a sword, and now he could transform into a dragon? Daoya old man was also shocked. This is a divine ability? He mumbled. It was not a simple transformation technique. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was really like a 5-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, there was something wrong with this dragon's might. It was more powerful than any other demon dragon he had encountered before. He felt like an emperor among dragons. Oh my God! Ning Zifeng looked at Zhou Xuanji who was circling above and roaring, and his eyes almost fell to the ground. He slapped himself to make sure that he was not dreaming, and he was even more shocked. What sword technique was this? He could transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the face of this dragon he actually felt a sense of trepidation. Too powerful. Too powerful. I really want to learn it. I must learn it. Zhao Tsongjian clenched his fists and roared in excitement. Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin's eyes were filled with passion as well. Such a domineering sword technique. If it was any other sword cultivator, it would be difficult for them not to be tempted. Boom! At this moment Skyfall shook violently and everyone flew up in shock. Roar! A deafening dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. All the demons within 1,000 miles were alarmed. A 9th-ranked dragon demon is about to be born. Liuwu demon wolf cried out in shock and quickly escaped from Skyfall. The people on the mountain peak also thought of a 9th-ranked dragon demon. Zhou Xuanji did not return to his original form. Instead, his dragon eyes brightened as he dived into the sea of clouds. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Halfway up the mountain wall exploded, and a gigantic black dragon's head emerged, followed by its body. Countless black dragon scales flowed with magma, and the dragon's eyes were filled with flames. This black dragon was like an evil dragon that could destroy the world. It emerged from the pillar of heaven and earth, spitting out scorching smoke from its mouth. It was a terrifying sight. The black dragon was nearly 10,000 feet long, and each of its scales was as big as a house. It circled around Skyfall and flew upwards. Liuwu wolf demon, vast sky boar king, great earth bear monarch, skyshock eagle, and the other demons that were lurking around were all dumbfounded. Under their watchful eyes, a five-clawed golden dragon emerged from the sea of clouds and charged toward the black dragon that was 10,000 feet tall. The two giant dragons, one righteous and one evil, quickly collided. Roar, roar, the two dragons coiled around each other, biting and tearing at each other. Their claws clawed at each other's bodies and dragon scales fell off one after another. The golden dragon scale quickly turned into sword chi and dissipated, while the black dragon scale smashed into the forest. It was as if a heavy object had smashed down, causing the trees to sway unsteadily. The black dragon looked much bigger than the five-clawed golden dragon, but it did not have the upper hand. A white dragon coiled around the five-clawed golden dragon, and the dragon's aura grew tremendously. If one looked closely, they would see two swords levitating in front of the five-clawed golden dragon's horns. White dragon bone sword. Sky extinguishing sword. With the support of the two legendary swords, Zhou Xuanji's power grew tremendously, and the massive black dragon could not retaliate at all. The black dragon opened its mouth and breathed out billowing flames, along with magma. However, the flames did not cause much damage to the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth as well, and streaks of sword chi shot out from its mouth like a torrential downpour, slamming into the black dragon's body. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi landed on the dragon's scale, and it sounded like metal striking metal, producing a clear and crisp sound. The black dragon was pressed down toward the ground. At the same time, Daoya Old Man Jiang Shui Ning Zifeng and the others descended from the sea of clouds. When they saw the battle between the two dragons, they all opened their eyes wide. A 9th-ranked demon dragon. Such a powerful demon was hiding in Skyfall. Ning Zifeng cried out in shock, his face filled with shock. He had stayed in Skyfall for more than a year, but he did not notice it at all. Is this brat powerful enough to defeat a 9th-ranked demon so easily? Daoya Old Man mumbled. He could only deal with 8th-ranked demons, and a 9th-ranked demon could easily crush him. Even though they were far apart, the aura of the two dragons still made him tremble with fear. The others cried out in shock too. Everyone had been cultivating together, so why did Zhou Xuanji's power increase so quickly? Boom! The black dragon crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that was hundreds of meters high. The ground crumbled and rocks and soil were swept up. A violent gale blew in all directions. The five-clawed golden dragon pressed the black dragon onto the ground and roared domineeringly. Who are you, this dragon's might? The black dragon spoke human language and cried out in fear. Its hoarse voice was filled with an indescribable might. I'm the ancestral dragon, and the ancestral dragon is me. You dare to not submit? Zhou Xuanji looked down at it and asked coldly. He could use this opportunity to tame the 9th-ranked demon dragon and make it the guardian beast of the mountain. A 9th-stage cultivation base was enough. Ancestral dragon. The black dragon trembled in fear and quickly transformed into his human form. The five-clawed golden dragon landed on the ground and looked down at him. He was as tall as Chongming Demon Monarch. He was muscular and wore a black robe with dragon scales. 2 dragon horns grew out of his long hair, and his face was majestic. Thin lines that looked like magma covered his face. Greetings, dragon ancestor. Please forgive me, the black dragon said fearfully. Right after he spoke, Zhou Xuanji transformed back into his original form. His purple robe and black hair danced in the wind, making him look extremely handsome. I'm Zhou Xuanji. From today onwards you will be my mount, the guardian beast of Skyfall. Are you willing? Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked. I'm willing, the black dragon said joyfully. As long as he was allowed to stay in Skyfall, he was naturally willing. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was really powerful. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. What's your name? Zhou Xuanji asked in a pleasant mood. The ancestral dragon sword was really powerful. It was definitely a heaven-grade sword technique. It could be an advanced or even a top-tier one. My name is Fenyu Dragon King. The black dragon knelt on the ground and replied respectfully. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, self-proclaimed? Fenyu Dragon King was embarrassed and did not know how to answer. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to argue with him. He brought him up the mountain and gathered everyone together. Everyone was curious about Fenyu Dragon King. The little black snake was so frightened that he did not dare to speak and pretended to be dead. The black dragon meeting the black dragon was like meeting its ancestor. At most a year. I plan to bring all of you down the mountain and into the world. We will search for talented disciples in the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji looked around at everyone and said. He planned to use world internalization to increase his cultivation. World internalization could absorb the spirit energy of all things to increase one's cultivation. It was much faster than arduous cultivation. Taking advantage of the chaos of war, one could discover many heartless and unjust people. While increasing one's cultivation, one could also eliminate evil for the world. However, world internalization could not be used continuously. One needed to comprehend one's cultivation level after all. Too much spirit energy would cause one's body to explode. Don't you see, there are so many evil cultivators who went astray because they absorbed other people's spiritual power, never to be reincarnated. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 240. So urgent? Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown. It was not easy for them to stop and cultivate, but now they had to go out again. Zhou Xuanji thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. These were his trusted subordinates. If he wasn't strong enough, it would be hard for him to convince the masses when he established his own sect. He muttered, "How about this? When the time comes, we'll split into two groups. Those with lower cultivations will stay and cultivate." No one had any objections. This was the best arrangement. Chongming Demon Monarch muttered, "What if someone attacks Skyfall? What should we do?" He glanced at Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Tsongjian and the others. His gaze was clearly saying, "Can you weaklings block him?" Finyu Dragon King said, "With me here, no one will harm you." This was an opportunity to make a contribution. Ning Zifeng snorted. "Who would believe you? You just joined." Finyu Dragon King glared at him and said solemnly, "Is the dragon tribe a bunch of treacherous people? I have already become the dragon ancestor's slave, and I have no regrets in my life." After saying this, he knelt and kowtowed to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and lifted him up with spirit energy. "This matter needs to be discussed. Right now, the human and demon races are facing a great crisis. If we hide here, we won't be able to get through it safely. At the same time, we can draw our swords to help and save the humans and demons in the sea of bitterness." Zhou Xuanji said softly, which made Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian's eyes sparkle. The two of them cherished the lives of the common people. When they heard his words, they were immediately moved. Ning Zifeng said, "In any case, I will go wherever Master goes." His mind was filled with thoughts about the ancestral dragon sword. At this moment he had the same thought as Zhao Tsongjian. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said, "You must bring me along. I'm not weak now." He was proficient in all 5 elemental spells and could even cast healing spells. It would not be a problem for him to charge into a dynasty alone. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and touched the bridge of her nose. "Okay," he said with a smile. Without Jiang Shui by his side, he would not be at ease. Everyone's topic shifted to the ancestral dragon sword, but Zhou Xuanji only said that it was a sword technique. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others all wanted to learn. He was not stingy and demonstrated his sword moves on the spot. Without the supreme legendary sword system, it would be extremely difficult for them to master the ancestral dragon sword. Even with Zhao Tsongjian and Ning Zifeng's talents, they would need at least 100 years. Ning Zifeng was extremely touched. He instantly had the urge to die for a bosom friend. Ever since he was born, no one had ever treated him so generously. Such a peerless sword technique was taught without any hesitation. He was not afraid that Zhou Xuanji would plot against him because he learned it together with Xiao Jinghong and the others. "Master, words cannot express my gratitude. From now on, my life is yours." Ning Zifeng cupped his fists and bowed towards Zhou Xuanji. In response, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and did not mind. The more casual he was, the more popular he was. This was a true grandmaster of the way of the sword. He wasn't simple, just open-minded, and didn't need to scheme against others. Just like that, the team had another 9th-tier greater demon. Finyu Dragon King broke out of the mountain, causing a huge hole to appear in the middle of the mountain. Under his lead, Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, the 3-eyed drought rodent, Big and Small Air walked into the mountain to play. The red Qilin was still in the process of awakening. It curled up into a ball and was brought into Skyfall by Finyu Dragon King. According to Finyu Dragon King, there was magma in the mountain, which could strengthen the fire element in the Qilin's body. Zhou Xuanji entered cultivation again. Time passed quickly. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 9. He flew out from the cauldron, stretched his waist and put on the Rui purple cloud robe. Daoya Old Man stood beside him and sighed in amazement. "Your cultivation speed is too outrageous. You're the ultimate treasure in the world indeed." At this rate, Zhou Xuanji could break through to the great realization stage in 100 years. By then, what rank would he be in the Northern Wilderness top 100? He might even be in the top 10. Just thinking about it made him exclaim in amazement. It's all right. How's your intelligence gathering? Zhou Xuanji asked. Last night, a group of cultivators passed by 10 miles away. He was still cultivating in the cauldron, so he asked Daoya Old Man to go and ask them. It was only a moment ago that Daoya Old Man returned. The war between the two races was tragic and there were countless casualties. Great Shang's Fury Buddha was besieged by 3 9th-rank great demons and almost died. Now, Great Shang has lost more than half of its territory. The other sects went to provide reinforcements. Daoya Old Man began to speak with a sigh. Great Shang was in danger, but so were Great Zhou and Great Qin. The Donghan Empire, Hunyuan Empire, Jibei Empire, and Dafeng Empire had already sent reinforcements. Among the humans, more and more powerful cultivators were severely injured. Of course, it was the same for the demons. But looking at the overall situation, the humans were in a disadvantageous position. Where's Xian Xianghua? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. With Xian Xianghua's personality, she should have already fought with Jihuang Demon Lord. Daoya Old Man sighed with a complicated expression. She lost, but she and Jihuang Demon Lord were both severely injured. Now her whereabouts are unknown. Thanks to her, the humans can take a breather. This matter was quite ironic. The humans' pursuers helped the humans instead. But no one was grateful to Xian Xianghua and treated her like a lunatic. She and Jihuang Demon Lord were both severely injured, and the humans thought that she deserved it. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He took out 2 Armageddon stones and said softly, "These are Armageddon stones. They will explode upon contact with spirit energy. They are powerful enough to kill a great realization cultivator. Keep them to protect yourself." Daoya Old Man heard him and opened his eyes wide. Aren't these 2 pieces of jade? They can kill a great realization cultivator? He stored them carefully and asked, "Are you ready to depart?" Even if Zhou Xuanji did not say who to use the Armageddon stones against, he had his own considerations. It was either an enemy or Finyu Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After the Red Qilin awakens, I will depart. I will bring it Jiang Shui and Zifeng." The others stayed behind at Skyfall to cultivate. Daoya Old Man muttered, "Let's ask them. Maybe they all want to follow us? Aren't you taking in disciples? We need someone to take care of them along the way." Zhou Xuanji thought about it and realized that it was right. No matter how powerful he was, if he had too many disciples he might overlook them. He immediately gathered everyone. And everyone wanted to follow him. "We have discussed. Even if we cultivate here, it will be difficult for us to catch up to our revered teacher. Why don't we go and help our revered teacher? Once we have more disciples we will have more eyes and can keep an eye on them. At the same time, we can help manage them in batches and teach them sword techniques," Xiao Jinghong explained. Xiao Jinghong explained. They had discussed this in private. With Zhou Xuanji's capability he would return in at most 10 years. How much stronger would they be after 10 years? It would be bad if Zhou Xuanji's other trusted aides appeared by his side and pushed them aside. They might as well start from scratch and help the sect to build up its prestige. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You guys have thought it through. You did not disappoint me. All right, after the Red Qilin awakens we will depart." He was looking forward to establishing his own sect. From a few people to a few dozen, tens of thousands, millions, and finally a sanctum, ascending together. But here came the problem. What should the sect be called? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 241. What do you think our sect should be named? Zhou Xuanji sat down cross-legged and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He asked with a frown, looking worried. Northern Sword Valiant said excitedly, "Sword Emperor Sect." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. What a vulgar name. Can't you have some substance? Huang Lianxin shook her head and then she suggested, "How about Myriad Sword Court?" Zhou Xuanji was determined to be invincible in the world with 10,000 swords. This was the meaning behind the name of the sect. Why don't we call it 10,000 Swords Divine Sect? How about the Immortal Sword Sect? None of them are good. Let's call it Azure Sky Sword Sect. Invincible Sword Master? Let's call it Great Thousand Sword Sect. Everyone voiced their opinions one after another, each more excited than the last. Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought and remained unmoved. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard and smiled. There's no rush. Let's think about it slowly. After all, we are the only ones in the entire sect. Ning Zifeng asked curiously, "What's the goal of this sect?" He hoped that Zhou Xuanji's ambition would be bigger, and it would be best if it was not just limited to the northern wilderness region. After all, he still had to return to the chaotic Tide Sea. If at that time, Zhou Xuanji could become his backer, that would be wonderful. Number 1 in the world, let's ascend together. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. He had been thinking about ascending for a long time. Up until now, not a single sect had been able to ascend together. He felt that if he did that, he would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. It would be very satisfying. If he wanted to do it, he had to do something that no one had ever done before. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng's eyes lit up, and the rest felt their blood boiling. Together they would ascend to the top of the world. They would ascend together and pursue the immortal Tao. On the path of cultivation, one had to be bold and do things that others didn't dare to think about. Prepare well. Once the red Qilin awakens, we will descend the mountain. Finally, Zhou Xuanji ordered. When the time came, he would leave Fenyu Dragon King behind to guard Skyfall. He took back a piece of Apocalypse from Daoya Old Man for Fenyu Dragon King. Fenyu Dragon King was overjoyed when he found out about the ability to destroy the world. He was very moved and kowtowed to Zhou Xuanji 10 times before getting up. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Dade Bear Monarch, Hao Yin Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle. After they left, the 4 demons would be free, and it would be up to them to decide where they would go. Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for an hour before leaving. 2 months later, the red Qilin finally awakened successfully. It came to the top of the mountain, and Fenyu Dragon King followed closely behind. Everyone's gaze turned to him. His entire body was wrapped in raging flames, and the surface of his body was similar to Fenyu Dragon King's true form. There were many fine lines of lava, and his shoulders were several feet tall, looking mighty and domineering. It circled around Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui energetically. Master. It let out a childish voice like a little boy. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile, "You can even speak human language. Not bad." He glanced at Ada, Small Air, and the 3-eyed drought rodent. The 3 demons lowered their heads in grievance. What a cute voice. Jiang Shui cried out in pleasant surprise. She wanted to reach out to touch the red Qilin, but this fellow's entire body was covered in flames, so she couldn't touch it. Master, quickly give me a name. I want my surname to be Zhou. The red Qilin said excitedly. After that, it stopped in front of Zhou Xuanji and lay down like a dog trying to act cute. Daoya Old Man clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Level 5 right after awakening. Not bad, much stronger than some earthworms. The little black snake almost vomited blood. He was extremely frustrated. It was not that the red Qilin was ridiculously talented. It was just that the Qilin race took a long time to gestate. It was not surprising for the Qilin race to gestate for a few hundred years. Ning Zifeng was also observing the red Qilin curiously. The others surrounded the red Qilin and discussed excitedly. They had watched this little guy grow up. You shall be called Zhou Xiaoqi. Zhou Xuanji muttered. The red Qilin heard him and jumped up in excitement. And now the red Qilin had its own name. Zhou Xiaoqi. The group packed up and prepared to depart. An hour later, they left under the gazes of Fenyu Dragon King, Hao Yin Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, Dade Bear Monarch, and Jingtian Eagle. After they disappeared into the horizon, Fenyu Dragon King turned around and looked at the 4 8th-ranked demons. After Master leaves, we must protect Skyfall during this period of time. Do you understand? Fenyu Dragon King said solemnly. A baleful aura emanated from his eyes, making him look majestic. Understood. The 4 demons cried out in unison. Each of them had different thoughts in mind. After flying for 8 hours, they left the endless forest. In front of them was a mountainous area with few trees and hills. The group landed and began walking forward. Without Zhou Xuanji's instruction, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others began practicing their sword techniques. Ning Zifeng saw them and began practicing as well. He was practicing the ancestral dragon sword. Dual sword wills were too difficult. He had already given up and began practicing the ancestral dragon sword day and night. But even if he succeeded, he would not be as powerful as Zhou Xuanji. The ancestral dragon was the monarch of dragons. Zhou Xuanji had monarchical violet qi, so the ancestral dragon he cultivated was naturally the most powerful. In the group, no one else had monarchical violet qi other than him. Will we run into human enemies? Han Shenbua asked anxiously. If they encountered demons, they would surely kill them. If they encountered humans, it might be the same case. Don't worry. The humans are busy fighting the demons now. Even if someone recognizes Zhou Xuanji, they will not dare to attack. Daoya Old Man waved his hand and smiled. There were not many humans who could defeat Zhou Xuanji. Including those who hid in the deep mountains and forests, there were less than 100 of them. Xuanji, how powerful are you now? Jiang Shui asked out of curiosity. After mastering the ancestral dragon sword, Zhou Xuanji's power increased again. Having heard her, he muttered, "I'm not sure either. I should be a little weaker than Chief Monk Xuanhe." Although Chief Monk Xuanhe looked weak before Xian Xianghua, he was actually very powerful. The title of the top monk in the northern wilderness region was not just for show. When Master breaks through to the spirit refinement stage, his power will grow tremendously, Ning Zifeng said with a smile. The difference between the spirit refinement stage and the astral projection stage was huge. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Zhou Xuanji had already reached astral projection level 9 and was very close to the spirit refinement stage. The group could not help but look forward to seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be after breaking through to the spirit refinement stage. At this moment, Huang Lianxin flew back on small air. 800 miles ahead, there's a demon army attacking the city. She cried out from the sky, and Zhou Xuanji and the others looked up. Under the blue sky, a majestic stone city was located among the mountains. Demons were attacking the city walls from all directions. Even the flying demons were attacking from the sky. Soldiers stood on the city walls. Cultivators could be seen on the buildings and on the stone roofs. The entire city was at war. Many elderly, weak women and children were crying in their houses and on the streets. Corpses were piled up a few meters high in front of the city gate. There were human corpses and demon corpses. Blood flowed like a river and it looked like hell on earth. "Hold on." An old general in armor raised his sword and roared. Looking toward where he was looking, countless demons were charging toward them like a tidal wave. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose, determined to destroy the city gate. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 242. Children, charge for me. Ah. A 15-meter-tall demon with a tiger's head and a human's body roared. His face was ferocious and he held a huge blade in his hand. The blade was stained with blood, and his baleful aura soared into the sky. With that, thousands of demons charged towards the stone city one after the other. The old general on the city wall had a terrible look on his face. His eyes were filled with despair. In the face of such an attack, their city would definitely be breached. Now that the humans and demons were at war, no one would come to their aid. Is our stone forest city going to perish just like that? The old general mumbled to himself. The soldiers beside him heard him and trembled. Fear and despair enveloped their hearts. Death was not scary. What was scary was waiting for death with no hope. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort came. Next, a beam of sword light illuminated the entire battlefield. BFFT. BFFT. Pivot. Countless demons were chopped into minced meat. Even the great demon was split into two by the sword chi. Within 3 breaths' time, all the demons in front of the city gate were dead. Everyone was stunned. The other demons opened their eyes wide and could not believe their eyes. Before they could react, numerous legendary swords flew toward them with incredible speed and killed the demons one after another. Run! A powerful cultivator is attacking. So many swords. Which sword sect is it? Such a horrifying sword chi. How can this be? The demons cried miserably. Even though they were fleeing in panic, they were not as fast as the legendary swords. Everyone in the stone city raised their heads and stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Dozens of legendary swords chasing after the demon army. This scene would forever be engraved in their hearts. Unforgettable. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the others walked over from the horizon. Master's control over swords is beyond my reach, Ning Zifeng said with admiration. He tried to control multiple swords before, but he could not let each sword move independently. He had never admired someone so much in the sword's way. This admiration had already turned into worship in his heart. Start recruiting disciples after we enter the city. Focus on quality and not quantity. Do you understand? If you encounter someone with special talents, you can make an exception and accept them. Zhou Xuanji looked at Stone Forest City and said with a smile. Everyone nodded with anticipation in their eyes. There should be geniuses in such a big city, right? After a while, when the team arrived at Stone Forest City's gates, the old general and several thousand injured soldiers were already waiting for them. Their faces were filled with excitement as they knelt in unison. Thank you for your help, seniors. The old general said gratefully. Tears streamed down his face as he kowtowed continuously. No need to be so polite. Tell me about the situation in your city. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The soldiers looked at Zhou Xiaoqi, big and small air in fear. Especially big and small air, they were like two small mountains, truly frightening. The old general didn't hide anything. He was the city lord. This city didn't belong to any dynasty and was isolated from the rest of the world. However, the great battle between the two clans had affected them as well. Stone Forest City had existed for nearly 3,000 years, and the strongest cultivator in the city was at the Leaving Aperture realm. However, that expert had recently been summoned back by the sect, leaving Stone Forest City unprotected. After hearing him out, Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly, "How about we stay in Stone Forest City for 10 days? Temporary residence?" The old general frowned instinctively. Although this group of people saved Stone Forest City, who could be sure that they had no ill intentions? "Don't worry. We are recruiting disciples in the sword's way. When they reach great accomplishment, they will be the support of Stone Forest City." Zhou Xuanji continued, which made the old general pleasantly surprised. Because Stone Forest City was isolated from the rest of the world, there were not many cultivation orthodoxies in Stone Forest City. "No problem, of course." The old general held back his excitement and said before bringing Zhou Xuanji and the others into the city. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others entered Stone Forest City. Along the way many people came to thank them. The entire Stone Forest City was in ruins. Corpses, limbs and bloodstains were everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. With the old general's arrangement, they stayed in an intact residence. On that day the news of the sword sect recruiting disciples spread across the entire city. After witnessing the great battle, everyone fell in love and went crazy. Within 2 hours, a long queue formed in front of the residence. In the courtyard, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin sat in a stone pavilion and drank tea. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Ning Zifeng stood side by side outside the pavilion to assess the people who came to seek the Tao. Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi the Little Black Snake, Ah Big and Small Air, and Daoya Old Man watched the show from the side. Beixiao Wangjian and Han Shenbo went to the city to gather information about the humans and demons. "Have you practiced the sword before?" "Yes, show me a sword technique." "Okay." Ning Zifeng instructed emotionlessly. The skinny young man in front of him was extremely nervous. He drew his sword with his trembling right hand and began to perform a sword technique. It was very awkward. It was obvious that he did not practice the sword often. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian each had a person practicing the sword. They gave them pointers to see how perceptive these people were. But it was a pity that the three of them did not make any significant progress. They were eventually persuaded to quit and were replaced by the next batch. "I wonder how many of them will pass," Jiang Shui said as she supported her chin. Seeing how serious Xiao Jinghong and the others were, she wanted to laugh. Before Zhou Xuanji they were like little lambs. The contrast was too great. Huang Lianxin smiled and said, "It's good enough that there are 5 people. These 3 guys are extremely talented in the sword's way after all. It's not easy to gain their recognition." Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. At first, he watched with interest, but he soon lost interest and began to cultivate. At the entrance of the courtyard, those who were waiting for the assessment were discussing softly. "Is that a dragon eagle?" 2 of them. "Could he be Sword God Zhou?" "It's really possible. Look, there are 2 girls in the stone pavilion. They are just like the rumors." "Great. In the entire world, no one can compare to Zhou Xuanji in the sword's way. Isn't he the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect?" "Tanhua sect is not a sword sect. Those are all rumors. I said long ago that Zhou Xuanji is righteous and will not follow evil." Zhou Xuanji and the others could hear these voices, but they were indifferent. They did not think about hiding their identities. It was near night and the assessment continued. Beixiao Wangjian and Han Shenbo returned and told Zhou Xuanji all the information they had gathered. Jihuang Demon Lord had already come out from his seclusion and ordered the demons to attack again. He went to the Merciful Melody Cliff personally and destroyed this sanctum, which greatly damaged the morale of the humans. The other 7 sanctums were furious. They worked together to capture Jihuang Demon Lord. However, Jihuang Demon Lord had 9 ninth-rank great demons with him, and one of them surpassed 9th rank. It was difficult for them to get close to him. What was worth mentioning was that Huangquan Drake King helped Jihuang Demon Lord, which put the humans in a more dangerous situation. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 243. It's Huangquan Drake King again. This old dragon is really cunning. Chongming Demon Monarch cursed. Last time at Tanhua sect, Huangquan Drake King ambushed them too. After they left Tanhua sect, the old dragon sent the Huangquan twin devils to hunt them down. How despicable. As a demon, Chongming Demon Monarch did not have much sense of belonging. He only wanted to live. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. Ever since they parted at Juadi Cliff, Huangquan Drake King had his eyes on him. Since they were enemies, he had to think of a way to eliminate Huangquan Drake King. However, Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world and was not easy to deal with. Beishao, help me with the assessment too. Save time. Zhou Xuanji instructed. He planned to take the assessment through the night and leave as soon as possible. Having heard that, Beishao Wangjian nodded and walked to Zhao Congjian's side. That guy over there, come here. Beishao Wangjian shouted, looking like he was not to be trifled with. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, if you face Huangquan Drake King, do you have a chance of winning? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, before I meet him, I will make myself confident. World internalization was his confidence. Seeing that he was so confident, Jiang Shui smiled as well. That night, Zhou Xuanji's identity spread across the entire city. No one felt resentful because of this. After all, Zhou Xuanji had saved them and was their savior. For 3 days they did not find any good seedlings. Until this day. A young man performed a black-grade intermediate tier sword technique, which caught everyone's attention. This young man was quite handsome. He wore a blue shirt and had a frivolous smile on his face. How about it? I'm quite talented, right? I want to be Sword God Zhou's disciple. He said proudly, ignoring Xiao Jinghong and the others. Arrogant. Beishao Wangjian stared at him and said, you're overthinking. You're not even qualified to be our disciple. The young man in blue was still smiling proudly and said, I, Su Yang, am very powerful. I'm 29 years old this year, and I'm already at Soul Fountain level 9. With this, the people who were queuing up were in an uproar. Apparently they had not heard of Su Yang's name. But he was already at Soul Fountain level 9 at such a young age. Zhou Xuanji did not look at Su Yang but focused on cultivating. Spar with me without using spiritual energy. Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and smiled. Su Yang immediately agreed. The two of them sparred in the courtyard. In less than 10 moves, Su Yang was defeated. Northern Sword Valiant mocked, Brat, have you seen your own strength clearly? The little black snake came over and giggled, Beishao, are you jealous of his talent? Beishao Wangjian was furious and wanted to step on it, but it dodged. Su Yang picked up his sword with an unwilling look on his face. Actually, you can accept him. Daoya old man suddenly sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. He revealed a strange smile and transmitted his voice, this child is not simple. Although his talent is not outstanding, his identity is special. His fate is very complicated, and he should be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. If he is nurtured, once he awakens he will definitely become a great battle force. Reincarnation of a mighty figure? Zhou Xuanji was surprised in his heart, but he said, okay, take him in. Jinghong, you will teach him in the future. Xiao Jinghong cupped his fists and said, understood. Su Yang was immediately excited. Just when he was about to speak, Xiao Jinghong glared at him and said, go back and prepare. You will leave with us in a few days. Su Yang quickly walked behind him and chuckled, I was just passing by this city. There's nothing to pack. Fortunately you guys are here or else I would have died here. It would be such a waste. This guy was obviously a chatterbox. Brat, come and have a chat. Chongming Demon Monarch, who was sitting on the ground, waved his hand and smiled. His smile was full of deep meaning. Su Yang did not put up his guard and walked up to him. At the same time, the recruitment of disciples continued. Time passed quickly. 7 days later they recruited 8 disciples. There were 6 males and 2 females. The oldest was more than 200 years old and the youngest was 22. Including Su Yang, there were 9 disciples in total. Thousands of soldiers sent them off respectfully, and they left Stone Forest City. Other than Su Yang, the other 8 were very restrained. And so, Su Yang became their leader. This guy was very lively and dared to argue with the little black snake and Beishao Wangjian. Ever since he was defeated by Xiao Jinghong, he became very respectful toward Xiao Jinghong. As for Zhou Xuanji, he was in awe. Because from the beginning to the end, he had not spoken a single word to Zhou Xuanji. The sense of distance made him revere Zhou Xuanji. Let's start training. Zhou Xuanji, who was walking in front, said, which stunned Su Yang and the other disciples. They stopped instinctively and realized that Zhou Xuanji and the others were still moving forward, so they quickly caught up. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Ning Zifeng walked to the side of the group and began swinging their swords. Training as they walked. The 9 new disciples opened their eyes wide. Hurry up and catch up. Chongming Demon Monarch stared at them and shouted. The 9 were so frightened that they quickly drew their swords. Their addition made the group look majestic. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were full of smiles. Although it was just the beginning, they had already imagined the scene of 10,000 people training. One day their sect would become so powerful that it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sanctums. If we continue in this direction, which empire or powerful faction is the closest? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man. Only by encountering powerful enemies could he truly become powerful. Daoya Old Man muttered, it should be Dongyuan Temple. After Xuanhe was suppressed, Dongyuan Temple could still hold on for a while. There are many senior monks in the temple as well as many old immortals. Dongyuan Temple. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Just like that, everyone strolled forward. Along the way, Xiao Jinghong taught his 9 disciples the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword technique, which was enough for them to practice for a few years. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 27 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold, Sunset Sword, Amethyst, Elegant Sky Star's Word and 5 Elements Divine Staff. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. At this moment they were walking above the canyon. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the rest were still practicing their swordsmanship behind them. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sunset Sword level, Gold, description, the sword of a peerless swordsman. It has the ability to restrain evil spirits. Sword name, Heavenly Elegance Starlight Sword grade, Amethyst description. This sword contains light attribute energy and can emit a bright light that is even more dazzling than the sun. Make do. Zhou Xuanji was not too surprised and he took out the 5 Elements Divine Staff. It was a piece of jade wood that was 5 feet long. A purple crystal was embedded at the tip, making it look extremely beautiful. He directly handed the 5 Elements Divine Staff to Jiang Shui and said, "This is your birthday present." Jiang Shui took the 5 Elements Divine Staff and was pleasantly surprised. Be careful, there's killing intent ahead. Ning Zifeng, who was walking at the front, suddenly spoke with a solemn tone. Chapter 244. Killing intent? Everyone turned their heads and looked along the cliff of the canyon. At the end of the horizon, thunderclouds covered the horizon, as if a storm was coming. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and saw a person sitting on a hill in the distance. That person's hair was disheveled and his hands were placed on his knees with his palms facing up. The black robe on his body continuously fluttered and strands of demonic energy seeped out like raging flames on his body. Despite the flashes of lightning in the sky, he did not waver. He slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance as he muttered, "Zhou Xuanji, you're finally here." He was not in a hurry to get up. Instead he waited in place. Demonic energy. This person is from the demonic path. Daoya Old Man said softly. At the back, Su Yang and the others became nervous. Devil cultivator. Xiao Jinghong furrowed his brows and said, "This person has come with ill intentions. It feels like he has been waiting here for a long time." They immediately thought of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. These 2 devil path forces were always able to track their whereabouts very quickly. It should be an enemy. Let me handle it. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. An exquisite golden long sword appeared in his right hand. The sword was 1.2 meters long, and its blade was as wide as an adult's palm. There were many figures carved on it, and it was filled with the aura of history. It was the Heavenly Elegance Star Flash sword. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take out his sword, everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were all curious about the new sword. Su Yang and the other disciples were looking forward to seeing Zhou Xuanji's power. Apart from the battle at Stone Forest City, they had never seen Zhou Xuanji fight. The last time was too short. This time he might be able to witness how powerful Sword God Zhou was. You guys be careful. I'll go meet him first. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji leapt up and flew into the distance like an immortal. Su Yang asked excitedly, "Grandmaster, how many moves do you need to defeat the enemy?" He loved the way of the sword and had long since admired Zhou Xuanji. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, Zhou Xuanji had disappeared, and there were rumors in the human race that he had died. This matter caused Su Yang to grieve for a period of time. He was about to witness Zhou Xuanji's power, and Su Yang could only feel his blood boiling. He's a grand ascension cultivator. Ning Zifeng muttered, causing Su Yang to widen his eyes. A Mahayana cultivator could enter the northern wilderness top 100. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji came up to the black-robed man about 100 meters away. He just stared coldly at the other party. He didn't attack immediately, nor did he say anything. "Zhou Xuanji, you really made me wait for a long time." The black-robed man opened his eyes and sneered. His eyes were blood-red and his pupils couldn't be seen, making him look like a demon. Tell me, who are you? How do you know my whereabouts? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, and the sky-extinguishing sword appeared in his left hand. With two swords in hand, so what if he was in the Mahayana realm? The black-robed man stood up. My name is Zhang Quanglan, have you heard of me? Zhang Quanglan. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He had heard of this name before, but it was not in the top 100 of the northern wilderness because he had died a long time ago. This person was a giant of the Devil Dao 10,000 years ago. At that time, the demon path was led by the Tanhua sect and the Haoyin sect. The two sects fought endlessly, and in the end, the ancient Diablo won. The Haoyin sect was defeated and split into two sects, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Zhang Quanglan was one of the Haoyin sect's demon lords. Aren't you dead? Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. This person did not give him much of a sense of danger, unlike the ancient demon sovereign Zhang Quanglan. Zhang Quanglan said with a cold face, You killed so many disciples of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. If I didn't come out, the descendants of the Haoyin sect would have died in your hands. After that, he raised his right hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the thunderclouds and gathered in his palm. Lightning wrapped around his body. At this moment, he turned into a god of lightning, standing tall between the heavens and the earth. A horrifying might swept across the heavens and earth. Zhang Quanglan, Haoyin sect's thunder demon sovereign? Daoya old man's expression was unsightly as he mumbled to himself, which made the others shudder in fear. Haoyin sect. That was an ancient demonic sect that only existed in legends. The thunder demon sovereign was also recorded in many ancient books. In the mortal realm, it was used to scare crying children. Thunder demon sovereign. Didn't he die long ago? Su Yang asked anxiously. He began to worry for Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui became even more anxious. How powerful was this old demon? Is it that exaggerated? Isn't he only at the great realization stage? Ning Zifeng asked as he scratched his head. Although he knew that he could not defeat Zhang Quanglan, he felt that Zhou Xuanji would have no problem. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhang Quanglan were still confronting each other. Do your Haoyin sect still have many powerful cultivators who are still alive and hiding in the dark, waiting to come out again? Zhou Xuanji asked. His aura had already been raised to the peak, and it was not any weaker than Zhang Quanglan's. He did not expect the Haoyin sect to hide so deeply. No wonder Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance could bury the hatchet so quickly even though they were like fire and water. So it was all an act. You are a dead man anyway. Why do you care so much? Zhang Quanglan snorted coldly. As he spoke, he slapped toward Zhou Xuanji with his right hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts turned into a phoenix and clawed at Zhou Xuanji. The lightning phoenix had a wingspan of hundreds of meters. It was majestic and unparalleled. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky-extinguishing sword and slashed. Sky-dominating divine sword. With a flash of sword light, Zhou Xuanji destroyed the lightning phoenix with one slash. It was extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji charged toward Zhang Quanglan. Good timing. Zhang Quanglan laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji raised the heavenly elegant star sword. The blade gave off a brilliant light that was even more dazzling than lightning. Zhang Quanglan instinctively closed his eyes. Roar, a dragon's roar exploded in his ears and he instinctively raised his arms to block. Demonic chi wrapped around his body which was enough to block all attacks. Boom. The powerful light dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Zhang Quanglan, holding his sword with both hands. The heavens and earth fell silent. Pif! Zhang Quanglan suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His robe was torn and blood spurted out of his body. He quickly turned around and asked with gritted teeth, What sword was that? What was that light just now? Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm as he replied, Tianxiu. It blinded your eyes. Tianxiu? Zhang Quanglan was stunned and a little dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji once again charged at him. This time he did not use the heavenly elegant star sword but 10,000 ultimate steps to heavily injure Zhang Quanglan. His speed was incredibly fast, so fast that he was invisible. Zhang Quanglan's body twitched and swayed like a sandbag. Seeing that Zhang Quanglan could not retaliate at all, Xiao Jinghong, Jiang Shui, and the others were incredibly excited. Tianxiu? Such a powerful sword. In that instant even my vision was blocked. Ning Zifeng said excitedly. He had thought that it was a sword technique. The 9 new disciples' faces were filled with admiration. Facing an ancient demon like this, Zhou Xuanji was still so powerful. How is this possible? My spirit energy, Zhang Guanglan thought to himself in shock. Every time Zhou Xuanji's sword landed on his body, it would absorb his spirit energy. Soon, more than half of his spirit energy had been absorbed. Even though they were separated by the blade, even though his cultivation was higher than Zhou Xuanji's. Why? Looks like you went into seclusion for a reason. Your strength is far from your peak. Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter sounded in his ears. He still could not see Zhou Xuanji's figure, and he could only sense his life force and spirit energy quickly fading. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 245. What kind of evil technique are you practicing? Zhang Guanglan asked angrily. He was the lightning devil sovereign, yet he had fallen to such a state. How could he not be angry? But in his heart there was more sorrow. It would be difficult for the Haoyin sect to make a comeback after offending such a genius. Zhou Xuanji stopped in front of him, and the sky-extinguishing sword pierced into Zhang Guanglan's chest. His spirit energy flowed madly into Zhou Xuanji's body. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He felt that the spirit energy in his body had reached a critical point and could break through at any moment. As expected of a Mahayana realm cultivator, this was the correct way to activate the world Buddha art. Not long after, Zhang Guanglan's body went limp. If he wasn't hanging on the sky-extinguishing sword, he might have fallen to the ground. Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of his spirit energy and his aura grew explosively, reaching leaving aperture realm level 10. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world within his body had expanded by 10 times. Spirit energy quickly flowed from his astral infant, inner pellet, and 9 orifices into his muscles and bones. Zhang Guanglan was so angry that he almost coughed up blood, but there was no more blood to spit out. I won't kill you for now. Keeping you alive will be of great use. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. So what if he was the ancient demon sovereign? It all depended on the present. He then returned to the group with Zhang Guanglan in tow. Everyone looked at him in worship. He was too strong. My ancestor, please accept my bow. Too domineering. Su Yang knelt down in excitement and kowtowed 3 times to Zhou Xuanji, which made the other 8 disciples speechless. Northern Sword Valiant cursed, bootlicker. Su Yang asked curiously, what's a simp? Northern Sword Valiant began to patiently explain to him the meaning of simps. Zhou Xuanji had Daoya Old Man seal Zhang Guanglan. Only movement was restricted, not cultivation. This won't do. Once his spiritual power recovers, it will be bad. He thought that Zhou Xuanji wanted to obtain information about the Haoyin sect from Zhang Guanglan. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, don't worry, I'll look after him. Zhang Guanglan remained silent with a gloomy expression. For the sake of the Haoyin sect, he had to endure. Everyone continued forward. Su Yang followed beside Zhang Guanglan, while the little black snake was on the other side. As the Thunder Demon Sovereign, how do you feel right now? Who's more powerful, Tatianshan or you? Why hasn't he come out in 10,000 years? Is he afraid of Xian Xianghua? Of course he's afraid. That old witch is #1 in the world. He must be scared shitless. Zhang Guanglan trembled in anger in the face of the mocking duo, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Shuai and Huang Lianxing covered their mouths and giggled. Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man walked ahead and chatted about the Haoyin sect. I didn't expect Haoyin sect to hide so deeply. I have a premonition that Haoyin sect will rise in this war between the two races. After all, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance contributed a lot to the destruction of Tanhua sect. Daoya Old Man sighed. He suddenly felt that the world was much more complicated than he had imagined. All this while, he felt that he could control fate and transcend the entire world. But today the appearance of the ancient demons caused him to be unable to see through them. In other words, our enemies might not only be the top 100 of the northern wilderness, they might even be stronger than them. Zhou Xuanji said softly. If that was really the case, then he could no longer act recklessly and had to be cautious. Daoya Old Man sighed. Ning Zifeng walked behind them and smiled as he said, what's so great about Haoyin sect? You've never been to the Chaos Tide Sea. Tian's power is truly terrifying. He dominates the entire Chaos Tide Sea and is invincible. I even suspect that he's an immortal god that descended into the mortal realm. When mentioning Tian, his tone was filled with respect. Tian? How is that possible? Which sea region is the Chaos Tide Sea you're talking about? Outside the northern wilderness? Zhang Guanglan suddenly cried out, causing everyone to look over. Zhou Xuanji and the others also looked at him in confusion. Ning Zifeng harumphed and said, that's right, the Chaos Tide Sea is far away from the northern wilderness. What do you know about Tian? The 9 new disciples stared with wide eyes, Ning Zifeng actually came from overseas. Their breathing became ragged. This mysterious sect was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Tian, he's a tribulation. Zhang Quanglan fell into a daze as he muttered to himself. Every 10,000 years he will descend and slaughter all of the possessors of monarchical violet qi. Back then, many great emperors were forced to ascend, and one of them was even listed as one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. The ancient Diablo's revered teacher died at Tian's hands. I've never personally seen Tian. When I was born, Tian just happened to have left. Back then, the entire world was talking about him. Speaking to there, he could not help but sigh. His time had already passed. Now he had become a prisoner, and Tian had once again descended. It was a pity that he did not even have the right to fight against Tian. Ning Zifeng blinked, so Tian was so powerful? The 9 disciples felt incredibly dazed, and they felt as if they had opened the door to a whole new world. Jiang Shui asked out of curiosity, "Before, we also encountered an outlander who caused Grand Teacher to cough up blood and faint. Could that person also be Tian?" Zhang Quanglan frowned and said, "Since ancient times I've never heard of 2 heavens appearing. It's possible that it's another person from the upper realm. After all, there have been cases of immortals descending into the mortal realm before. Wait, why should I explain it to them?" He coldly harumphed and did not say anything else. The group ignored him and began chatting with each other. Chongming Demon Monarch said that Zhou Xuanji had monarchical violet qi, which made Su Yang very excited. He said, "Grand Teacher will surely defeat Tian and shock the world." Beishao Wangjian rolled his eyes. What a bootlicker. And so, they chatted as they moved forward. Zhang Quanglan's miserable life began. Every time he recovered half of his spirit energy, it would be absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Once every half a month. 3 months later, Zhang Quanglan was completely exhausted. Zhou Xuanji had already recruited 25 disciples. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others were the first generation of the sect, while Su Yang and the others were the second generation. All of them had outstanding talent. Overall, Zhou Xuanji was quite satisfied. 4 months later, there were 62 second-generation disciples. Some came from villages and towns while others came from cities. The group was already quite large. All the second-generation disciples were training at the back while moving forward. The scene was majestic and imposing. Training the sword requires the heart. Don't be too concerned about the sword forms. After familiarizing yourself with the sword forms, move according to your heart. Xiao Jinghong stood in front of the second-generation disciples and said as he trained. Even Su Yang, who was usually frivolous, was very serious. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said with a smile, "Xuanji, how many people do you think we will have when we return?" Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, 8,000 should be enough. If there are too many, we will not be able to distribute the resources. To make the disciples loyal, they had to distribute cultivation resources on time, such as spirit pills, spirit stones, and enchanted artifacts. Any powerful cultivator needed a massive amount of resources to be nurtured. Jiang Shui nodded. She felt that 1,000 was more than enough. It would not make Skyfall feel deserted. "Senior Sword God Zhou, I have something to ask of you." At this moment, a voice came from the mountains in the west. A lady in a white dress flew over on a black eagle. "Come. Wonderful book house." Chapter 246. Everyone stopped and turned to look. Seeing that it was a female cultivator, Jiang Shui's smile became very subtle. "What are you looking at? Let's continue practicing." Northern Sword Valiant shouted, scaring the second-generation disciples into raising their swords and continuing their practice. The female cultivator quickly came before Zhou Xuanji. She leapt off the black condor's back and knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji as she said with a trembling voice, "Senior, please save our Hanin divine sect. Right now, only you can save Hanin divine sect." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The expressions of the others became ambiguous as they instantly thought of the number 1 beauty of Great Shang, Su Xianxian. "I have no relationship with your Hanin divine sect. I won't save you." Zhou Xuanji rejected immediately. He did not want to be involved too much. Moreover, he truly had no relationship with the Hanin divine sect. He did not owe Su Xianxian anything. Compared to Su Xianxian, he cared more about Xian Xianghua. Senior Sect Master Xian is also in the Hanin divine sect. It was our saintess who took her in. She is currently heavily injured, and if the Hanin divine sect is defeated, she will also face danger. The female cultivator said through gritted teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. Xian Xianghua. Hearing this name, Zhou Xuanji looked at her again and asked, "Is this true?" The female cultivator was frightened by his gaze and nervously replied, "It's true. Lead the way." Zhou Xuanji instructed, and the others had no objections. On the other hand, the second-generation disciples were a little nervous. The female cultivator was overjoyed and quickly led the way. Everyone used sword kinesis flight. Their speed was not too fast, as some of the second-generation disciples had just learned sword kinesis flight not long ago. "There are so many people here. Should we settle them down in advance?" Jiang Shui asked Zhou Xuanji. She was worried that the second-generation disciples would drag him down. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "When the time comes we will stop in advance. You guys take care of them and I will go and help them alone. Zifeng will stay behind to protect you." Jiang Shui nodded lightly, then leaned her face against his back and said no more. Zhou Xiaoqi ran through the air, letting out a long whistle from time to time. He seemed very excited, causing the female cultivators to frequently turn around. "Is it really a Kirin?" The female cultivator inwardly felt quite shocked. Where had Zhou Xuanji obtained such a divine beast? Compared to their Saintess green bird, it was of a much higher grade. According to her, the branch of the Hanin divine sect was 10 days away. Recently, news of Zhou Xuanji and the others recruiting disciples had spread, which was why she could find Zhou Xuanji. Under the blue sky on the grassland, there was a towering city. It was protected by a layer of faint blue light, and countless corpses of both humans and demons were piled up around it. It was a ghastly sight. Tens of millions of demons surrounded the city. Some of them were as large as mountains, while others blotted out the sky. It was a scene that left people in despair. The two ninth-rank great demons sat very close to each other on the stone chairs. One had a lion's head and was burly and domineering. The other had bull horns and was relatively fat and bloated. They were the Shurho demon sovereign and the Padian demon monarch. They were all in the northern wilderness top 100. They had come under orders to kill Xian Xianghua, but they had never expected that they would be stopped by the Hanin divine sect. Such an ancient formation actually fell into the hands of such a small sect. However, they won't be able to hold on for long. The lion's roar demon venerable spoke with a dignified voice. His eyes flickered with a cold light. Padian demon monarch nodded and said with a smile, "As long as we capture Xian Xianghua, we will have made a great contribution." The two demons looked at each other and smiled happily. The surrounding demons prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to interrupt. On the city walls, the cultivators of the Hanin divine sect watched nervously. Most of them were female cultivators. The majority of the Hanin divine sect were women, and even the sect leader was a woman. Su Xianxian and her master Zhang Lanya were also standing on the city wall. "Sai, are we really going to die here?" Zhang Lanya sighed, her face showing unwillingness. Currently, all the human organizations were in a difficult situation. The Holy Lands had their attention on dynasty, so how could they care about second-rate organizations like theirs? "Master, should we hand over Xian Xianghua?" a female cultivator asked, her eyes flashing. Su Xianxian subconsciously frowned. Zhang Lanya glared at the female cultivator and scolded, "Do you have a brain? Hand over Xian Xianghua, and we will die even more miserably." With Xian Xianghua around, they could still count on the Tanhua sect and Zhou Xuanji for help. If not for Xian Xianghua, the demonic beast army would not have let the matter rest, and they would not have any helpers. The female cultivator felt awkward and quickly lowered her head. At the same time in the city, inside a palace, Xian Xianghua sat on a chair with a teacup in her hand. A dignified and noble lady sat on the main seat. She wore a black dress and had a cold and elegant face. She was the sect lord of the Hanin divine sect, Nan Ruyun. "Senior Xian, the demons don't seem to want to kill you and only want to capture you?" Nan Ruyun asked curiously. Otherwise, with Shurho demon sovereign and Padian demon monarch's abilities, they could have razed this city to the ground by force. However, they were evidently afraid of accidentally killing Xian Xianghua, so they had been waiting for the formation to be deactivated. Don't worry. We will be saved." Xian Xianghua lightly lifted her veil and began drinking tea. She did not sense any danger at all. Seeing this, Nan Ruyun calmed down. Other than trusting Xian Xianghua, she had no other choice. On the peak of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped. The female cultivator pointed ahead and said, "Our divine sect is just ahead." In front of them was a boundless grassland. At the end of the horizon, they could vaguely see the silhouettes of some giant birds circling in the air. Zhou Xuanji said, "All of you wait here." Everyone nodded. They all knew their limits. Su Yang waved his fist and said, "Grand Teacher, destroy them." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at Daoya. "Old man, Will the heavenly tribulation move with the person undergoing the tribulation? Facing his question, Daoya old man narrowed his eyes and said, For most people, it's impossible. However, you have great fate in monarchical violet chi. The heavenly tribulation will not let you off so easily. Simply put, you can do it. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before raising his right hand. Zhang Quanglan was sucked over. He grabbed Zhang Quanglan's neck and began to absorb his spirit energy. Zhang Quanglan, who had become a bag of bones, was convulsing all over, making the others tremble in fear. Soon, Zhou Xuanji put him down before leaping up and rushing towards the end of the grassland. There are 2 9th-rank great demons over there. They're even more powerful than Finyu Dragon King, Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. He also wanted to participate in the battle, but Zhou Xuanji had orders so he could only hold it in. The Windcutter sword appeared beneath Zhou Xuanji's feet, and numerous legendary swords appeared behind him. He held the right, wrong, and justice sword in his left hand and the sky extinguishing sword in his right. Dozens of legendary swords followed closely behind him. The scene was majestic, and the 65 second-generation disciples felt their blood boiling. So many swords. The rumors are true. Grand Teacher is going to get serious. I'm looking forward to it. So many swords, how do we control them? Did you hear that? There are 2 9th-rank great demons ahead. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 247. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of legendary swords flew together, and the sound of the air being torn continuously sounded out, causing the demons on the grassy plains to look over. Shurho Demon Sovereign and Padian Demon Monarch also looked over. Ah, what powerful sword chi! Padian Demon Monarch said in surprise. He did not feel any fear and instead looked quite interested. Who would dare to come at such a crucial time? No matter who it was, if they ran into them they would die. The cultivators on the massive city also noticed Zhou Xuanji's arrival. Seeing so many swords flying over, they quickly guessed the identity of the newcomer. It's Zhou Xuanji. The #1 genius on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, Zhou Xuanji. It's definitely him. His wife Xian Xianghua is in our sect. Looks like we're saved. The enemy has 2 9th-rank great demons. Can Zhou Xuanji deal with them? When has Zhou Xuanji ever lost? The Hanin Divine Sect's cultivators all felt incredibly excited. Su Xianxian felt quite startled. She had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would really come. She had only sent her female disciples to search for Zhou Xuanji because she held on to a trace of hope. After all, the world was so big and it would be too difficult to find Zhou Xuanji. As for Xian Xianghua, she said that she did not know where Zhou Xuanji was. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to either retreat or die. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice sounded out, and a wave of killing intent swept through the grassy plains like an icy gale, causing the millions of demons to shiver. Padian Demon Monarch said mockingly, Unparalleled way of the sword in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperors, you're Zhou Xuanji? The #1 genius of the human race. He was on the demon race's must-kill list. The sovereign of the demon race had personally said that if he met this boy, he would immediately kill him. The 2 9th-rank great demons slowly got up, and 2 heaven-soaring killing intent exploded out. The 10 million demon army looked incredibly savage as they stared at Zhou Xuanji. He's Zhou Xuanji? His meat must be very delicious. I want to eat his leg. Be careful, he's very powerful. This boy is the youngest person to enter the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Perhaps eating his meat can increase our bloodline talents. Replenish wherever we eat. The demons laughed wantonly and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. After all, there were 2 9th-rank great demons, so there was no reason for them to be afraid. Facing such a scene, most people would feel despair and feel fear. Instead, Zhou Xuanji smiled. If that was the case, then we'll kill them all. Heavens, help me. With a loud cry, Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded out. He charged toward the demon army with his sword without hesitation. There was a loud bang. Sword chi soared into the sky as he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that roared. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered and rolled over. The entire grassland darkened. Seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon, everyone was in an uproar, their eyes wide open. What is this? The 5-clawed golden dragon charged into the demon army with dozens of divine swords. Rumble. One demon after another was overturned by the 5-clawed golden dragon. The ground collapsed, sending grass and mud flying in an unstoppable manner. Impossible. How can he transform into a dragon? He's not human? Dragon God. Oh my God. Run. What are you running for? Attack together. Kill him. So what if it's a dragon? Tear him to shreds just the same. After a short moment of terror, the demons all leapt at Zhou Xuanji, looking like a swarm of ants climbing onto an elephant. The scene was incredibly majestic. Zhou Xuanji's body could reach the point where sword qi soared into the sky. Every pore on his body gave off sword qi, turning the demons on his body into mincemeat. Blood sprayed into the sky. Shurho Demon Sovereign and Padian Demon Monarch were stunned. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of a true dragon? The Hanin divine sex cultivators were completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Xinxuan's beautiful eyes widened, unable to believe her eyes. Even Zhang Quanglan and the others in the distance were given a big fright. The second-generation disciples all cried out, especially Su Yang, who was so excited that it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was simply too domineering. The instant Zhou Xuanji had turned into a dragon, he had given them a massive visual impact, shaking their hearts. Although it's not the first time I've seen him, he's really handsome, Jiang Shui said with an infatuated look on her face. Charging into millions of enemies alone, arrogant and unbridled, this was her man. At the same time, the two ninth-rank great demons took out their weapons and prepared to attack. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, hitting the five-clawed golden dragon and turning hundreds of demons into dust. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. Lightning madly descended, causing Zhou Xuanji to continuously howl in pain. Dragon roars continuously sounded out, causing the Hanin divine sex cultivators to feel as if they were deaf. Heavenly tribulation. This boy is using us for his tribulation. Shurho Demon Sovereign furiously roared. He did not retreat and instead advanced, slashing out with his saber. Saber chi shot out. It was hundreds of meters long and killed many demons along the way. It slammed into the five-clawed golden dragon and slashed it in half at the waist. There was no dragon blood and only the sword qi dissipated. Zhou Xuanji held his two swords and stood on the windcutter sword as he used the 8-step sword lunge. He traveled 1,000 meters with each step and came before Shurho Demon Sovereign. Trisource Vein-severing sword. The sky-extinguishing sword slashed out, and countless traces of sword qi locked onto Shurho Demon Sovereign. This fellow did not dodge and used his arms to block, using his body to take the sword qi head-on. He was not injured at all. He grinned, giving a terrifying smile as he said, "Stinking brat, do you think that with the help of the heavenly tribulation, you can do whatever you want? You want to save your wife? Keep dreaming." He stretched out his arms and his demonic qi erupted like a volcano, rushing into the sky and turning into intense flames that covered his body. The grassy plains below could not withstand the might and directly collapsed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. He raised his saber and slashed out, using brute force to defeat everything. The God Emperor Sword, White Dragon Bone Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, and Holy Light Redemption Sword crisscrossed and blocked, but they were sent flying by his saber. However, his saber hilt also trembled. He slightly frowned but did not say anything and continued to attack Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smirked. The power of these two legendary swords allowed him to fight against great realization experts. His body blurred and he once again used the ancestral dragon sword, turning into a five-clawed golden dragon and slammed out. Bang! Shurho Demon Sovereign used his saber to block the dragon's mouth, but the five-clawed golden dragon's power was simply too terrifying, and it forced him to the ground. He slid backwards and sent up 2 waves of dust. Demons were sent flying and some were instantly crushed, dying incredibly pitiful deaths. Boom! Padian Demon Monarch suddenly rushed over from the side, sending the five-clawed golden dragon flying. Shurho Demon Sovereign stumbled and stabbed his saber into the ground, stabilizing himself. "Aren't you crazy?" Padian Demon Monarch's fists were wrapped in blood-colored iron rings as he rained blows on the five-clawed golden dragon's body. Although the five-clawed golden dragon was an ancestral dragon, its cultivation level was too low, so it was unable to retaliate. The Padian Demon Monarch was not affected even though the heavenly lightning struck him continuously. Zhou Xuanji dispelled the ancestor dragon form, and the instant he landed he twisted his right leg and used 10,000 ultimate steps, his body shooting like an arrow. Puchi. The Padian Demon Monarch's right arm was directly chopped off, and blood splattered all over the ground. He didn't even frown as he turned around and threw a punch. This punch was absolutely domineering. Zhou Xuanji could only feel the wind from the punch coming at him. He instinctively blocked with his swords, but he was still sent flying. This fellow is so strong. It's even stronger than the lion from before. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart and his eyes turned fierce. Come. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 248. Padian Demon Monarch's right shoulder trembled and his right arm grew back, as if he had never lost an arm. He savagely laughed as he looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at prey. Shiho Demon Sovereign also came behind Zhou Xuanji, and the two demons surrounded him from the front and back. The other demons flooded over, and there were even many flying demons circling in the air. Boom, 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 bolts of lightning continuously blasted down, landing on Zhou Xuanji's body. His ruby purple cloud robe continuously trembled, and it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck as the lightning tempered his body. The pain was indescribable. However, he had to endure it. Once he broke through to the spirit refinement stage, the demons around him would not be much of a threat. Stinking brat, just who are you? Challenging us with astral projection cultivation is not something that can be explained by talent. Padian Demon Monarch looked at Zhou Xuanji as he asked. All of the demons looked at him like tigers watching their prey, their eyes filled with wariness. This fellow was simply too terrifying. True dragons were existences that countered all demons in the world. A long time ago, all creatures revered the dragon race as gods, and the suppression of their bloodlines caused their souls to tremble. Who am I? Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and smiled as he asked, his expression incredibly cold. Divine lightning continuously blasted down on his body, but he did not move at all. However, all of the Hanin divine sex cultivators felt incredibly worried for him. Could Zhou Xuanji win in such a situation? It seemed that he could not even deal with a 9th-rank great demon. Revered teacher, let's act. Su Xianxian lightly bit her lip as she said to Zhang Lanya. Zhang Lanya shook her head and said, with the heavenly tribulation here, if we rashly join in, we will only suffer more casualties. Moreover, we don't know if there are other great demons lurking around. She did not dare to take the risk. Let him fight by himself. Xian Xianghua's voice suddenly sounded out as she and Nan Ruyun appeared behind them. Su Xianxian and Zhang Lanya hurriedly half-knelt and paid their respects to the two of them. Xian Xianghua's gaze turned towards the battlefield. She only had Zhou Xuanji in her eyes. What is it? Why don't you tell me? Shiho Demon Venerable cursed. His roar resounded throughout the world, causing the rubble in the ruins to tremble. Padian Demon Monarch raised his fists and prepared to attack. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was already a dead man, so they wanted to find out who this fellow was. If Zhou Xuanji's identity was special and would attract a lot of trouble, they had to make preparations in advance. The lightning became more and more ferocious, as if it would not stop until Zhou Xuanji was smashed into smithereens. Zhou Xuanji looked up at Padian Demon Monarch and smirked. I am the Sword Emperor of this era. He laughed loudly. All of the divine swords descended from the sky like torrential rain, piercing into the earth and surrounding him in several circles. Bang! A terrifying impact swept across the ground, forcing Padian Demon Monarch and Shiho Demon Lord to slide backwards, while the other demons were sent flying. Screams filled the air, interweaving with the sound of thunder. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, and all of his legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi. 10,000 everlasting steps. He held the two swords in his hands and turned into a streak of rainbow light that pierced through the Padian Demonic Monarch. Padian Demon Monarch's eyes widened, and he subconsciously looked at his chest. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest and one could vaguely see his white bones. My demonic energy, he mumbled to himself, his tone filled with shock. That sword had absorbed a lot of his demonic energy, which made his hair stand on end. At that moment, Shiho Demon Lord leaped over his head and slashed down with his saber. Zhou Xuanji bent his legs and used the 8-step sword lunge, dodging this strike. Rumble, as this saber slashed down, saber chi swept out for thousands of meters, creating a massive canyon that was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Padian Demon Monarch came back to his senses and continued to charge at Zhou Xuanji. This time he was much more cautious to avoid having his demonic energy absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. With two 9th-rank demonic energies, Zhou Xuanji's strength was not enough, so he could only rely on his speed. He continuously used the 8-step sword lunge and 10,000 ultimate steps, and with the help of dozens of legendary swords, he was evenly matched with the two demons. The other demons surrounded them and did not dare to rush up, but they did not dare to retreat either. In the distance, Jiang Shui's heart was burning with anxiety, and Xiao Jinghong and the others were also extremely anxious. Daoya Old Man's expression was serious as he said softly, "They've become stronger." Shiho Demon Lord and Padian Demon Monarch were both in the Northern Wilderness top 100. It was more than twice as powerful as what he had seen before. Ning Zifeng gripped his sword and asked in a deep voice, "Do you need my support?" The second-generation disciples didn't dare to make a sound. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Although they couldn't see the battle in the distance, the sounds of explosions and thunder were shocking to their eyes. It was hard to imagine how Zhou Xuanji withstood such an attack. "Trust him." Daoya old man raised his hand and said. He also had Zhang Lanya's concerns. What if there were still great demons hiding? He could only wait for Zhou Xuanji to break through. He believed that as long as Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through, he would be able to turn the situation around. A look of anticipation appeared on Zhang Quanglan's face. He hoped that the demon race could kill Zhou Xuanji. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, faster and faster. Towards the end, 3 bolts of lightning would strike down in 1 second. Countless demons were turned into ashes, and Zhou Xuanji weaved through the demon army with his legendary sword. Padian Demon Monarch and Shirho Demon Monarch chased after him relentlessly. Unfortunately, Padian Demon Monarch's movement technique was mysterious, making it difficult to catch him. "Get out of the way." Shirho Demon Monarch furiously cursed. These dogs could not do anything at all. Were they not afraid of death? The demons were so frightened that they all retreated. In actuality, they had long since wanted to retreat, but without the 2 demons' orders who dared to do so. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji felt the spirit energy in his body rapidly increase. His astral spirit was going through a transformation. He was about to break through to the spirit refinement stage. Heaven's jealousy. Must be killed. At that moment, a majestic roar sounded out from the sky, causing all humans and demons to look up in shock. Thunderclouds parted, and a majestic divine figure formed from lightning appeared. Looking at its silhouette, it was a war god holding a halberd. He looked down at the world, and his eyes gave off 2 powerful rays of light that were as dazzling as the sun. War god evil slaying tribulation. Padian Demon Monarch cried out and hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. Shirho Demon Monarch was also given a big fright and also retreated. Zhou Xuanji looked up and tightly frowned. Facing the lightning war god, he could sense the aura of death. War god evil slaying tribulation. This boy, Xian Xianghua frowned, a look of worry in her eyes. Zhang Lanya and Nan Riyun were dumbfounded, looking shocked. Far away. How can it be? Daoya old man cried out in shock. Oh no. The others were shocked. The lightning war god looked like an invincible being. The mighty heavenly might made everyone want to kneel and worship him. War god evil slaying tribulation. This is an ascension tribulation. Ning Zifeng stared fixedly at the lightning war god and mumbled with gritted teeth. His words made Jiang Shui's face pale. Ascension tribulation. Since ancient times, many powerhouses had died during the ascension tribulation. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji only had astral projection cultivation. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 249. Heaven's jealousy. He must be killed. The lightning war god said as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. After speaking, 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. It was as powerful as a gale. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to dodge, he was struck by 2 bolts of lightning, and his body stiffened instantly. The ruby purple cloud robe was torn apart, and charred blood oozed out from the hole, splattering all over the ground. The pain was like having one's body torn to pieces. It was as if thousands of insects were biting his body. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. Along the way he had experienced a lot of pain and his heart was like a boulder. He gritted his teeth and endured. His shoulders shook, and his entire body turned into a dazzling golden color. Invincible Vajra body. He rarely entered this state. Firstly, there was no need to do so. Secondly, it consumed too much energy. Now he had no choice but to use the invincible Vajra body to withstand the lightning strikes. At this moment, the Thunder War God suddenly stepped out and descended from the clouds. All the humans and demons were extremely nervous. Could it be that he was really an immortal god? The Padian Demon Monarch and the Shirho Demon Venerable were so frightened that they fled in panic. The other demons also scattered like the tide. Xian Xianghua flew out of the spell formation and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Upon seeing her, the eyes of the 2 9th-rank great demons lit up. However, they didn't dare to advance rashly because the Lightning War God had already descended. Don't come any closer. Zhou Xuanji roared as he stared at the Lightning War God walking towards him. He wanted to transcend his heavenly tribulation by himself. Xian Xianghua stopped in her tracks and looked at him with a frown, her eyes filled with worry. Given how fearsome the ascension ordeal was, how could a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator like him possibly overcome it? Heaven's envy? Very good, I like this word very much. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he mumbled to himself. His existence had already made the heavenly Tao jealous. One by one, the divine swords rushed toward the war god of lightning, surrounding him and getting into formation. 100-star sky obscuring formation. Countless sword chi whizzed out of the divine swords and attacked the thunder war god in a frenzy. Soon, the thunder war god's figure was engulfed by the sword aura. The scene was spectacular and countless humans and demons were dumbfounded. This is sword array. How could a single person create such a powerful sword formation? This guy, Shurho Demon Venerable gritted his teeth, his face full of fear. If Zhou Xuanji was allowed to live, he would become a great threat to the demon race. Cries of surprise sounded out from within the Hanin divine sect. Sword formation. What a domineering sword formation. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji is already the number one in the way of the sword, right? That's only natural. I reckon that only the Hegemon Sword Sect's sect master can compare to him. It's too strong. If I was in this formation, I would definitely be reduced to ashes. However, that is the tribulation of ascension. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to overcome. The cultivators discussed nervously. After all, this concerned their life and death. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not live either. At this moment, the Thunder War God suddenly stepped out of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Countless sword chi surrounded him, unable to stop him at all. There was a loud bang. The 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation was broken. Dozens of divine swords were shaken off and flew out. The lightning war god continued to walk towards Zhou Xuanji. He took a deep breath and looked down at the sky-extinguishing sword and the right, wrong and justice sword in his hands. Looks like we can only fight. He muttered to himself as the spiritual energy in his body burst out. The Tianxia map provided him with an endless supply of spiritual power, allowing him to fight with all his might. The heavenly lightning continued to strike down on his body, making him stronger and stronger. He bent his right leg and leaped up. The ruins that he was in before collapsed, causing the grassland to tremble. With the support of the Heavenly Soul legendary sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously. He activated the sword will of the sky-dominating divine sword straightaway and turned into a ray of sword light as he charged forward. Clang! The lightning war god slashed with his halberd, which collided with the sky-extinguishing sword. The two extremely powerful forces clashed, and the impact numbed Zhou Xuanji's right arm. On the other hand, the lightning war god did not even tremble at all. Heaven is jealous. Must I? The lightning war god spoke again. His voice was majestic like a god warning the world. After that, he pressed down with his arms and sent Zhou Xuanji flying down. Numerous swords gathered and stacked together, forming a sword net that stopped Zhou Xuanji's falling body. Just when he steadied himself, the lightning war god swooped down and stepped on his body. Boom! The lightning war god crashed into the ground like a meteor, and Zhou Xuanji, who was beneath him, was covered in dust. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, cold sweat covered Xian Xianghua's forehead. With how powerful the lightning war god was, Zhou Xuanji had almost no hope of winning. However, she was heavily injured. Even if she helped, she could not save Zhou Xuanji. In the distance, Jiang Shui anxiously asked Daoya old man, "Grandmaster, is there really no other way?" She did not want to see Zhou Xuanji die and suffer so much pain. Her heart was about to break. There's nothing we can do. Even if we all attack together, we won't be able to save him. The heavenly tribulation arose because of him. The war god evil-slaying tribulation has already locked onto him. Daoya old man shook his head and sighed. But what was the use of being anxious? Hearing this, Jiang Shui immediately wanted to rush over, but Huang Lianxin hurriedly pulled her back. Believe in Master, he will definitely succeed. That was all Huang Lianxin could do to comfort her. Ah, he's dead meat. The Padian demon monarch was extremely excited. As expected of the Ascension tribulation, it was too domineering. The Lion's Roar demon sovereign was equally excited. This kid was going to die a premature death. Right at this moment, countless bolts of lightning appeared under the lightning war god's feet, writhing like millions of venomous snakes. A horrifying aura exploded from the lightning war god's feet. Heavenly lightning? Very good. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth. Following this, the lightning war god slowly got up. Zhou Xuanji lifted the lightning war god's feet with his left hand. At this moment, his right hand was no longer holding the sky-extinguishing sword. It was the thunderclap sword. This sword contained the power of heavenly lightning, and it could also absorb heavenly lightning to strengthen itself. Not only this, But Zhou Xuanji was also using world internalization to absorb the lightning war god's power. Both he and the thunderclap sword were quickly becoming more powerful. Heaven's jealousy. The lightning war god spoke again, but before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly shrunk and entered Zhou Xuanji's left hand. Although the Tianxia map was in his right palm, it could absorb spirit energy from all parts of his body. He directly absorbed the lightning war god. Boom. A shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye exploded out from his body. It expanded in a circular manner and swept out in all directions, sweeping up clouds of dust. Padian demon monarch and Shirho demon sovereign were so frightened that they leaped up immediately. Countless demons were turned into ashes by this shockwave. Spirit refinement stage. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully broken through. Lightning wrapped around his body, and his golden body was covered with flashes of lightning. His eyes became a silver lightning color, and his pupils could no longer be seen. At that moment, the extreme pain almost caused Zhou Xuanji to collapse, but his willpower was still hanging on. As long as he could endure this, he would soar into the sky. Buzz, the thunderclap sword violently trembled and the blade lit up with lightning. At a glance, it looked like a sword of light. It was helping Zhou Xuanji absorb the power of heavenly lightning. I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and roared. His voice was even louder than thunder and muffled. He began to circulate the world Buddha art. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 250. Spirit Refinement Realm. Tempering the Essence Soul. Heavenly lightning surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body, and he fell into a mysterious state. With the lightning golden body, he was like an indomitable god of thunder, standing proudly on the battlefield and allowing the heavenly lightning to continuously strike him. Dozens of divine swords circled around him, creating a gust of wind. The thunderclouds were still surging, and there was an oppressive feeling that the sky was about to collapse. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's comprehension of world reincarnation increased greatly. Lightning entered his body, turned into his power, and was then struck out by him, dissipating into the world and returning to nature. Wasn't this a type of reincarnation? Detected that the sword owner has reached the spirit refinement realm. Gotcha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Heavenly Soul, Ancient God Sword, Gold, Evil Green Sword, Tyrant the Arch Ring. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Heavenly Soul Divine Sword. This was the second Heavenly Soul Divine Sword he had obtained. However, he could not care about the Divine Sword for the time being. He focused on the tribulation. His aura rose steadily, causing all the demons and cultivators to be moved. Xian Xianghua's furrowed brows relaxed, and her eyes smiled beautifully. In the distance. Ah! I knew Grandmaster could do it. Su Yang was so excited that he jumped on the spot, as if he was the one who passed the tribulation and not Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui cried tears of joy. She put her palms together in front of her chest and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. Daoya Old Man and Ning Zifeng were in disbelief. That was the tribulation of ascension. The others cheered excitedly. On the Hanin divine sect's side, cheers shook the heavens. Everyone was shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. At that moment, in their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was the sword emperor of the present age. The way he transcended the tribulation was simply too domineering. He directly absorbed the thunder war god. Ridiculous. Su Xianxian stood on the city wall, smiling like a flower. Nan Ruoyun and Zhang Lanya exchanged a glance. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This kid had even passed the tribulation of ascension, so wouldn't he definitely be able to ascend in the future? Too strong. From today onwards, Zhou Xuanji is my target. I suddenly want to learn swordsmanship. Too domineering. This is the heroic spirit of a man, daring to go against the heavens. I have a premonition that he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 emperors of the sword Dao, or even surpass them. 1,000 years later he will definitely be the strongest in the world. The cultivators discussed animatedly. At this moment they couldn't care less about the difference between sects and expressed their excitement. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji felt unprecedentedly powerful, as if everything in the world had become so insignificant. He was like a god looking down on the common people. Gradually, he discovered that he could actually control the power of heavenly lightning. Once he activated the invincible Vajra body, the lightning would follow. At that time, who would dare to approach him? He subconsciously looked at the thunderclap sword and asked in his heart, after absorbing so much lightning, is it time for it to level up? That's right. When the heavenly tribulation dissipates, the supreme legendary sword system will level it up. The sword spirit replied quickly, causing him to narrow his eyes. Does this mean that I can rely on the thunderclap sword every time I undergo a tribulation in the future? In theory, as long as the power of the heavenly lightning doesn't exceed the limits of the thunderclap sword, it's fine. Zhou Xuanji heard him and burst out laughing. It felt so good. From now on, wouldn't he be unafraid of heavenly tribulations? He could even help his teammates transcend their tribulations. By helping others transcend their tribulations, he could also let the thunderclap sword absorb the power of heavenly lightning to level up. It was the best of both worlds. At the thought of this, he felt even more exhilarated. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. A massive saber came charging at him with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji moved instantly. His body turned into countless afterimages, and he slashed with his sword in a dazzling manner. Clang! The sky-extinguishing sword cut the massive saber in half, and sparks flew everywhere. Shurho Demon Sovereign's expression changed drastically. That was his treasured saber. It broke just like that? Zhou Xuanji charged toward him suddenly. His speed was much faster than before. 10,000 ultimate steps. Before Shurho Demon Sovereign could react, he was decapitated, and blood spurted into the sky. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and stabbed the thunderclap sword into his back. At the same time, he activated world internalization to absorb his demonic energy. Shurho Demon Sovereign's body went limp and fell to the ground. His astral spirit floated out of his body and looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror. He immediately turned to flee. He knew that he could no longer stand up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword. Ranged sword propelling. He quickly raised his right hand and the Qianxia map exploded out with a suction force, sucking Shurho Demon Sovereign's astral spirit into his palm. He did not hesitate. With a thought, the Qianxia map destroyed Shurho Demon Sovereign's astral spirit. In front of him, a 9th-rank great demon had died without being able to retaliate at all. The heavens and earth fell silent. He bent down and took off Shurho Demon Sovereign's storage ring, and the divine lightning descended on his body. However, the divine lightning could no longer harm him. Padian Demon Monarch and all of the demons were dumbfounded. The Hanin divine sex people were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too absurd? Zhou Xuanji's performance before and after the tribulation was like a completely different person. He slowly turned and looked at Padian Demon Monarch as he said, "Tell Jihuang Demon Lord that he harmed my woman. I will personally deal with him." "Oh, you won't have the chance to tell him." After saying this, he turned into a ray of lightning and rushed towards Padian Demon Monarch. Roar! Ancestral Dragon Sword. He turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and his body was surrounded by divine lightning, giving off an unstoppable aura. Padian Demon Monarch's expression fell and he immediately turned to flee. It was a pity that he was much slower than Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The 5-clawed golden dragon slammed into Padian Demon Monarch's back, and the terrifying power and the divine lightning caused his body to explode. He charged forwards and crashed into the massive city's barrier of light, shattering it. Just as he was about to crash into the city walls, the 5-clawed golden dragon turned into his original form. Starlight filled the sky as it descended and fell on his body. The cultivators on the city walls all looked at him in shock. They would never forget this scene. He looked up and saw that the thunderclouds were starting to dissipate. Traces of sunlight shone down from the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the ground. In the distance, the demon army hurriedly ran in fear, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would find them. Thus the battle ended. Zhou Xuanji had turned the tide of the battle by himself. He waited where he was and had the sword spirit release the information about the two swords. Sword name, Ancient God Sword Grade, Heavenly Soul Description, contains the remnant souls of 9 ancient powerhouses. Every 3 years, 1 soul's power will be released. When all 9 souls are released, this sword's might will be completely awakened. Sword name, Evil Green Sword Grade, Gold Description. Legends say that there are 7 colored swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and green represents sorrow. If all 7 colored swords are gathered, they will fuse into an ancient demonic sword. 9 ancient powerhouses? Zhou Xuanji blinked. Were they the 9 ancient powerhouses of the northern wilderness, or were they created by the supreme legendary sword system? And the evil green sword? There were other colors? 7 colors fused together to form an ancient demonic sword? Green represented sorrow. Zhou Xuanji's thoughts ran wild. Just as he was thinking, Xian Xianghua walked in front of him and smiled as she said, "Little husband, you're quite awe-inspiring. After today, you'll most likely be able to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Come." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 251. Only the top 50? Zhou Xuanji took out a white shirt and asked as he put it on. The heavenly lightning on his body dissipated, and the golden surface of his body returned to normal, revealing his fair skin. He killed 2 9th-stage great demons and was only ranked in the top 50? Zhou Xuanji felt quite dissatisfied. Now that he had another Heavenly Soul legendary sword, his battle power would definitely double, and he could become even more powerful. After reaching the spirit refinement realm, even if he absorbed the demonic energy of the 2 9th order great demons, he still wouldn't be able to break through. How strange. Perhaps this was the drawback of having abnormal strength. The amount of spiritual power required to break through each level was far greater than that of others of the same level. It's already very exaggerated. When I was your age, I was still looking up to the inner pellet realm. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him, but her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The kid in front of him had the aura of a powerhouse. Thinking back to the first time they met, things were really different now. Oh, is your talent that bad? Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly as he looked into the distance. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others were flying over with the second-generation disciples. Their faces were filled with excitement. That battle just now was too hot-blooded. Especially for the second-generation disciples, they even had the urge to sacrifice their lives for Zhou Xuanji and go through fire and water. This kind of expert was worth following for a lifetime. Nan Riyun descended with a group of elders and attendants of the Hanin divine sect. They bowed in unison and said, "Thank you for your help, senior." In the cultivation world, the strong were revered. Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than them, so he was their senior. Su Xianxian stood behind them and looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. She did not go up to greet him. After all, the gap between them was too big. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and continued to wait for Jiang Shui and the others. "What is the Tyrant the Arch Ring?" he asked curiously. He had always been interested in the equipment in the Supreme Legendary Sword system. A ring that can strengthen the pressure of an emperor, and it can also store spiritual energy to create a layer of defensive barrier. When it encounters a fatal injury, it will automatically activate and cause a backlash. Zhou Xuanji heard him and his eyes brightened. What a treasure. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Nan Riyun and the others didn't dare to say anything either. They just waited quietly. Xian Xianghua stared at his face and sank into deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. After a while, Jiang Shui and the others came. They surrounded Zhou Xuanji and asked him questions. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he replied. His attitude towards the Hanin divine sect was completely different. "Senior Zhou, why don't you come into the city and let our Hanin divine sect thank you?" Nan Riyun asked as she cupped her fists. She was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power, so she naturally wanted to rope him in. She glanced at Su Xianxian from the corner of her eyes, and a plan formed in her mind. Zhou Xuanji nodded and led the group into the city. After breaking through, he needed time to consolidate his cultivation. In this battle, Zhou Xuanji charged into an army of millions of demons alone, transcended the tribulation of ascension, and slew 2 9th-rank great demons. This would surely shake the entire northern wilderness region. Ever since the war between the two races began, the human race had never achieved such a result. It wasn't that the human race didn't have any mighty figures, but that whenever a mighty figure made a move, the demon race would send an equally powerful being to defend against it. In less than 3 days, this news spread throughout the northern wilderness region, causing countless people to be in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji reached spirit refinement. He even passed the tribulation of ascension. Doesn't that mean he will definitely ascend in the future? Who said that Zhou Xuanji is an evil cultivator? That's too domineering. He broke through during a battle? I heard that Zhou Xuanji fought for Xian Xianghua, and he even said that he would make Jihuang Demon Lord pay. So, he did it to save the damsel in distress? Tui, it should be an accomplice. He's too powerful. The human race needs to be saved by a genius like him. Among the 7 empires and various factions, there were many such discussions. The human race was divided into 2 camps. One camp was crazy for Zhou Xuanji and hoped that he would save the human race. The other camp looked down on Zhou Xuanji and thought that he had no sense of shame and was willing to risk everything for Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji could not hear these voices for now. Even if he could, he would not care. At this moment he was caressing the ancient god sword in his house. The ancient god sword was 1.5 meters long. The blade was thick and broad and it was silvery white in color. The hilt was engraved with dragon patterns, and the 2 ends of the crossguard were shaped like dragon claws. There was a bright blue gem in the center, and the tip of the hilt was like a crown. With this sword in hand, he could sense a boundless domineering aura. It was like an emperor above all swords, high and mighty. The ancient god sword was very heavy, and according to his estimations, it should be 50,000 kilograms. For the current him, holding the ancient god sword did not take much effort at all. Sword spirit, where do the souls in the ancient god sword come from? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He had just tested it. The first ancient soul was called Emperor Hanlin. He did not know how strong it was. When he used Emperor Hanlin's possession, his power would greatly increase, and its effects would not be any weaker than the sky-extinguishing sword. When the two were combined, it would be ridiculously powerful. He even felt that he could sweep across all great realization cultivators. They come from different worlds. When the supreme legendary sword system brought you to the northern wilderness, it absorbed many souls and used their memories to create all sorts of legendary swords and treasures, the sword spirit replied. This caused Zhou Xuanji to think deeply. Different worlds? There was too much information in this explanation, and he could not think too much about it. At that moment someone knocked on the door. Following this, Xian Xianghua pushed open the door and entered. He opened his eyes and said unhappily, "I didn't say you could come in." Xian Xianghua walked over to his side and sat down, and the door closed with a bang. "Didn't you say that I'm your woman? If I want to come in then I can." She stretched out her right hand and began caressing Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. He moved his butt to the side and distanced himself from her. "Tell me, what is it?" he asked in a low voice. If Jiang Shui came back from shopping, how awkward would it be? Although Jiang Shui had acknowledged Xian Xianghua's existence, they were not married yet, so the two women were bound to be jealous of each other. "You said that you want to settle scores with Jihuang Demon Lord. Is that true?" Xian Xianghua asked sternly. At the mention of Jihuang Demon Lord, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You don't have to be moved. I don't want you to go. Although you are very strong now, Jihuang Demon Lord is stronger. He can even hurt me. Don't take the risk. Just take in some disciples in the surroundings and go back." That battle from before made her even more certain that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. She believed that the other powerful beings had also guessed it. Therefore he had to avoid the limelight. "I have my own considerations. Don't worry," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Jihuang Demon Lord was only the second in the world. If he was afraid, how could he fight against the top cultivator? How could he fight against the heavens? He changed the topic and asked, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Why are you so easily injured? How many ancient evil kings are there in this world that you can absorb and recover from?" This old witch was too unsteady. Sooner or later he would die. Come. Wonderful bookstore. Chapter 252. Facing Zhou Xuanji's rebuke, Xian Xianghua fell silent. This injury also calmed her down. Times had changed. She was no longer the world's top cultivator. Even though her cultivation had grown, she could not even defeat the second in the world. She sighed and said, "I know. After I gather the Tanhua sect, I will go back with you. I won't fight for the world's top cultivator anymore. You will fight for me in the future." As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. She planned to nurture Zhou Xuanji well. She wanted to nurture a world's top cultivator. Yang Di was the world's top cultivator 3 times. His position in history was not high because he was still young. If Zhou Xuanji were to be the world's top cultivator 5 times or 10 times, how would the future generations remember him? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. "Gather my ass. Just stay by my side. From now on, I will eliminate evil and do good. When I establish my sect, the world will know where you are. The evil cultivators under you will come to find you. Why would a sect lord look for his disciple?" Zhou Xuanji threw her a stare and announced domineeringly. Xian Xianghua did not refute but nodded with a smile and looked at him in a daze. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked some questions about the battle between Xian Xianghua and Jihuang Demon Lord. He wanted to know his enemy and know himself. Skyfall was surrounded by the demons. Jihuang Demon Lord's claws had already reached Skyfall. For long-term development, he had to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Once the demons were defeated, they would not have the energy to bother him. And the human race needed time to recover. A while later, Jiang Shui returned. She was in a good mood and must have bought many good things. But when she saw Xian Xianghua, her smile froze. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Since you're back, let's get ready to depart." Xian Xianghua stood up with a smile and walked up to Jiang Shui. "Little sister, are you jealous?" She lifted her chin and asked with a smile. "Humph." Jiang Shui snorted coldly and dodged her hand. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and walked out of the room with Jiang Shui. Xian Xianghua chuckled and followed closely behind. An hour later they gathered everyone together and walked towards the city gate. Su Yang was extremely excited and kept talking beside Xiao Jinghong. Grand Teacher is famous across the world again. Now all the kingdoms and cities are discussing this. Many people think that Grandmaster will be the savior of the human race. The other second-generation disciples were also very excited, and they discussed in twos and threes. When they reached the city gate, Nan Ruoyun, Zhang Lanya, and Su Xianxian appeared in front of them. "Senior Zhou, are you leaving now?" Nan Ruoyun pretended to be frightened as she asked. She had an expression as if she was sorry for not being a good host. Zhou Xuanji said, "We still have things to do and should leave. If we stay here any longer, more people might die." He shut Nan Ruoyun's mouth with a single sentence. She rolled her eyes and said, "Senior, our sect's saintess has long heard of your great name. Why don't you bring her along and let her serve you?" Hearing this, Su Xinchuan's expression suddenly became shy. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua narrowed their eyes, while the others revealed ambiguous expressions. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I don't need someone to serve me." After saying that, he brushed past Nan Ruoyun. Su Xianxian felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her mind instantly went blank. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came into her ears. "Cultivate well. You are a competitive woman and don't want to be a man's appendage. I look forward to seeing a more powerful and independent you in the future." She heard him and smiled immediately. She had found her true self. When she first met Zhou Xuanji, she was still thinking about how to get rid of the engagement with the little evil lord. How could she lose herself because of Zhou Xuanji now? She felt gratitude in her heart. Zhou Xuanji became more and more important in her heart. Nan Ruoyun sighed, but she was not angry. It was impossible to rely on a woman to climb up to Zhou Xuanji's height. Or else she might look down on Zhou Xuanji in her heart. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others left the massive city and continued their journey. In the vast and boundless desert, countless demons gathered together, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Wooden and stone houses were built among them. In one of the stone palaces, Jihuang Demon Lord gathered dozens of 8th rank and 9th rank great demons. He sat on the main seat and a massive tiger head hung behind him. Even though he was sitting, he was 15 meters tall. He wore dark purple armor and had a sinister face. His eyes were crimson, and his face was covered with many red tattoos, which made him look hideous and terrifying. He wore a black crown with sharp horns, which made him look like the Lord of Demons. The atmosphere in the palace was extremely oppressive. All the demons under him did not dare to breathe. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Jihuang Demon Lord. "Zhou Xuanji, Sword God Zhou," Jihuang Demon Lord said slowly. His voice was magnetic, and it was filled with absolute dominance and murderous intent. Losing Shurho Demon Sovereign and Padian Demon Monarch was like cutting off an arm of the demon race. But what angered him more was that he lost face. Sovereign Zhou Xuanji's talent is really out of the ordinary. Could he be the legendary 10,000-year prince? A white-haired old demon said carefully, fearing that Jihuang Demon Lord would vent his anger on him. 10,000-year prince. All the demons were shocked. They had heard of the legend of the 10,000-year prince, and this was the only explanation. Who would believe that someone who was not even 30 years old had the power to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100? Whether he is or not, this sovereign will kill him and make him die a painful death. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly, and the temperature in the palace plummeted. "Send my order to find Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. If you encounter Zhou Xuanji, retreat immediately. This sovereign will deal with him personally." The demons did not dare to object to his order. Jihuang Demon Monarch then asked, "Has Sunlight Emperor made any moves recently?" Ever since Huangquan Drake King was willing to help him, he paid special attention to Yang Di. As long as Yang Di did not act, the world would belong to him. Xian Xianghua was already heavily injured, and Jiang Wudi was a coward and did not dare to participate in the battle. In the current world, the only person who could threaten his ambition was Yang Di. "No, he should still be in closed-door cultivation," a demon replied. For cultivators like Yang Di, it was normal for him to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Other than the World Millennium Duel, nothing else could attract Yang Di's interest. Continue to keep an eye on him. Inform this sovereign immediately if anything happens. Jihuang Demon Lord nodded. After that, he asked about other things. After arranging all the battles, he asked the demons to leave. He got up slowly and disappeared with a sway of his body. When he reappeared, he was in a dim dungeon. Someone was locked up in the dungeon ahead. It was Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk. At this moment, Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk's hands and feet were chained up. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. He sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted softly. "Have you divined it?" Jihuang Demon Lord walked to the dungeon and asked with a deep voice. Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk did not open his eyes and said, "If I divined it, I will tell you." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 253. Don't play tricks. If you want to avenge your revered teacher, you have to rely on me. And your disciples, if you want them to live, you have to listen to me. Jihuang Demon Lord looked down at Xuanhe Divine Monk and mocked. He did not kill Xuanhe Divine Monk because he had other uses. Xuanhe Divine Monk and Daoya Old Man were close friends. Both of them were skilled in divination and knew about yin and yang. Facing Jihuang Demon Lord's threat, Xuanhe Divine Monk did not reply. He was already used to it. By the way, is Zhou Xuanji the 10,000-year prince? Jihuang Demon Lord continued to ask with deep meaning in his eyes. He knew about the relationship between Xuanhe Divine Monk and Zhou Xuanji's grand teacher. Xuanhe Divine Monk's master killer was in cahoots with his close friend's grand disciple. What a drama. No. The 10,000-year prince is someone else and he is already born. Xuanhe Divine Monk replied, which made Jihuang Demon Lord frown. Yang Di is the 10,000-year prince? No. Jiang Wudi? No. Original? Impossible. Jihuang Demon Lord fell into silence. His eyes were burning with rage. Then tell me, who is the 10,000-year prince? He asked with a deep voice. The legend of the 10,000-year prince was too mysterious. If he really existed, he would surely be an obstacle to him. I'm not sure. Xuanhe Divine Monk replied. Jihuang Demon Lord opened his eyes wide and slammed his palm across the air. Boom. Xuanhe Divine Monk was slammed into the wall by the palm wind, and blood spurted out from his throat. Jihuang Demon Lord snorted coldly and left. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji and his companions walked in the desert. Hundreds of people followed behind them as they practiced their sword techniques. Now there were a total of 121 second-generation disciples. After Zhou Xuanji's tribulation, his fame reached a new peak. He passed by a kingdom which attracted countless people. After half a month of assessment, he took in dozens of talented disciples. His requirement had always been to choose nothing over substandard disciples. These second-generation disciples had great comprehension of the sword's way. They could learn a sword technique in a short period of time. But to achieve great accomplishment they needed more time. Su Yang had already become the eldest senior brother of the second-generation disciples. Although there were others who surpassed him in talent, none of them were as wild as him. Moreover, he had already taken Xiao Jinghong as his teacher, and Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's only disciple. At this moment, Ning Zifeng was teaching the second-generation disciples how to practice swordsmanship. Everyone's movements were in sync with his, and it was a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji, Daoya Old Man, and Xian Xianghua discussed the hidden powerful cultivators of the northern wilderness region. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were all listening attentively. The little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi were teasing Zhang Quanglan. 2 dragon eagles circled in the sky, patrolling for them. I've always been curious. Who taught Sunlight Emperor? Daoya Old Man asked Xian Xianghua. Among them, Xian Xianghua knew Sunlight Emperor the best. After all, they had fought 3 times. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him. How would I know? Zhou Xuanji was thinking about the Haoyan sect. The Haoyan church would not have more than 1 demon lord left in the world. Otherwise, with Zhang Quanglan's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, Xian Xianghua stopped suddenly, and so did Daoya Old Man. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a person walking toward them in the sandstorm. Everyone be on guard. Ning Zifeng cried out suddenly, which shocked all the second-generation disciples. Great realization, nothing to be afraid of. Xian Xianghua laughed softly, which made the others speechless. The little black snake could not help but ask, "You are already crippled, and you still look down on great realization?" Just when it finished speaking, a wave of murderous aura made it shudder. It immediately shut its mouth and hid behind Zhou Xiaoqi. Born to be extraordinary, born with violet qi. Heaven is jealous and your fate is difficult. An ancient voice came from the front, which shocked Zhou Xuanji and the others. He came with ill intentions. This was obviously directed at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? Tell me your name. Daoya Old Man asked loudly. He was not worried because Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough. A mere great realization was not enough to pose a threat. The man walked out of the sandstorm. He wore an old yellow Taoist robe and had a wooden hairpin in his hair bun. His face was thin and his eyes were cold. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and ignored the others. I don't have a name. You can call me Tao Seeker. I walk the world to follow the trajectory of the heavenly law. Seeking the Tao? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Could it be that he's crazy? The others also frowned. All of them subconsciously felt that Qiu Dao's brain was not working well. Tao Seeker walked over slowly. His gaze did not waver. You don't belong to the Northern Wilderness region, but you can change the destiny of the Northern Wilderness region. You're not heaven, you're not the 10,000-year prince, and you're not the son of fate. Who exactly are you? He continued to ask, and Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be that this fellow could tell that he was reincarnated? Ning Zifeng drew his sword and charged forward, scolding, "Crazy old Taoist, who allowed you to spout nonsense here?" In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Qiu Dao and slashed with his sword. Tao Seeker dodged nimbly. Facing Ning Zifeng's swift sword, he didn't make a move and only dodged. Both of them were very fast, and the second-generation disciples were dazzled. So fast. That old man could dodge Senior Ning's sword. He can't really be a powerhouse, right? Anyway, the Grand Teacher is here. Don't be afraid. Yeah, the top evil cultivator is here too. The second-generation disciples chatted and laughed. They were relaxed and not nervous at all. Xian Xianghua frowned and mumbled, Tao Seeker. This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and did not ask further. Zifeng, come back. He cried out. Having heard him, Ning Zifeng snorted coldly and withdrew his sword. Although he looked very unhappy, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This old Taoist is unfathomable. Tao Seeker stopped and looked at Zhou Xuanji with confusion in his eyes. Tao Seeker, right? What do you want? If you want to fight, be careful that my legendary sword has no eyes. If you have something else to say it quickly and move aside. Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. They were just talking about the powerful cultivators in the Northern Wilderness region who might still be alive. He did not expect to meet one so soon. To be able to face Ning Zifeng so easily, this guy's power should be considered average among the Great Realization cultivators. Or even higher. I'm just curious. I've never interfered in the battles of the world. Since ancient times, no one could hurt me, and I've never hurt anyone either. Tao Seeker said as he shook his head in anticipation. I've met Yang Di before. He has the potential to become a great emperor. Before you appeared, the fate of the Northern Wilderness region was that he would become a great emperor. But after you appeared, everything changed. With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was going to replace Yang Di? Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into a smile. She suddenly felt that Tao Seeker was very pleasing to the eye. Tao Seeker continued, after you appeared, Yang Di's heart changed. He will no longer be an ascetic cultivator. Soon, he will dominate the Northern Wilderness region and unite the human race. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 254. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. The development of the plot wasn't right. Yang Di wanted to dominate the Northern Wilderness region and unite the human race because of Zhou Xuanji? Shouldn't it be Yang Di falling from his throne and Zhou Xuanji taking his place? Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and asked, what about him? What is his fate? After being defeated by Sunlight Emperor 3 times, she hated Sunlight Emperor very much. She couldn't tolerate Sunlight Emperor's prestige. Moreover, he didn't allow others to publicize Sunlight Emperor's power. I can't see through him. He doesn't seem to exist in this world, so in this world I'm the most curious about him. Tao Seeker said as he shook his head. Right after he spoke, he appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. Zhou Xuanji was so shocked that he almost attacked. What incredible speed. This fellow is definitely not as simple as a Mahayana cultivator. He must have used a spell similar to the Qi restraining art. Ning Zifeng raised his sword and stood between Tao Seeker and Zhou Xuanji. Old Taoist, I advise you not to act recklessly, he said with a deep voice. Xian Xianghua Jiang Shui Daoya old man, and the others were also prepared for battle, surrounding Tao Seeker. I told you I won't hurt anyone, Tao Seeker replied. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and fell into deep thought. The second-generation disciples became nervous. They finally realized how unfathomable Tao Seeker was. I will always be watching you. I am looking forward to how you and Sunlight Emperor will clash. Both of you have the Monarch Purple Qi, and his Monarch Purple Qi is very special. If there are no accidents, he will be the legendary ancestor of the human race in tens of thousands of years, and he will be the great emperor of the northern wilderness region. Dao Seeker said leisurely, making Xian Xianghua very unhappy. Can you not brag about Sunlight Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Was Yang Di really that powerful? He was not afraid. Instead, his blood was boiling. If that was the case, he would be fighting against the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Sunlight Emperor might even surpass the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Young man, your path will be difficult. Dao Seeker suddenly broke into a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air, not leaving behind a trace of his aura. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Is he a deity? A second-generation disciple asked cautiously, his tone filled with reverence. To be able to come and go so freely in front of Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua, if he wasn't a god, what was he? Chongming Demon Monarch scolded, God my A**, he's just trying to be mysterious. After cursing, he pulled back his neck and scanned the surroundings, fearing that Dao Seeker was still nearby. Xuanji is indeed mysterious. Previously, I also divined that we would be killed, but I didn't see Xuanji. No matter how I divined, I couldn't see through this brat. It seems like I exchanged his life back then for an extraordinary life. Daoya old man touched his chin as he pondered. When Zhou Xuanji was born because he was reincarnated, he was not accepted by the heavenly law. As such, he changed Zhou Xuanji's fate and concealed heaven's secrets. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry so much. Take it one step at a time, cherish the present and work hard to become more powerful. Sunlight Emperor, so what? His target had never been Sunlight Emperor. He wanted to ascend. He wanted to be invincible. Everyone nodded and chatted as they moved forward. What are you waiting for? Let's continue practicing. Ning Zifeng, who was in a bad mood, roared, scaring the second-generation disciples into raising their swords and continuing to practice. Qiu Dao's appearance cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. They speculated that it would not be long before Sunlight Emperor came out. The outcome of the war between the two races seemed to have been decided. Let's go back after taking in a few more batches of disciples. Daoya old man suggested. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he needed time to catch up to Yang Di. To this, Zhou Xuanji did not reply. What he was most worried about was not that he could not defeat Yang Di. He was worried that Sunlight Emperor would have already ascended and left by the time he grew up. Sunlight Emperor had been ranked first in the world 3 times in a row. He had probably lost interest in the northern wilderness region. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped at a small town. Xiao Jinghong and the others were recruiting disciples, while Zhou Xuanji was deep in thought, drinking wine. He was thinking about world reincarnation. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 28 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Wind-Folding Sword, Gold, Water-like Dagger, Gold, Volcano Sword. The sword spirit's voice interrupted his thoughts. Then, lines of small words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Folded Wind Sword Grade, Amethyst, description, made from wind stone. It can absorb wind and release it after storing it. Sword name, Water-like Dagger Grade, Gold, description, a peerless dagger. When sword chi enters the body, it can turn into water and corrode the enemy's blood. Sword name, Volcano Sword Grade, Gold, description, transformed from a volcano. It contains the power of the volcano. It can absorb the volcano to strengthen the legendary sword. 3 legendary swords. All of them had different abilities. 2 of them could even be upgraded. But he was not surprised. He was no longer at foundation building or enlightening. The gold legendary sword would not increase his power. The amethyst legendary sword could be strengthened a little, but it was not as powerful as glorious gold, let alone the heavenly soul legendary sword that could kill enemies of a higher cultivation stage. The higher the cultivation stage, the greater the difference. The difference in the spirit refinement stage was equivalent to the difference in the previous stage. What was worth mentioning was that the thunderclap sword had been upgraded successfully. From gold to amethyst, it had reached glorious gold. The heavenly lightning of the Ascension Tribulation was extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and prepared to familiarize himself with them. At this moment, Zhao Congjian ran into the pavilion suddenly and half knelt before Zhou Xuanji. Master, bad news. He said with a deep voice and looked terrible. What's wrong? Zhou Xuanji asked as he touched the swords. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng and Beixiao Wangjian, who were testing their disciples, looked back curiously. Huangquan Drake King barged into Great Zhou's royal palace and challenged you to a duel. If you don't go to the duel within a year, he will burn the entire Great Zhou and bury the empire. Zhao Tsongjian said with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with rage. Huangquan Drake King again. Haunting me? Zhou Xuanji stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage and asked, did the human sanctum not send reinforcements to Great Zhou? Huangquan Drake King wanted to use Great Zhou to threaten him. After all, he said that he would support Great Zhou. If he did not go, he would go back on his words and bear the grudge of countless lives in the empire. This kind of method was cliched and inferior. No wonder he was only ranked 5th in the world. Red River Valley lost. They could only retreat. Zhao Tsongjian replied. It was not that the sanctum was heartless, but that they were not powerful enough. Zhou Xuanji began to think. This place was very far from Great Zhou. If he brought everyone with him, it would be difficult for him to reach Great Zhou within a year. Even if he reached, it would be difficult for him to protect the second-generation disciples. If he went alone, Huangquan Drake King and Jihuang Demon Lord might ambush him in Great Zhou. However, he had to go. As a man in this world, he must keep his word. Don't go. Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world and has surpassed the Great Realization stage. He has many powerful cultivators under him. You will die if you go. Xian Xianghua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said fiercely. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 255. If we don't go, the Great Zhou dynasty will perish. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said solemnly. Xian Xianghua frowned and said, if Great Zhou dies, then so be it. What does it have to do with you? Why do you need to pretend to be benevolent? The courtyard was silent. Everyone looked at them nervously, not even daring to breathe. Zhou Xuanji stood up and their gazes met. Neither of them softened their attitude. This isn't fake benevolence and righteousness, it's a promise. If you go back on your word, if you don't have principles, then you walk the world for the sole purpose of living. You're like a rat crossing the street, a maggot that rots bones. Is there really any meaning to living? He asked softly with a firm tone, unmoved by Xian Xianghua. But you will die. If you die, what's the point of making a promise? Xian Xianghua said angrily. Why was this kid so stubborn? Zhou Xuanji asked back, how do you know that I will definitely die? I've lived in the northern wilderness region for 28 years. If I always do things that I have no confidence in, would I still be alive today? Now that he had broken through to the spirit refinement realm and held 2 heavenly soul divine swords in his hands, he was already very strong. Moreover, he still had time to become stronger. He was a man who valued his promises. If the Great Zhou was destroyed because of him, there might be inner demons in his cultivation in the future. Once a person broke his principles, there was no such thing as once or twice. There were only 0 times and countless times. Xian Xianghua was moved by the look in his eyes. She sighed and could only give up on persuading him. The others in the courtyard were all convinced by Zhou Xuanji. This was the sword god Zhou they knew. Fearless. He never avoided the provocation of powerful enemies. I believe in Master. Xiao Jinghong spoke with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He was already looking forward to seeing Zhou Xuanji defeat Huangquan Drake King. The others spoke as well, cheering for Zhou Xuanji. Xian Xianghua was annoyed. She stomped her feet and snorted coldly, but she didn't say anything else. However, Zhou Xuanji's words moved her. This brat's words and actions have the demeanor of the world's #1 expert. Xian Xianghua thought to herself as she continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone together and told them about Huangquan Drake King. He planned to go to Great Zhou alone. Everyone was waiting for him here. With Ning Zifeng around, it was difficult for anyone to threaten them. No one objected. Although Jiang Shui was worried, she knew that she could not change Zhou Xuanji's mind, so she could only give him some advice. After I leave, try not to go out as much as possible. Even if you do go out, don't reveal your name. The enemy's intelligence network is stronger than we thought. After saying this, he left on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction in which he had left, Xian Xianghua flicked her sleeves and snorted. She then turned around and returned to her room to heal her injuries. Huang Lianxin held Jiang Shui's arm and smiled. Don't worry. You must believe in Master. In just 1 year, the news of Huangquan Drake King being defeated by Master will spread like wildfire in the northern wilderness region. Looking back, how many battles that everyone thought Zhou Xuanji would lose, he won? So what if Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world? Jiang Shui sighed and said, of course I believe him. I'm just afraid that he will suffer. Great Zhou. The once bustling imperial city had been reduced to ruins, and smoke filled the air. People could be vaguely seen in the collapsed houses. They were hiding inside and did not dare to come out. They were like vengeful spirits in fear and despair. A gigantic dragon coiled in the ruined palace. Its body was covered in yellow scales, and its body was dozens of meters wide. Its claws were even bigger than the palace. Its head extended into the clouds, and its whiskers swayed in the wind like two ribbons that connected the heavens and the earth. Anyone would tremble in front of this giant dragon. It was like the most gigantic creature in the world. It was Huangquan Drake King. The Huangquan twin devils stood at the top of a palace below. Looking at the billowing clouds, they were amazed. The Drake King internalizing chi is really spectacular. It feels like the ocean is absorbing all rivers. That's true. I feel that the Drake King has become more powerful. He might be able to get a higher rank in the next World Millennium Duel. Of course, Xian Xianghua is already crippled and Jiang Wudi can't do much. Do you think Zhou Xuanji will dare to come? He's so prideful. Will he not come? The two devils conversed among themselves. They gritted their teeth at the mention of Zhou Xuanji. They had lost many times because of Zhou Xuanji. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was already their #1 enemy. Even if they killed Zhou Xuanji, their hatred would not be appeased. At this moment, a group of demonic cultivators came from the side. They were escorting Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshi, and the other authoritative figures of Great Zhou. In the Huangquan path, demonic cultivators and demons were mixed together. So, Huangquan Drake King had always been a neutral force. But this time he chose to support Jihuang Demon Lord. Zhou Qingxin's face was filled with despair. His emperor's robe was tattered and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar. He was escorted to Huangquan Drake King and forced to kneel. At this moment, he did not have the demeanor of an emperor. Emperor of Great Zhou, I have already sent my order to challenge Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji doesn't come, you will see the entire Great Zhou die. I will let you die last. Huangquan Drake King's voice came. His voice was loud and shook the clouds. Having heard this, Zhou Qingxin's face turned pale. He had personally witnessed how powerful Huangquan Drake King was. He was like a god who had descended into the mortal world. He was invincible. Although Zhou Xuanji's talent was astounding, he was still too weak compared to Huangquan Drake King. At least, the two of them were not on the same level. If you have a way to lure Zhou Xuanji to fight, Great Zhou will be able to survive and I will leave. Huangquan Drake King's voice came again. His majestic dragon body was like a divine mountain, standing tall and domineering. Zhou Qingxin looked up at him and fell into a dilemma. How could he contact Zhou Xuanji? If he could, he would have asked Zhou Xuanji for help. A demon with a wolf's head and human body appeared beside Zhou Qingxin suddenly. He cupped his fist and said, Drake King Yang Di is making a move. He has come out from his seclusion and said that he is going to roam the world for 100 years. Yang Di. Huangquan Drake King's massive body trembled slightly. Top cultivator in the world. This title was enough to suffocate him. He did not speak but fell into silence as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, news of Huangquan Drake King threatening Great Zhou and challenging Zhou Xuanji had already spread. The humans were cursing Huangquan Drake King for being shameless. How could Zhou Xuanji defeat him? The demons mocked Zhou Xuanji for not daring to come and trampled on the humans' morale. Instantly, the world's attention was on Zhou Xuanji again. Under the blue sky, waves continuously crashed against the beach and reefs along the shore. Jiang Wudi stood on a reef and tightly frowned. A white-clothed man half knelt behind him. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was extraordinary. Huangquan Drake King is so shameless. After hearing the white-clothed man's report, Jiang Wudi said disdainfully. He started to think about whether or not he should help Zhou Xuanji. That boy's talent was simply too terrifying. He wanted to use his talent to help the Jiang clan rise. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 256. Clan Lord, other than Huangquan Drake King's challenge to Zhou Xuanji, there's something else. The white-robed man spoke and interrupted Jiang Wudi's thoughts. What is it? Jiang Wudi asked. He was still wondering if he should help Zhou Xuanji. If he did not help, Zhou Xuanji would surely die if he entered Great Zhou alone. Yang Di has appeared. The white-robed man replied. With this, Jiang Wudi's expression changed drastically, and he turned around immediately. Is this true? He asked with a deep voice. Yang Di. That was a truly invincible existence in the world. Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King, and him could not defeat Yang Di. All the major factions know about this and they are stirring in the dark. In less than 3 years, Yang Di will walk in the world and might intervene in the war between the two races. The white-robed man replied again. His eyes sparkled and he was evidently shocked by the name of Yang Di. Who would not respect the top cultivator in the world? Jiang Wudi waved his hand and signaled the white-robed man to leave. The white-robed man disappeared immediately. Jiang Wudi looked at the horizon and continued to think. A long while later. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Something was charging toward him from the horizon, creating two waves that were dozens of meters tall. The sun was scorching. In the wilderness, demon corpses were everywhere. Many cultivators were scattered all over the place, and all of them were injured to varying degrees. All of them were looking in one direction. A gigantic tiger demon was lying on the top of the hill. It had already transformed into a human form and was covered in blood. A silhouette was standing on his chest. It was Zhou Xuanji. Sensing that his demonic energy was drained, the tiger demon's eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Xuanji. The sovereign will kill you sooner or later, and he will let you die in excruciating pain. He said with gritted teeth. With his demonic energy sucked away, he knew that he would surely die. As a 9th-rank demon monarch, he died in such a pathetic manner. He was filled with hatred. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly, "Don't worry. Jihuang Demon Lord will soon follow in your footsteps. You will not be lonely in the Yellow Springs." After that, the ancient god sword appeared before him. The sword pierced through the tiger demon's throat and killed his soul. He took the tiger demon's storage ring and looked at the cultivators at the foot of the mountain. "Go back." He turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. The cultivators were in an uproar. It's really Zhou Xuanji? Amazing. He killed General Hu Wang in an instant. That's a 9th-order great demon, which is equivalent to a Mahayana realm being. Yet it can't last more than 10 moves against him. This favor is greater than the heavens. We must remember it. From now on, whoever dares to slander Zhou Xuanji as an evil demon will be going against me. The cultivators were so excited that they cried tears of joy. Their cries and cheers echoed throughout the mountains. The other side. Zhou Xuanji found a deserted forest and began to break through. He had previously absorbed the demonic powers of the Padian Demon Monarch and the Lion's Roar Demon Monarch. Coupled with the rank 9 Great Demon Monarch and his usual cultivation, he had already ushered in the opportunity to break through. There was no need to undergo tribulation in the spirit refinement realm. In less than half a day he successfully broke through. He had reached the 2nd level of the spirit refinement realm. After the breakthrough he continued on his journey. He planned to look for powerful demons along the way and absorb their demonic energy to increase his cultivation. At the same time he would eliminate enemies for the human race. Now, there were battles everywhere in the central region of the northern wilderness region, and there were high-level great demons in every battlefield. Other than great demons, he would also take action against cultivators who committed crimes. That was all. Half a year passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji killed 12 8th-rank demons and 3 9th-rank demons, as well as countless demons and evil cultivators. His cultivation had reached spirit refinement level 3. The entire northern wilderness region was talking about him. Which great demon did Zhou Xuanji kill today? I feel that Zhou Xian has the chance to overturn the war between the two races by himself. What kind of method is this? Defeating them one by one? What kind of hero is that? Zhou Xuanji does not dare to deal with Huangquan Drake King, so he can only launch sneak attacks against the demons. Who dares to slander the hero of the human race? Shanghai Ziggurat has republished the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and Zhou Xuanji is ranked 42nd. Both the human and demon races were discussing Zhou Xuanji. The human race was looking forward to it while the demon race was terrified. Even though Jihuang Demon Lord ordered them to retreat immediately if they encountered Zhou Xuanji, very few demons could escape from him. As for reinforcements, it was even more difficult because the battlefield was too scattered. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji successfully rose to the 42nd place in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. He was only 28 years old. A 28-year-old spirit refinement cultivator. He was invincible in the Mahayana realm. He was like the bright moon on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, while the other geniuses were like tiny stars. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji was definitely an influential figure. In terms of fame he could compete with Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King and Xian Xianghua. But the good times did not last long. Because the world's top cultivator was born. All sorts of rumors spread across the Northern Wilderness region, overshadowing Zhou Xuanji's brilliance. Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Even if he knew, he would not mind. With Yang Di around, it was easier for him to do things. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji became more powerful by killing his enemies. He was getting closer and closer to Great Zhou. In order not to be discovered by the demons, he was heading toward Great Zhou. He kept changing his route and his whereabouts were mysterious and elusive. In the dark dungeon, Jihuang Demon Lord stood in front of the dungeon door and stared at Xuanhe Divine Monk with a fierce gaze. "You still haven't divined it?" he asked with a deep voice. His murderous aura was like an arrow, which made Xuanhe Divine Monk tremble in fear. After knowing that Yang Di was born, Jihuang Demon Lord panicked. Now that Zhou Xuanji was killing his subordinates and Yang Di was threatening him, how could he not panic? "I can't. Yang Di is too powerful, even more powerful than during the World Millennium Duel. He already has the power to ascend," Xuanhe Divine Monk said with gritted teeth. Chief Monk Xuanhe gritted his teeth and said, "Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to predict many things, but the most important one was to predict Sunlight Emperor's weakness. Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to divine many things, and the most important one was to divine Yang Di's weakness. Can he stand up to Yang Di? In the legends, the 10,000-year prince was almost omnipotent. Once he was born, he would be invincible and become a great emperor. Although Zhou Xuanji was heaven-defying, he still needed a long time to grow. I really don't know where the 10,000-year prince is. I only know that he is born among all living beings in the northern wilderness region." But, Xuanhe Divine Monk sighed. He felt that Jihuang Demon Lord was already bedeviled. Yang Di was the demon in his heart. But what? Jihuang Demon Lord grabbed the dungeon door and roared furiously, causing the underground space to tremble violently. Xuanhe Divine Monk took a deep breath and said, "Yang Di will unify the northern wilderness region. This is fate and the trend of the times. He will become another great emperor after the Hegemon Sword Emperor. He will be immortal and ascend to the upper realm. His will be everlasting." Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and frowned deeply. He did not act up but fell into silence. The dungeon fell into silence. A long while later, he said with gritted teeth, "I don't believe in fate. Yang Di will be defeated by me sooner or later. The one who unifies the northern wilderness region can only be me." The second in the world was not an honor for him but a humiliation instead. Because he was older than Yang Di. When he fought with Xian Xianghua, Yang Di was not born yet. How could he accept being surpassed by a junior? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 257. Looking at the deranged Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe did not say anything. However, his heart was filled with disdain. Since ancient times there have been many almighty beings who didn't believe in fate, but in the end they still bowed to fate. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that Jihuang Demon Lord could win against Yang Di. Jihuang Demon Lord suddenly looked up at him, causing him to tremble in fear. "If I cultivate the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique, can I catch up with Yang Di?" Faced with his interrogation, Chief Monk Xuanhe was stunned. Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. That was the peerless divine technique that the Tanhua sect had used for tens of thousands of years. In the current world, only Xian Xianghua knew it. No wonder he didn't kill Xian Xianghua, it was because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. If the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique is really as powerful as the legends say, coupled with your natal divine ability, it might really be possible. Xuanhe Divine Monk murmured. Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes lit up and he disappeared on the spot. He couldn't wait to catch Xian Xianghua. Xuanhe Divine Monk shook his head and murmured, "Even if you get the Celestial Devil Rebirth art, it will take you some time to master it. Yang Di will not wait for you at the same place." Following this, he closed his eyes and started to divine Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had turned into an evil cultivator, he loved to divine Zhou Xuanji. Even though he could not divine Zhou Xuanji, he did not give up. Xiao. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. He was pondering world reincarnation. Now that he frequently used world internalization, his comprehension of world reincarnation was becoming more and more thorough, but it was still too difficult to completely learn it. World reincarnation had the meaning of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Once he learned it, his combat power would soar. Unless the enemy's cultivation far surpassed his, he would be invincible. Every time he thought of this, he would be very excited. As he pondered, he flew, leaping over mountains and lakes, advancing rapidly towards Great Zhou. Along the way, the corpses of humans and demons could often be seen. This great war had already been going on for several years. Even if it ended, the numbers of the two races would be greatly reduced. There would be no true victor. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, there was still half a month until Great Zhou arrived. The Juema wasteland was just ahead. The first time he came to Juema wasteland was to assassinate the Empress of Great Zhou. After that, he was hunted down by Lin Guanyu. Looking back at the past, it seemed like a distant memory. Not long after, he flew into Juema Wasteland. There was a war in Juema Wasteland. Great Zhou, Great Qin and Great Shang were all near Juema Wasteland. Now that Great Zhou was occupied by Yellow Spring's Drake King, the cultivators of the world naturally wanted to save Great Zhou. During the chaos of war, it was not only for the survival of the race, but also for one's own fame and fortune. It was never empty talk that a hero was born out of time. In the middle of the battlefield, there were two tyrannical figures fighting wildly. One of them was Ta Tianqian. The other one was a ninth-stage great demon. He had blood-red hair and black armor. Two sharp horns protruded from his hair, and his body was as sturdy as a small mountain. He held two large axes in his hands, and the black armor on his body was terrifying. It was like the face of an evil demon, and the blood-red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He was even more powerful than the ninth-rank great demons that Zhou Xuanji had encountered before. It was very likely that he had already reached the peak of the 9th level. Against him, Ta Tianqian didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. Among the human cultivators who were fighting with the demon army, not all of them were evil cultivators from Xinhao sect. There were cultivators from the righteous sects, and they must have formed a temporary alliance. Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji were among them. Xiahou Gongji was Ta Qishua's accompanying elder. Back then Ta Qishua was like Huangquan Drake King. He threatened Zhou Xuanji's life and died in a one-on-one duel with Zhou Xuanji. Xiahou Gongji was punished for this and suffered immeasurable pain. He only saw the light of day again when the war between the two races began. Huang Ming was Huang Lianxin's bloodline elder and the top genius of Xinhao sect. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's rise, he rarely came out and had been cultivating in isolation. Ta Tianqian, is that all you have? You still want to challenge the Drake King? What a joke. No wonder your Xinhao sect can't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. The blood-haired great demon laughed wildly. His axes were like the wind and were powerful enough to cut through mountains and lakes. Ta Tianqian's face was unsightly. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was already torn and bleeding, but he was still holding on. If he lost, everyone under him would die. More importantly, his reputation would be tarnished. Huangquan Blood Devil, you are only a dog under Huangquan Drake King. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Ta Tianqian cursed furiously. Even if he lost, he could not lose. He could not lose in a verbal battle either. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji landed on a mountain and looked at the battle far away. What a coincidence. He squinted his eyes, and a murderous aura emanated from them. Xinhao sect hunted him down and he remembered this grudge. Today he would settle it all together. After the thought, he flipped his right hand, and the ancient god sword appeared in his hand. The thunderclap sword appeared before him. He leaped up and stepped on the blade. Heavenly lightning wrapped around his body, and he charged into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Ta Tianqian and Huangquan Blood Devil jumped away instinctively and looked toward the direction where the air-piercing sound came from. Piasije. The ancient god sword pierced into Huangquan Blood Devil's chest, while the thunderclap sword pierced through Ta Tianqian's chest. Heavenly lightning wreaked havoc and wrapped around his body. The two peerless cultivators opened their eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji's silhouette appeared in their vision. It's you! Ta Tianqian roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Huangquan Blood Devil recognized Zhou Xuanji too. After all, Huangquan Drake King had sent his portrait to all his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji smiled and activated the world internalization technique. With the ancient god sword in his right hand, he absorbed Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy at an insane rate. What's happening? Huangquan Blood Devil was greatly shocked. He wanted to dodge instinctively, but he realized that he could not escape from the ancient god sword. It was as though two invisible hands were grabbing him and he could not move at all. At this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared out of nowhere. Baiyu King Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Incinerating Fire Sword, Great Compassion Sword, Abyss Demon Sword, Wind Cloud Sword, Light Shadow Sword, Buddha Slaying Sword, Dumb Sword, Deep Nightmare Sword, Right Wrong Justice Sword, Sunset Sword, Heaven Elegant Starlight Sword. Dozens of legendary swords charged toward Ta Tianqian, and Ta Tianqian was forced to retreat without any resistance. Wah! The entire battlefield was in an uproar. The two races stopped fighting and looked at the sky in shock. With so many divine swords, they immediately thought of one person. Unparalleled way of the sword in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperors. Zhou Xuanji. A demon cried out in shock. His voice was like a bomb that shook the entire battlefield. Zhou Xuanji really came. Could it be that he was going to Great Zhou to challenge Huangquan Drake King? The Netherworld Blood Ghost saw that the situation was not right and wanted to eject his soul. Unfortunately, the Tianxia map started to show its power and sucked his primordial spirit, preventing him from quickly ejecting. Sensing the boundless demonic energy entering his body and turning into pure spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. It seemed like he could use the Yellow Springs Blood Demon to break through to Spirit Ascension Stage Level 4. Chapter 258. What evil energy technique is this? Huangquan Blood Devil cried out in shock. His hair stood on end. What he could not understand was that Zhou Xuanji was only at the spirit refinement stage. Why was his spirit energy not weaker than his? He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was already possessed by an ancient great emperor, Emperor Hanlin. The remnant soul possession gave him the power of a great emperor, together with the world Buddha art, who in the great realization stage could resist him. Soon, Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy was sucked dry, and Zhou Xuanji broke through to the 4th level of the spirit refinement stage. While he was breaking through, Huangquan Blood Devil escaped with his astral projection. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the ancient god sword charged toward him with the ranged sword propelling. Boom! Huangquan Blood Devil's astral spirit exploded, and he could not be more dead. Zhou Xuanji took the opportunity to take his storage ring before destroying his body with heavenly lightning. The entire process happened so quickly that the warriors of both races were tongue-tied. They could not believe their eyes. How can he be so powerful? Huang Ming opened his eyes wide and mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. From their perspective, Zhou Xuanji was completely crushing Huangquan Blood Devil. Before him, Huangquan Blood Devil was so weak that he did not even have the chance to fight back. Tianxia was shocked too. How powerful was this brat? Surrounded by dozens of legendary swords, he was already in a passive position. If Zhou Xuanji attacked him again, he would surely be defeated. He immediately turned around and fled, disregarding his dignity. Want to escape? Tianxia. Your Xinhao sect has hunted me down many times. It's time for you to pay the price. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. It was as though it came from the underworld and sent chills down everyone's spine. Tianxia's scalp turned numb and was about to cast a spell. But the sword chi came with a howl. 10,000 ultimate steps. He felt an excruciating pain as though his body was about to be torn apart. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him and slashed with his sword. Tianxia's head flew up, and blood splattered across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's right hand left the ancient god sword and slammed his palm on Tianxia's chest, absorbing his spirit energy wildly. Tianxia's head popped out quickly. He sensed that the spirit energy in his body was being absorbed quickly and panicked. Just as he was about to finish speaking, his head was chopped off by the thunderclap sword. Then he condensed his head again, but it was chopped off again. The cycle repeated itself 5 times. When his soul was ready to leave his body, it was sucked in by the Tianxia map. His heart fell into the abyss of despair. My life is over. He lamented in his heart that he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Soon his body went limp, and after taking his storage ring, Zhou Xuanji used the power of heavenly lightning to destroy his body and soul. A formidable demon of his generation had fallen just like that. Zhou Xuanji calmed the surging spirit energy in his body as he looked at the storage ring, lost in thought. Once upon a time, Tianxia was viewed by him as an enemy that was difficult to defeat. Now he had easily killed him. The battlefield was silent. Both humans and demons were shocked. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already killed the most powerful cultivators of the 2 armies. Wasn't this too ridiculous? At this moment, his voice was heard, "Demons, disperse or don't blame my divine sword for being merciless." Dozens of divine swords hung high up in the sky, all of them trembling, their voices resounding throughout heaven and earth, causing people's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. The demons fled in panic and quickly left. The cultivators knelt down and thanked Zhou Xuanji for his help. Xinhao sect's evil cultivators were still silent. They did not dare to clamor or to take revenge for Tianxia. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He stored his swords and continued toward Great Zhou. Since the beginning he did not even look at Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji, because the 2 of them were not worthy of his attention. Damn, Huang Ming clenched his fists. He was furious and unwilling. Once he looked down on Zhou Xuanji. But now, he swore that he would catch up to Zhou Xuanji and let the world know that he was not inferior to Zhou Xuanji. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Zhou at high speed. His cultivation was already at spirit refinement level 4, and he was already familiar with the ancient god sword. The Tianxia map had accumulated an endless supply of spirit energy, which was enough for him to use freely for a long time. He did not believe that he could not fight Huangquan Drake King. At this moment he suddenly felt that someone was following him. He immediately stopped and turned around. He saw a young man flying over with extreme speed on his sword. It was the exquisite sword mind of the Hegemon sword sect, Lin Chang'e. Back at Juedi Cliff, the two of them had agreed to battle within 10 years in the Hegemon sword sect. This brat has the cultivation of great realization as well. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and thought. No wonder this brat was so confident and dared to give him 10 years. Lin Chang'e came up to Zhou Xuanji quickly. He brushed away the hair on his forehead and smiled. Brother Zhou, you are really fast. I almost could not catch up to you. Seeing Zhou Xuanji again, the expression in his eyes changed. He was no longer as arrogant, but there was a tinge of passion in his eyes. Why are you following me? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a good impression of Lin Chang'e. At least this person was straightforward and generous. Lin Chang'e smiled. Isn't there a rumor that Huangquan Drake King is going to challenge you? I'm here to help you. I'm now ranked 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. I'm qualified to help you, right? 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100? Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. He heard from Daoya Old Man that Lin Chang'e had not entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100 yet. This time he was ranked 77th? It seemed that the legendary exquisite sword mind was not simple indeed. He shook his head with a smile and said, No need. I don't want you to get into trouble. Lin Chang'e's kindness was most likely because he saw him as a competitor and did not want him to die. I've been wandering around Great Zhou for a long time and finally met you. I can't wait for nothing. After we defeat Huangquan Drake King and rest up, we will fight. What do you think? Lin Chang'e asked with a burning gaze. Among the sword cultivators in the world, only Zhou Xuanji was qualified to fight him. As for his father, he could only respect him. Zhou Xuanji frowned and was a little hesitant. How about this? When the time comes, you can observe the battle and help me hold back the other powerful cultivators. I'll deal with Huangquan Drake King alone, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e nodded and smiled. The two of them continued to fly toward Great Zhou. They chatted as they flew. I heard that you are preparing to establish your own sect? Lin Chang'e asked out of curiosity. News of Zhou Xuanji recruiting disciples had already spread. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Why? You want to join? My sword sect will surpass your Hegemon sword sect. This opportunity will not come again. This guy's talent was not inferior to Ning Zifeng's. It was not a bad idea to be his sword slave. With 3 great realization cultivators in his sect could be ranked among the top human factions. However, it was still far from becoming a sanctum. To become a sanctum, one needed a solid foundation. What can you teach me? Lin Chang'e said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. To subdue him, defeating him alone was not enough. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he said, Watch carefully. Don't blink. Lin Chang'e was stunned. What was he going to do? Zhou Xuanji sped up suddenly. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky. The massive body that was hundreds of meters long stirred up the sea of clouds. The dragon's scales on his body glowed with a golden radiance like the sun, which made Lin Chang'e's jaw drop. Come. Wonderful book house. Come. Chapter 259. The 5-clawed golden dragon soared above the sea of clouds, majestic and mighty. Lin Chang'e flew on his sword and followed closely behind. He looked at the ancestral dragon and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, Are you so shocked that you don't know what to say? Zhou Xuanji asked. No matter what kind of exquisite sword heart you are, or what kind of supernatural prodigy you are, you will be stunned in front of the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Chang'e swallowed and nodded slowly. You are actually a long worm? Puff, Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. This is the ancestral dragon. This is my sword technique, it's called the ancestral dragon sword, it can transform into the ancestral dragon. This kid actually dared to insult the ancestral dragon. If he were to encounter the dragon clan in the future, he would definitely expose this matter and make sure that this brat would never have a place to hide. Ancestral dragon sword. Lin Chang'e frowned and muttered to himself. He was shocked. Was there such a sword technique? With a shake of his body, Zhou Xuanji transformed back into his original body. He glanced back at Lin Chang'e and asked, Do you want to learn? Lin Changa took a deep breath and said, I want to learn. Be my disciple or sword slave and I'll teach you. This is our sword sect's guarding sword technique. Zhou Xuanji continued. The ancestral dragon sword was definitely a heaven-grade sword technique, and there were very few sword techniques that could compare to it. At least he had never seen one before. Lin Changa fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. After his battle with Huangquan Drake King, he believed that this boy would be moved. He had mastered so many sword techniques that not many people in the world could compare to him. As for the title of Sword Dao Grandmaster, he felt that he was worthy of it. The two of them continued forward. After seeing the ancestral dragon sword, Lin Changa no longer liked to smile. The aura of that five-clawed golden dragon was so powerful that it made him tremble with fear. If he were to learn such a sword technique, would he not be able to challenge beings above the Mahayana realm? At the thought of this, his heart began to beat faster. But how could he abandon the hegemon sword sect? Great Zhou Royal Palace. Huangquan Drake King was still coiled up. His dragon head was submerged in the sea of clouds, inhaling and exhaling mist, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A heretic cultivator appeared in the ruins and knelt before the Dragon King. Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji has already come to Juema Wasteland and killed Huangquan Blood Devil and Ta Tianxin. He should be coming for the battle, but he might want to launch a sneak attack. When he said that, Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshi, and the others who were imprisoned in the ruins nearby were all stunned. Zhou Xuanji was coming? He really won't give up on us. Ever since the Yellow Springs Drake King conquered the great Zhou dynasty, the princes and princesses had all been reduced to prisoners. If not for the fact that they had already abstained from eating, they would probably be in an even more sorry state. Princess Lingling, who was beside him, was also stunned. In Great Zhou, she was given a ghost marriage to Zhou Xuanji. Although the two of them had never met, everyone thought that she was Zhou Xuanji's wife. Even Zhou Qingxin treated her well. Normally she would look forward to Zhou Xuanji coming, but her rationality told her that it was impossible. Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he could not reach such heights. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really come. The great general of the state, Shitan Changshi, was also very excited. His body trembled as he murmured, Your Majesty, you are right. Recalling Emperor Yan of Zhou's words, his eyes were filled with hope. The current emperor of Great Zhou, Zhou Qingxin, was also very excited. He could no longer care about his dignity as the emperor. He clenched his fists and tears flickered in his eyes. If Great Zhou really perished in his hands, he would be too ashamed to face his ancestors. The other civil and military officials nearby were also very excited. Really? Then let's wait for him to come. No matter what schemes he has, in front of absolute power, he will die, and he will die a horrible death. Huangquan Drake King's loud laughter resounded across the heavens and earth, causing the sea of clouds to roll. It was as though a nightmare had enveloped the royal city. Having heard this, Zhou Qingxin, Princess Xuanya, and the others' excitement was extinguished like a flame being doused with cold water. If even Zhou Xuanji died, they would really be doomed. With Huangquan Drake King's ruthlessness, he would not give Great Zhou a chance to live. Summon all the Huangquan 100 devils. I want them to see how the top genius in the world begs for mercy from me. Huangquan Drake King spoke again, and Great Zhou was in an uproar. Huangquan 100 devils. The core power of the Huangquan path was at least 8th rank or spirit refinement. The Huangquan Blood Devil was one of the Huangquan 100 devils. Yes. The evil cultivator received the order and left quickly. Huangquan Drake King did not speak anymore and continued to absorb the world's spiritual qi. Zhou Qingxin's face was pale. Even the Huangquan 100 devils were summoned. Huangquan Drake King was evidently determined to kill Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly felt that his world was collapsing. At the border of Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji looked at the broken city walls and frowned slightly. Great Zhou's situation was worse than he had imagined. Other than the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires' border passes have been conquered, Lin Changa sighed. The human race was on the brink of death and he was anxious too. However, he was not powerful enough to turn the situation around. However, he did not panic because he had already received the news. The top cultivator in the world had appeared. Yang Di was a human after all. How could he just stand by and watch? Let's continue. Zhou Xuanji said this and flew toward Great Zhou's royal city. Lin Changa was a little stunned. He quickly caught up and asked, Aren't we going to lay out a plan? It's too disadvantageous for us to barge in forcefully. Why don't we discuss it? Although he was the top prodigy of the hegemon sword sect, he was not arrogant. He would always think of a perfect plan before doing anything. No matter how perfect the plan is, we still have to face the entire Huangquan path. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. He had thought about it before, but he could not find any reinforcements. Instead of worrying himself, it was better to charge in directly. With the Qianxia map and many legendary swords, he dared to charge into Huangquan alone and face the enemies. Lin Chang'e sighed. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he flatter himself to help this guy? But thinking about it, if this battle was a success, wouldn't he become famous across the world? Just thinking about it made him excited. And so, the two flew toward Great Zhou's royal city without hesitation. The news of the battle at Juema Wasteland had spread too. Both Ta Tianxin and Huangquan Blood Devil were powerful cultivators who shook the world. But they were both killed by Zhou Xuanji without being able to retaliate. Ta Tianxin is the sect lord of Xinhao sect. I heard that Sword God Zhou was not injured at all and killed the two enemies easily. He's too powerful. Is he really only ranked 42nd? So what if he's powerful? Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world. Great Zhou is like a piece of paper before him. If Zhou Xuanji continues to grow, will he become the top cultivator in the world in the future? After this news spread, the world was shocked. How powerful was Zhou Xuanji? Also, he appeared in Juema Wasteland to accept Huangquan Drake King's challenge? Instantly, the attention of humans and demons shifted from Yang Di to Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King. Soon, a shocking piece of news would spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 260. Night fell. Jiang Shui was internalizing qi in the courtyard, and beside her sat Huang Lianxin, Xian Xianghua and the other second-generation female disciples. The atmosphere was a little quiet. The roars of wild beasts and the chirping of birds could be heard from the forest around the town. Jiang Shui slowly opened her eyes and frowned. Don't worry. Master will definitely return triumphantly. Huang Lianxin opened her eyes and comforted. They already knew that Zhou Xuanji had killed Ta Tianxin and Huangquan Blood Devil in Juema Wasteland. This meant that the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King was nearing. Jiang Shui nodded and faintly sighed, but there's always a rock in my heart. Without us, if he's exhausted, who will take him away? In the past battles, whenever Zhou Xuanji won, he would be completely exhausted and would even faint. Fortunately, with their protection he was able to escape. Now Zhou Xuanji was alone. If he fell unconscious again, would he be eaten by demons? Every time she thought of this, she felt uneasy. Cultivate well. The reason why he didn't bring you guys is because you can't keep up with him. Xian Xianghua's cold voice rang out, causing Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin's expressions to change. She walked to the front of Jiang Shui, bent down and asked softly, My celestial devil rebirth technique is a rare peerless cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Jiang Shui was stunned and subconsciously became vigilant. She had heard of the celestial devil rebirth technique, which was one of the most powerful techniques in the world. The ancient Diablo and Xian Xianghua both relied on it to ascend to the top of the world. What do you want? Jiang Shui asked cautiously. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. There was definitely a trap. Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke softly. Jiang Shui's eyes widened, and her cheeks puffed up in anger. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e were resting and internalizing qi under a tree. There was a bonfire in front of them, illuminating the grass and trees within a radius of 10 meters. The two of them remained silent. Tomorrow they would head to the Great Zhou Imperial City to fight the Yellow Springs Drake King to the death. Everyone had a lot on their minds. Lin Chang'e slowly opened his eyes and asked, Are you sure you can win? No. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, which made Lin Chang'e frown. Then why are you still so rash? Because I don't want to lose and I will not lose. What kind of logic is that? If you understood, you would be the 42nd strongest in the world. Lin Chang'e was speechless. He closed his eyes again and didn't bother to continue the conversation. It was a silent night. When the first ray of sunlight streaked across the land, the two of them opened their eyes, got up and continued forward. They walked out of the forest and frowned. They saw a figure standing on the hillside in front of them, looking at them quietly. It was an old man with a golden compass in his hand. He wore an old Taoist robe. Feng Yule, the mastermind who created the Qianxia map. Of course, Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Feng Yule looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. There was unwillingness, anger, hatred, anticipation, and other emotions in his eyes. May I know who you are? Lin Chang'e asked coldly. The other party had been deliberately waiting for them, and they had not discovered it yet. It was obvious that they were not kind people. Feng Kyul slowly spoke. My name is Feng Kyul, and I'm just a mortal among the countless mortals in this world. However, I've had a fortuitous encounter that allows me to pry into fate. Yet another existence that knew how to read one's fate. First it was Daoya Old Man, then Dao Seeker, and now this Feng Kyul. Each of them was more pretentious than the other. Then why are you blocking the way? Lin Chang'e asked him politely. He did not like Feng Kyul's way of doing things. Feng Kyul looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, if you go with your current strength, you will definitely die. Don't go any further. Turn back. Back then Huangquan Drake King also faced such a choice. He was afraid and his reputation was swept to the ground. But later on he became stronger and wiped away his shame. He wants you to experience the shame he experienced back then. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This fellow was trying to persuade him? However, from his words, it seemed that he was not on the same side as Huangquan Drake King. How can I give up on an empire's life so easily? Lin Chang'e asked in a low voice. He even suspected that this fellow was Huangquan Drake King's subordinate. He had intentionally come to deal a blow to them and make them feel fear, raising Huangquan Drake King's reputation in the northern wilderness. Whether you live or die depends on a single thought from you. You have a great treasure, and if you die because of this and the treasure falls into Huangquan Drake King's hands, that will be a great sin, Feng Kyul said. He directly ignored Lin Chang'e and continued to look at Zhou Xuanji. Great treasure. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this old man know that the Tianxia map was in his hands? He immediately thought of those maps. Could it be that Feng Kyul had given him those maps? Even Daoya Old Man could not divine the Tianxia map, and apart from his trusted subordinates, no one else knew that the Tianxia map was in his hands. As such, he could not help but think in that direction. No one can stop me from going to Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji said. His tone was resolute and did not allow anyone to refute him. After saying this he leapt up and passed by Feng Kyul. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind him, but when he passed by Feng Kyul, he looked back. This fellow was unfathomable. Just where did he come from? Why had he never heard of Feng Kyul before? The two of them quickly disappeared over the horizon. Feng Kyul turned and looked over, not saying anything for a long time. You dare to fight with your life? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you can break through this tribulation, he muttered to himself. He was not angry and instead felt a bit expectant. Great Zhou's royal city. Hundreds of thousands of captives knelt together, including Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshe, and the others. They were all under a spell and powerlessly sat there. The captives were all in a state of fear, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. Because Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning at all. There were many Yellow Springs Path cultivators and fiendish demons standing guard at the sides and above them, waiting in formation. The Huangquan twin devils and dozens of figures stood in front of Huangquan Drake King. Huangquan 100 devils. Because of the war between the two races, there were only 89 Huangquan 100 devils left, but they were still an extremely terrifying force. They all had different expressions, some mocking, some condescending, some confused, and some filled with anger. They were all waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come. If Zhou Xuanji dares to come, I will tear him to pieces and take revenge for Big Brother Blood Devil. It's difficult. I'm afraid he won't dare to come. Maybe he's hiding somewhere, trembling in fear. Seeing our formation he dares to come out? What a joke. How can Zhou Xuanji compare to the Drake King? The Huangquan 100 devils discussed among themselves. They were all filled with disdain towards Zhou Xuanji. Of course, if they were to fight Zhou Xuanji alone, their attitude might be different. At this moment, two sounds of the air being torn could be heard. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e flew over on their swords. Everyone turned their heads to look. Huangquan Old Worm, didn't you want to challenge me? Today I will use your life to let the world know who I am. I am the Sword Emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, filled with killing intent. He was laughing. His laughter was incredibly arrogant, causing all of the evil cultivators and demons of the Huangquan path to be furious. Chapter 261. Zhou Xuanji stood on the thunderclap sword and quickly came to the sky above the royal city. Looking at the ruins of the imperial city and the hundreds of thousands of trembling people, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He stopped and looked at Huangquan Drake King's huge body. Old Worm, do you dare to fight me in the sky? He was afraid of hurting the innocent. The Huangquan twin devils and Huangquan 100 ghosts were enraged. Did this kid really think he could deal with the Yellow Springs path alone? Courting death. There's no need for the Dragon King to do anything. We can kill you on our own. Exactly. Cripple him. We can't let him die so easily. We have to make him beg for death. How arrogant! You dare to fight with the Dragon King? The Huangquan 100 devils all insulted Zhou Xuanji. All sorts of nasty words came out of their mouths, but they were not in a hurry to act. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless and said coldly, "A bunch of ants. I can kill you all without a sword." Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone. The Huangquan 100 devils became even more furious and took out their magic tools. They looked at Huangquan Drake King and asked to fight, wanting to gang up on Zhou Xuanji. You can only watch the battle between this king and him. Huangquan Drake King's voice rang out, and the ground shook violently. Rumble, the sea of clouds churned, and the two dragon whiskers stirred up the wind and waves. The huge Dragon King began to leave the ground. The azure dragon was hundreds of feet in diameter, and its body was at least 10,000 feet long. It was like a majestic mountain range or a great river, majestic and domineering. A terrifying dragon head squeezed out from the sea of clouds. The dragon's eyes were cold, and the dragon's horn reflected a cold light. Zhou Xuanji, you are extremely talented, but it's a pity that you still have to die. I have seen many geniuses, but no one remembers the dead geniuses. Huangquan Drake King looked at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly. Lin Chang'e broke out in a cold sweat. Facing the netherworld Drake King's gaze, who could remain calm? The hundreds of thousands of great Zhou captives were also worried for Zhou Xuanji. If it were them, they wouldn't even have the courage to attack the Yellow Springs Drake King. Right at this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, God Emperor Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Illusory Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Hegemonjo, Great Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, 10,000 Firewood Sword, Daz Sword, Bayou King Sword, White Dragon Bone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Sword, Ice Sealing Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Burning Fire Sword. All the divine swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi and were buzzing non-stop. Apart from the thunderclap sword beneath his feet, there were 59 other divine swords floating behind him. Each of them had their own brilliance, creating a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and the sky-extinguishing sword flew into his hand. After holding the sword, his entire aura suddenly changed. Boom! Sword chi erupted, shooting up into the sky, scattering the sea of clouds above. A majestic might ravaged the heavens and earth, causing hundreds of thousands of people to widen their eyes. Such a strong pressure. Lin Chang'e was also given a big fright. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's strength to be so terrifying. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky-extinguishing sword and pointed it at Huangquan Drake King as he said, "Using the weak to threaten the enemy, you are not worthy of being called an expert, nor are you worthy of being ranked 5th in the world. Dragons are overlords that soar through the 9 heavens. They are proud and mighty, and a bug like you does not have the right to be one." After speaking, he gave a long roar and turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Ancestral Dragon Sword. His dragon body madly grew, quickly becoming 500 meters long. His body gave off a golden light, and even though he was not as big as Huangquan Drake King, he gave off a divine aura. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Zhou Xuanji had turned into a dragon. Huangquan Drake King, Huangquan 100 Devils, and Huangquan Twin Devils were also dumbfounded. It had to be said that compared to Huangquan Drake King, the 5-clawed golden dragon was much more majestic. It was like a divine dragon facing an ordinary dragon. True dragon. How is this possible? Huangquan Drake King could no longer remain calm and furiously roared. After saying this, he ferociously rushed at Zhou Xuanji. A dragon that was 3,000 meters tall was incredibly terrifying, and as it rushed out, it gave off an unstoppable aura. It swept through the ruins of the royal city, and hundreds of thousands of captives cried out and prostrated themselves on the ground to prevent themselves from being swept away. Zhou Xuanji also moved. The two massive dragons collided in the air, and in that moment, a powerful light exploded out from between them, illuminating the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 The two massive dragons rushed above the sea of clouds and madly fought. Their tails and horns occasionally poked out of the sea of clouds, and countless dragon scales fell to the ground. Thunderclouds gathered and a wild gale blew, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing and a catastrophe was descending. Everyone on the ground could not see the battle clearly, and they could only feel shock. That boy is already so powerful? Despicable, If we face him we might not be able to win. Huangquan twin devils' expressions were unsightly, and they gnashed their teeth. They had wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji with their own hands, but it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Fortunately they had faced Zhou Xuanji in advance. Too powerful, too powerful. Lin Changa's body trembled in excitement, and his hands gripped into fists. At this moment he felt an indescribable sense of worship in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was only 28 years old. He could fight against the fifth in the world at such a young age, and he had even created such a shocking sword technique. He suddenly wanted to take him as his teacher. On Great Zhou's side, everyone was even more excited. There was anger and surprise. Sword God Zhou is so powerful. He's still as invincible as ever. Kill him. Take revenge for Great Zhou. Heavens, can Zhou Xuanji really fight against Huangquan Drake King? Of course. He has never lost before. Compared to him, the sword monarch who escaped is nothing. Our hope is here. Hundreds of thousands of captives cheered for Zhou Xuanji, including Zhou Qingxin and Princess Lingling. Shitan Changshe wept tears of joy. He put his palms together and mumbled, "His Majesty has shown himself. The golden age that you have been waiting for is coming." Back then the Empress of Great Zhou could not kill Zhou Xuanji because of Emperor Yan of Zhou's arrangements. Even when Zhou Xuanji tried to assassinate the Empress, Emperor Yan of Zhou predicted it and ordered Shitan Changshe to watch by the side. Of course none of this mattered anymore. Emperor Yan of Zhou had told Shitan Changshe before that he was not doing this for his kinship but for Great Zhou's future. As such, he had never explained this to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had long since understood and had never asked. Rumble, Huangquan Drake King suddenly spewed out billowing flames that were like a massive river, crashing into the five-clawed golden dragon and sending him flying into the horizon. At that moment, heavenly lightning suddenly exploded out, destroying the flames. The thunderclap sword attached itself to Zhou Xuanji's forehead, causing heavenly lightning to wrap around his dragon body. The dozens of other legendary swords quickly rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. The dragon-shaped sword chi expanded, turning into dozens of golden dragons that roared as they shot out, creating a majestic scene. What sword technique is this? Huangquan Drake King roared, his tone filled with anger. Zhou Xuanji challenging him as a five-clawed golden dragon was the greatest humiliation to him. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 262. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. You don't understand the peerless sword technique. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed. His body trembled as he once again rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. He looked calm and confident, but he was actually terrified. The old dragon's strength was just too terrifying. Every time they collided, he felt that he could release the ancestral dragon sword at any time. The fifth in the world truly lived up to his reputation. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation? Other than this king, there are no other true dragons in this world. Yellow Springs Drake King roared furiously. His body ignited with flames and his aura surged. His dragon body suddenly trembled, and countless dragon scales turned into sharp blades as they shot towards Zhou Xuanji. The sea of clouds was riddled with holes, and even Zhou Xuanji's heavenly lightning was unable to stop these dragon scales. Soon his dragon body was destroyed by the dragon scales. He returned to his original form, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He held the sky-extinguishing sword in his right hand, and the ancient god sword in his left. This was the first time he had used two heavenly soul divine swords at the same time. A faint shadow appeared on Zhou Xuanji's body. Emperor Hanlin. The remnant soul of an ancient great emperor. Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously again. He could sense that his spirit energy was depleting quickly. Fortunately, he had the Qinsha map to provide him with endless spirit energy. The unprecedented power made him a little dazed. Two swords in his hands. He could not help but feel that he was invincible. Where did your sword come from? Huangquan Drake King asked in a low voice. As soon as the ancient god sword had fallen into Zhou Xuanji's hands, his aura had greatly increased. How could he not think about it? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and charged forward with his sword. 10,000 everlasting steps. Like a beam of cold light, it tore apart the vault of heaven. Huangquan Drake King's neck was cut open and blood spurted out. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him. His hands were slightly trembling and he felt an intense pain in his palm. This guy's skin was really too hard. He immediately turned around and focused his gaze. Dozens of divine swords hovered above Huangquan Drake King's head in a circular formation. 100-star sky obscuring formation. The divine swords were still far away from Huangquan Drake King, so they could not envelop his entire body. Countless sword chi rained down on Huangquan Drake King like a torrential rain. Huangquan Drake King howled in pain. Sword chi bombarded his body, making it difficult for him to break free from the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Yellow springs descend. He suddenly raised his head and roared. In an instant, the sound of a surging river came from above, and Zhou Xuanji instinctively looked up. A black hole appeared above the sea of clouds, and turbid yellow water gushed out from it towards Zhou Xuanji. Countless evil spirits emerged from the river, wreaking havoc in the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself, "What spell is this?" He immediately performed the sword technique of stars, sun, and moon. With the sun and moon in front and the stars behind, they overlapped and rushed forward like a straight torrent, crashing head-on into the yellow spring. Rumble! A bright light shone in the sky above the imperial city. Everyone looked up in shock. Was this really a level that could be reached through cultivation? Even Shitan Changshe and Lin Chang'e couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In front of these two techniques, everything in the world seemed so insignificant. The yellow spring was unstoppable. It dispersed the sun, moon, and stars before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. He leapt, quickly dodging the Huangquan, but countless evil spirits were still rushing towards him. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, and each strike was incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out in all directions, turning wave after wave of evil spirits into dust. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King suddenly unleashed his spirit energy and forcefully broke the formation. Dozens of legendary swords spun and flew out. Zhou Xuanji, you indeed have the ability to defeat all great realization cultivators. It's a pity that I'm a great tribulation scattered immortal. You are like an arm trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly. He had already seen through Zhou Xuanji's limit. Powerful indeed. But it was nothing before him. He turned around and dashed into the yellow spring, and his massive dragon body shrunk. A horrifying might that sent chills down everyone's spines exploded. The yellow spring boiled and countless bubbles popped. A silhouette could be vaguely seen in the yellow spring. It was Huangquan Drake King. He transformed into his human form. The yellow spring parted, revealing him. He wore a crimson robe and his face was fair and majestic. He had dragon horns and a crown on his head. His dragon eyes were brimming with vigor. He raised his right hand and the yellow spring water condensed into a long staff. There were 3 skulls on the top of the staff which looked horrifying. He smirked and laughed coldly. He did not waste any more words and struck the staff toward Zhou Xuanji. In that moment, the surrounding yellow spring water formed into massive and savage yellow dragons that rushed at Zhou Xuanji. Facing the ferocious yellow dragons, Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He once again unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, continuously destroying the yellow dragons. Dozens of legendary swords flew around him, helping him defend against the attacks. He used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation and fought with Huangquan Drake King. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart, and sword chi and yellow dragons wreaked havoc. The scene was incredibly shocking. Can Zhou Xuanji win? I feel that Huangquan Drake King is so powerful. Is this the 5th in the world? Is that really the legendary Yellow Spring? 9 Hell Yellow Springs, the home of vengeful spirits? It's hard to say. The Huangquan path hasn't acted yet. You have to win. Great Zhou's captives discussed nervously as if they were the ones fighting. This battle concerned their lives, so they were naturally more afraid than Zhou Xuanji. Lin Chang'e also felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. You can't die here. He gritted his teeth as he stared at the sky above the royal city, afraid that he would miss a crucial moment. He suddenly understood how laughable it was for him to come and help Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King was so powerful that he could not fight against him. If he helped, he would be a burden to Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, Feng Gyul stood on the peak and observed the battle. The power that Zhou Xuanji displayed shocked him in his heart. What other trump cards does this brat have other than the Tianxia map? He was confused because he could tell that Zhou Xuanji had not used the Tianxia map yet. However, with Zhou Xuanji's current power, it would be difficult for him to defeat Huangquan Drake King. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by a yellow dragon. He quickly turned into the golden invincible form and stabilized himself with heavenly lightning coiling around him. With a savage look in his eyes, he swung his swords wildly. His 2 swords were like the wind and countless sword chi shot out, dazzling everyone's eyes. Streaks of white light crashed into Huangquan Drake King consecutively. Huangquan Drake King did not dodge because he had the protection of the Yellow Spring. With a disdainful smile, he disappeared suddenly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively swung his swords behind him. Huangquan Drake King moved even faster, and a yellow dragon slammed into Zhou Xuanji, sending him flying back. In that moment he felt as if his internal organs were burning, and he tasted something sweet in his throat. He wanted to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it in time. "I'll let you have a taste of this king's true power," Huangquan Drake King said as he coldly laughed and swung the skeletal staff in his right hand. Just as Zhou Xuanji stabilized himself and prepared to counterattack, he suddenly found that his hands and feet were grabbed by two pitch-black evil spirits. These evil spirits only had their upper bodies and their lower bodies were like burnt smoke. Their expressions were savage, as if they wanted to eat Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. The heavenly lightning could not harm these evil spirits. Puchi. Zhou Xuanji's chest suddenly tore open, and a white bony claw stretched out, looking incredibly eerie. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 263. Wah! Seeing Zhou Xuanji's chest pierced by the bone claw, the great Zhou captives all became terrified. Was he going to be defeated just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji directly used Six-Path Sword Shadow and killed all of the evil spirits around him. His chest trembled and forced the bone claw out of his body, and his wound healed at a visible rate. His face was pale and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he had not activated Golden Invincible Form, his life force might have been greatly reduced, and he might have been defeated. After all, his body cultivation was to strengthen his body's defense, not his regeneration. "Are you afraid?" Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Thinking about how Zhou Xuanji was Xian Xianghua's husband, a murderous aura appeared in his eyes. In his life he hated Xian Xianghua the most. That old demonic woman was cruel and heartless. Only by making her suffer would he feel excited. Moreover, there was another reason why he came to find Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and summoned all of his legendary swords to his side in case the evil spirits suddenly attacked. He had not sensed his injuries at all. Even though he was so far away from Huangquan Drake King, he could not see the evil spirits' movements. Could it be that they had come from the netherworld? Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Tianxia map, and his aura changed slightly. Seeing that he did not speak, Huangquan Drake King condescendingly laughed and continued to attack. Hundreds of evil spirits appeared around Zhou Xuanji, inundating him. These evil spirits were all very powerful. If it was an ordinary spirit refinement cultivator, they would most likely be torn apart. Even great realization cultivators would find it difficult to defend against them. Ah! The evil spirits suddenly gave off terrifying cries. Following this, they were all absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King stared with wide eyes and cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" He did not believe it and continued to cast spells. Thousands of evil spirits once again surrounded Zhou Xuanji and leapt at him. "Demons and monsters, you want to harm me?" Zhou Xuanji condescendingly laughed. Using the Tianxia map, he directly absorbed all of the evil spirits. These evil spirits all had spirit energy, which was converted by the Tianxia map into pure spirit energy suitable for him, helping him become stronger. After absorbing thousands of evil spirits, he broke through straight away. Spirit Refinement Level 5. Some strange memories flashed through his mind. They came from the wraiths. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji often inherited sword techniques, so he had some resistance to these unfamiliar memories and would not get lost in them. Sensing Zhou Xuanji's aura change, Huangquan Drake King's eyes widened. This kid is using his evil spirit to break through. He was instantly enraged. "Kid, you're courting death." Huangquan Drake King came before Zhou Xuanji in a single step and swung his staff. It was simply too fast, and Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time, nor could he absorb its spirit energy. He was sent flying backwards by the skeletal staff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhou Xuanji's mouth and splattered across the sky. Flying 10,000 meters horizontally, he crashed into the mountains and landed beside a small river, causing the ground to collapse. Countless stones flew in all directions like bullets. All he felt was a bone-crushing pain. The invincible Vajra body quickly faded. The great Zhou captives were silent. It was as if they had been struck by lightning as they stood rooted to the ground. The Yellow Springs Path's side cheered. "All hail the Dragon King." "I knew it. How can Zhou Xuanji stand up to the Dragon King? Such domineering power. Zhou Xuanji could not withstand it at all. This is the Dragon King, unparalleled and invincible. I feel that the Dragon King can compete for first place in the next World Millennium Duel." The evil cultivators and demons of the Yellow Springs Path started praising the Yellow Springs Drake King, as if he was already invincible. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King raised his left hand and tens of thousands of Great Zhou captives flew up in panic. The other captives on the ground also tensed up. Stop. What are you trying to do? Shitan Changshu shouted angrily. Unfortunately, his body was weak and his spiritual power was depleted. Otherwise he would have already rushed up and fought Huangquan Drake King to the death. Huangquan Drake King ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji in the distance as he said coldly, "Zhou Xuanji, didn't you want to save them? Today I'll let you watch them die one by one." With that, he threw the tens of thousands of captives into the Yellow Springs. The captives screamed again and again. After entering the Yellow Springs, their bodies decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment only their screams echoed in the world. Horrifying. Despair. Damn it. Zhou Qingxin bent over and pounded his fists on the ground. He felt as if his chest was about to explode from anger. He hated it so much. He hated Huangquan Drake King. He hated himself even more. It was his uselessness that caused his people to die so tragically. The other Great Zhou captives fell into extreme despair and terror. They did not beg for mercy because they had already begged. Death was not scary. Knowing that death was coming but being powerless to resist was the most terrifying. Moreover, their deaths would be torturous. Zhou Xuanji, what are you enduring? Or are you unable to control that power at all? Huangquan Drake King mocked. He did not even bat an eyelid when he killed tens of thousands of people casually. Far away, Zhou Xuanji lay at the bottom of the crater. His white clothes were torn and his body was covered with blood. Dozens of legendary swords were scattered around him. He tried to stand up but could not. This guy. So he knew that I had the Tianxia map. He kept forcing me to use the Tianxia map so that he could take the opportunity to take it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. His murderous intent toward Huangquan Drake King had reached its peak. The Holy Light Redemption Sword flew to his side and pierced into his right arm to help him recover. The Tianxia map was also providing him with endless spirit energy. He got up slowly and began to think of a plan. Huangquan Drake King was more powerful than he had imagined. But he was confident that he could escape. But if he escaped, he might as well not have come. He looked toward the Huangquan 100 Devils. He could rely on these fellows to become more powerful, but Huangquan Drake King would not just stand by and watch. The one who obtains the Tianxia map will obtain the world. Zhou Xuanji, the Tianxia map has not been able to unleash its true might in your hands. Why don't you hand over the Tianxia map to me? Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly, causing everyone to be in an uproar. Tianxia map. Even Great Zhou's side was stunned. Zhou Xuanji had the legendary treasure Tianxia map? The Huangquan 100 Devils' breathing became ragged. Although they were working for Huangquan Drake King, they each had their own thoughts. If they obtained the Tianxia map, given time, they believed that they could surpass Huangquan Drake King. To be able to reach such heights who did not have any thoughts. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. This fellow actually told them about this. Even if he obtained it, was he not afraid that everyone in the world would attack him? It's a pity that the Tianxia map will still fall into Huangquan Drake King's hands. Feng Qiul shook his head, looking worried. He could not defeat Huangquan Drake King, so he could only watch on. Once Huangquan Drake King obtained the Tianxia map, the world would face a great calamity. On the other side, Lin Chang'e was also anxious. He gritted his teeth and flipped his right hand. A scroll appeared in his hand. He shouted at Huangquan Drake King, "Bastard! Do you dare to fight me?" However, Huangquan Drake King ignored him and flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Come. Wonderful Bookstore. Chapter 264. Throughout history, anyone who obtained the Tianxia map could rule the world. Our Netherworld path was the first to discover the Tianxia map, but it was taken away by you. Do you know what crime you've committed? This king will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. Even that will not be enough to atone for your sins. Huangquan Drake King coldly laughed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had not obtained the Tianxia map for long. He did not believe that Zhou Xuanji could kill him with the help of the Tianxia map. Looks like I can only break my promise. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He had already tried his best. He could not just throw his life away here. Aggrieved. However, he had already anticipated the possibility of failure. However, he didn't want to have any regrets and wanted to fight. The sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword landed in his hands again. Emperor Hanlin's remnant soul attached to his body, and his aura rose again. Huangquan Drake King was already on his must-kill list. He hated them even more than Jihuang Demon Lord. What? Scared? Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Even without his orders, the Huangquan Hundred Devils and Huangquan Twin Devils appeared in the surroundings, sealing off Zhou Xuanji's escape routes. All of them looked at him with sinister smiles, as if they were looking at a prisoner. If you hand over the Tianxia map, I can give you a chance to be my slave. Huangquan Drake King laughed. There was no doubt about Zhou Xuanji's talent, and if he could use him, it would naturally be good. Once he controlled the Tianxia map, no matter how talented Zhou Xuanji was, he would not be able to surpass him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and prepared to fight his way out. Tianxia map. A voice suddenly rang in his ears. He subconsciously turned around and saw Emperor Hanlin's deep eyes staring down at him. He was stunned. Is this guy conscious? I didn't expect that I would encounter the Tianxia map again. Brat, you borrowed my power, which is equivalent to being my successor. How can you be humiliated by this insect? Emperor Hanlin's voice resounded once more, and his tone carried an air of superiority. Yellow Springs Drake King stopped and looked at Emperor Hanlin with a frown. Who are you? He had thought that Emperor Hanlin was Zhou Xuanji's sword soul and had never thought that he would have his own consciousness. Emperor Hanlin ignored him and continued to look down at Zhou Xuanji. Brat, I'll let you try the power of the Tianxia map so that it won't be shamed. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji felt the Tianxia map in his body begin to rampage. His eyes widened. Was Emperor Hanlin the owner of the Tianxia map in the past? The sword spirit had said that the supreme legendary sword system had absorbed many remnant souls when it descended into the northern wilderness region, and Emperor Hanlin was one of them. She did not expect him to be the owner of the Tianxia map. That was right. The primordial god sword contained the remnant souls of 9 ancient great powers, but the first one it summoned was Emperor Hanlin. Was it because of the Tianxia map? A terrifying power emerged from his right palm and poured into the ancient god sword. The ancient god sword trembled violently, and the blade burst forth with a powerful light. It turned into a sword of light, and its aura was so powerful that the stones nearby trembled continuously. This is, Huangquan Drake King widened his eyes in shock. The surrounding Huangquan Hundred Devils and Huangquan Twin Devils were also frightened. From Emperor Hanlin's tone, it was clear that he had an extraordinary background. Could this fellow be related to the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Sensing this powerful energy, even he himself was shocked. The power of the Tianxia map. Do it. We can't let him continue to become stronger. The blade-wielding demon furiously roared. After speaking, they rushed at Zhou Xuanji. The Huangquan Hundred Devils also moved. Nearly 100 spirit refinement cultivators and above prepared to cast magic techniques, wanting to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his sword, using the sky-dominating divine sword. Boom. A terrifying sword chi exploded out, and before the Huangquan Hundred Devils could even use their spirit energy, they were sent flying back and coughed up blood. Immediately, 10 or so Huangquan Devils were annihilated. The Huangquan Twin Devils' cultivations were higher, and they nimbly dodged. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge and quickly came behind one of the Huangquan Devils. He stabbed his sword in, and at the same time he used world internalization to absorb the other party's spirit energy. Using the Tianxia map's power, he absorbed the Huangquan Devil's spirit energy in an instant, as well as his soul. This fellow did not even have time to say anything before dying. Following this, Zhou Xuanji continued to attack the other Huangquan Devils. The Tianxia map suppressed their souls and absorbed their spirit energy, making it so that the other Huangquan Devils did not notice this. So powerful. This feeling. Zhou Xuanji could not contain his excitement. With the support of the Tianxia map, his speed greatly increased, far surpassing the speed of a great realization cultivator. He could do whatever he wanted. Now he felt that he could really do whatever he wanted. The pressure that Huangquan Drake King gave him decreased greatly. Seeing him slaughter the Huangquan Hundred Devils, Huangquan Drake King could not sit still anymore and immediately charged at him. In less than 5 breaths of time, Zhou Xuanji had killed 4 Huangquan Devils. Unknowingly, he felt that his understanding of world reincarnation had deepened. Boom. Huangquan Drake King smashed down with his staff, but Zhou Xuanji dodged it. The staff smashed down, causing the ground to collapse and rivers to flow underground. The Huangquan Hundred Devils all dodged, but Zhou Xuanji's target was them. Even with Huangquan Drake King around, the Huangquan Devils fell one after another. How did this boy suddenly become so powerful? It's the Tianxia map. He's using the Tianxia map's power. The Huangquan Twin Devils cried out in shock. They were both furious and afraid, and they did not dare to join the battle. Countless evil spirits appeared in the mountains, flying over from all directions to capture Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji relied on his absolute speed to evade their capture. He did not stop to absorb the evil spirits because once he stopped, he would be captured by Huangquan Drake King. Everything around me seems so slow, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he searched for the Huangquan devils. His blood vessels expanded. He did not expect the Qianxia map to be so powerful. No wonder people said that the one with the Qianxia map would rule the world. It was not just because of the world Buddha art. Hurry up and attack that bug. Your body cannot withstand the Qianxia map's power for a long time. Emperor Hanlin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, reminding him telepathically. Zhou Xuanji came to his senses and looked toward Huangquan Drake King. Great tribulation scattered immortal. An existence that surpassed the great realization stage. He wondered if the Qianxia map's power could help him kill Huangquan Drake King. Even if it could not, he had to kill him. Zhou Xuanji charged toward Huangquan Drake King with 2 Heavenly Soul legendary swords in his hands. 10,000 ultimate steps. Huangquan Drake King only saw a flash of sword light, and his throat was slit. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He instinctively covered his throat and swung his staff, but he missed. Zhou Xuanji appeared 10 meters away and looked at him coldly. This is the Qianxia map's power? Huangquan Drake King asked greedily, his eyes burning with desire. Zhou Xuanji's strength could only sweep across great realization stage cultivators, but now he could injure a great tribulation scattered immortal. If he could obtain the Qianxia map, how powerful would he be? Get close to him. Emperor Hanlin's voice once again came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 265. Approach him? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged forward with the 8-step sword lunge. The Qianxia map could absorb souls, and his world internalization could absorb spiritual power. There was no reason for him to be afraid of close combat. Huangquan Drake King was pleasantly surprised to see him appear out of thin air. This kid is really full of himself. He doesn't know how powerful a great tribulation bodiless immortal is. He thought disdainfully in his heart. The current Zhou Xuanji was powerful and shocked him, but it was not to the point where he feared him. His eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He held the skeletal staff in his right hand, and small yellow dragons emerged from the 3 skulls. Draw your sword, display your strongest sword technique. Emperor Hanlin shouted, and Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the ancestral dragon sword. Huangquan Drake King felt an extremely powerful impact on his Yuan Shen, and he instantly fell into a daze. Roar! A dragon roar exploded, and a 5-clawed golden dragon tore Huangquan Drake King into pieces. It swallowed Huangquan Drake King's soul into its mouth, and the Qianxia map absorbed it. The 5-clawed golden dragon transformed into his human form, and Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. Silence. The world was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Huangquan 100 ghosts and Huangquan twin devils were dumbfounded. What did they see? Impossible. This can't be real. Zhou Xuanji was given a big fright. Huangquan Drake King had died just like that? In that instant he felt a strange power enter his body, causing his speed to increase to the extreme. It was not the power of the Qianxia map. It was Emperor Hanlin. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Emperor Hanlin's remnant soul, only to see it flickering like a candle flame, about to dissipate at any moment. Kid, that strike just now had consumed a large portion of your Majesty's strength. Next up, your Majesty will enter a deep slumber. I don't know how long it will take for me to wake up again. In the future you can only rely on yourself. Emperor Hanlin's voice floated into Zhou Xuanji's ears, causing him to feel stunned. He transmitted his voice and asked, "Why are you helping me? Just because he was the owner of the ancient god sword and the Qianxia map? I want to live," Emperor Hanlin spoke. His aura was weak. Before he finished speaking, his remnant soul dispersed. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. The Dragon King is dead. A Huangquan devil suddenly shouted, scaring the other Huangquan devils into fleeing. Zhou Xuanji immediately chased after them. These guys could help him become more powerful. The Huangquan twin devils escaped the fastest. They used tunneling techniques, making it impossible for Zhou Xuanji to track them down. By the time Zhou Xuanji absorbed the spirit energy of 3 Huangquan devils, the other Huangquan devils had already fled. He stopped and the power of the Qianxia map dissipated. He did not feel any discomfort. After all, the spiritual power in his body was very abundant. It was just that after the strong left, he felt an indescribable emptiness. He focused on the Qianxia map and realized that Huangquan Drake King was not completely dead. His soul was trapped and could not leave the Tianxia map. Stinking brat, you can't trap this king. This king will break out sooner or later. This king will tear you to pieces. Huangquan Drake King shouted angrily in the Tianxia map. He was extremely furious. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. At the moment he was indeed unable to kill Huangquan Drake King directly. After all, the difference in their realms was too great. However, it was impossible for Huangquan Drake King to escape from the Tianxia map. Unless Zhou Xuanji decided to let him out. The day I break through to the Mahayana realm will be the day you die. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully thought to himself. If Huangquan Drake King could increase his cultivation in the Tianxia map, it would benefit Zhou Xuanji. However, Huangquan Drake King only had a soul left. How could he cultivate? You actually defeated Huangquan Drake King. As expected, you are outside of fate. Feng Qiul appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with wariness. Who could see through someone who could not even be trapped by fate? How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, feeling quite pleased inwardly. This old fellow had said that he would definitely die if he came. But now, he had survived. Even though he did not rely on his own power, the outcome was like this. If he was not convinced, would he dare to hit him? Feng Qiul fell silent, not knowing what to say. Lin Chang'e flew over and landed beside Zhou Xuanji, his body trembling. Heavens! You really killed Huangquan Drake King. How did you do it? Is it the Tianxia map? He continuously asked excitedly, a look of worship on his face. Zhou Xuanji had not only obtained the legacy of an ancient sword emperor, but he had also obtained the Tianxia map. In other words, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would become number one in the world sooner or later. At that moment, Lin Chang'e suddenly wanted to kneel down and take him as his teacher. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned, preparing to return to Great Zhou. In this battle he had been heavily injured, but with the Tianxia map and Holy Light Redemption Sword, his injuries had already recovered, and he looked completely fine. Seeing this, Lin Chang'e sighed in amazement. This sort of grandeur completely convinced him. In his heart, he already viewed the ancestral dragon sword as the most powerful sword technique in the world. The scene of Zhou Xuanji tearing apart Huangquan Drake King lingered in his mind. Feng Qiul looked at Zhou Xuanji's back, wanting to say something but hesitating. The Tianxia map's power is unimaginable. At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded out in the three people's ears. They all turned their heads and saw a man standing on top of the ruins 100 meters away. This person was wearing a straw rain cape and a conical bamboo hat. His head was slightly lowered, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Were you, sir? Lin Chang'e asked in a low voice. He raised his sword and prepared to fight. He had not sensed this person's arrival at all, which meant that this person's cultivation was far above his. Feng Qiul frowned and pinched his fingers together as he divined. His face suddenly paled and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His legs weakened and he stumbled back 3 steps before sitting down on the ground and circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why was this old fellow like Daoya old man? However, this meant that this person's background was not simple at all. The Tianxia map is not suitable for you. You are unable to unleash its true power. If this treasure falls into Yang Di's hands, he will be able to immediately verify his Tao and ascend to great heavenly immortal. The man in the straw raincoat ignored Lin Chang'e and Feng Qiul as he spoke leisurely. His tone did not contain any emotion, as if he did not place the Tianxia map in his eyes at all. Yang Di. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to Yang Di? Once the Tianxia map is announced, you will become the public enemy of all heroes in the world. Even the human sanctums will hunt you down. I want to see if you can live long enough to fight against Yang Di. Do your best, young man. After speaking, the man in the straw raincoat disappeared as if he had never been there. Lin Chang'e cursed out in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Are you purposely mocking me?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and turned as he continued to walk towards the great Zhou royal city. He did not take the man in the straw raincoat's words to heart. This person came and went without a trace and it was impossible to determine his strength. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, which was that before he fought against Yang Di, this person would not act against him. Feng Qiul opened his eyes, a look of shock on his face as he muttered, "Fate exists forever, isolated from heaven's secrets. Could this person be?" The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He hurriedly got up and quickly left in another direction. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 266. Within the ruins of Great Zhou's royal city, Hundreds of thousands of captives were trembling in fear. They looked into the distance where dust billowed. Separated by mountains, they could not see the battle clearly. The evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path were very anxious too. Why was there no movement all of a sudden? Huangquan Drake King would still laugh wildly before, but now he was gone. Who won in the end? If even he lost, let's kill ourselves by biting our tongues. Princess Xuanya lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, rather than being tortured to death, it would be better to kill ourselves. No one replied to her. The others fell into despair and fear. As humans who could truly face death. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji is back. A demon cried out in shock, which caused an uproar among the humans and demons. Zhou Xuanji's return meant the evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path looked over with wide eyes. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e clearly, they were almost scared out of their wits. The Drake King is dead. Run. Oh no. Zhou Xuanji is back. Run. How can it be? How could the Drake King lose? Where are the twin devils and 100 ghosts? They're all dead. They must be. Either they escaped or they escaped. In an instant, the Huangquan path was in chaos and everyone ran for their lives. Zhou Xuanji did not chase after them. Huangquan Drake King was dead, and the Huangquan path's reputation plummeted. Even if they elected a new master, they would not dare to find trouble with him. So, he came up to Zhou Qingxing. The hundreds of thousands of captives around him were extremely excited. Their faces were filled with passion and most of them were crying tears of joy. After experiencing life and death, Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to that of a god. You really did it? Zhou Qingxing's eyes were red. Facing his own brother, he could no longer control his emotions and tears streamed down his face. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He stabbed the holy light redemption sword into Zhou Qingxing's shoulder, which caused an uproar among the crowd. What was he trying to do? Zhou Qingxing was shocked too. But the next second he sensed that something was wrong. My spirit energy is recovering? He cried out in surprise and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuanji did not let him recover. After letting him recover some of his spirit energy, he walked towards the others. He treated all the civil and military officials, and the rest of the captives were treated by the officials. For a time, the ruins of the imperial city regained their vitality. Is Huangquan Drake King really dead? Shitan Changshe walked up to Zhou Xuanji and asked anxiously. He was worried that Huangquan Drake King would escape. Given Huangquan Drake King's viciousness, he would definitely make a comeback. Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, of course he's dead. I saw it with my own eyes. He was torn apart by Brother Zhou. Even his soul couldn't escape in time. Hearing this, Shitan Changshe and the surrounding people sucked in a breath of air. Zhou Xuanji was this powerful? Princess Xuanya, Princess Lingling, and the other princesses all looked at Zhou Xuanji in worship. Killing the fifth in the world, did that mean that Zhou Xuanji would become the new fifth in the world? The matter regarding the Tianxia map has been exposed. From now on, I have to draw a clear line between us so that I don't implicate the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji said. His words were wrong and everyone became anxious. Their biggest backer was Zhou Xuanji, so how could they draw a clear line? Our great Zhou is not afraid of becoming enemies with the world. Yeah. You are from great Zhou. Making trouble for you is the same as making trouble for great Zhou. What's there to be afraid of? The men of great Zhou are never afraid of having too many enemies. Stay in great Zhou. We will use all our resources to help you become more powerful. The officials and generals all spoke. Great Zhou might become the weakest among the empires and might even be devoured by the other empires. They must hold on to Zhou Xuanji tightly. Without Zhou Xuanji they would perish too. They might as well take the risk. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, don't worry. I'm not cutting off all ties with great Zhou. Now that the two races are at war, the sanctums and empires will protect you. Soon I will establish my own sect. At that time I will leave a few more spots for great Zhou. When I become more powerful I will support the sanctums and great Zhou. Establishing a sect. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so ambitious. I will support the sanctums and great Zhou. Zhou Qingxing took a deep breath and said, if so, then we can't keep troubling you. Let's do it this way. You can come to great Zhou anytime and we will treat you well. In front of Zhou Xuanji, he did not refer to himself as the emperor because the throne was given to him by Zhou Xuanji. You guys settle down first. I will go to various places in Great Zhou to help you eliminate the demons. Zhou Xuanji nodded. After saying this he turned and left with Lin Chang'e following behind him. Before Zhou Qingxing, Shitan Changshe, and the others could ask them to stay, the two of them had already disappeared into the horizon like immortals. It's great Zhou's fortune to have such a person. Shitan Changshu sighed in amazement. His eyes were filled with admiration. He admired Emperor Yan of Zhou. Princess Xuanya held Princess Lingling's hand and giggled, "Should we go to his sect to seek the Tao?" As princesses they were forced to marry. If not for their relationship with Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Qingxin would not have allowed them to stay in the royal capital peacefully. After meeting Zhou Xuanji, it was difficult for them to fall for other men. Princess Lingling blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. She wanted to work hard in her cultivation and change her fate like Zhou Xuanji. She wanted to become a powerful cultivator respected by everyone. In the sky, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e flew on their swords. The two of them chatted as they flew. "How did you get the Tianxia map? I heard that other than the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance, you also have the Sky Sundering Sword Emperor's inheritance. Give me one." Lin Chang'e tore off his cold and steady appearance and turned into a chatterbox. Zhou Xuanji looked straight ahead and said, "Become my sword slave. Everything is negotiable. You can learn any sword technique you want." "Sword slave?" Lin Chang'e was stunned and asked, "Didn't you say disciple?" The difference between a disciple and a sword slave was huge. If word got out, it would not be nice to be a sword slave. "You said it yourself. That was in the past. Now that I have shown my true power, the price has to rise. You are no longer fit to be my disciple." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said indifferently, but he felt pleased in his heart. If he took Lin Chang'e in as his disciple, his sect would have two great realization sword cultivators. With Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's talent and attainment in the way of the sword, they could already establish their own sections. In the entire northern wilderness region, they could be ranked in the top 5 in the way of the sword. Lin Chang'e looked depressed and was in a dilemma. He was a genius, how could he become someone else's sword slave? "When I become the top cultivator in the world, you will not even be qualified to be my sword slave. Remember, time and tide wait for no man. Serendipity will never wait for you in the same place. I already have a great realization sword slave. He came from overseas and is the top sword cultivator in that sea region." Zhou Xuanji said leisurely. He was not in a hurry at all like Jiang Taigong fishing. "Come. Wonderful book house." Chapter 267. The number 1 swordsman overseas? Mahayana Realm Cultivation Base? Lin Chang'e was shocked. There were all sorts of legends about the northern wilderness region overseas. When he was young he had also been curious about overseas. He did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already subdued a powerful sword cultivator from overseas. "You're not lying to me?" Lin Chang'e asked with a frown. If it was really as Zhou Xuanji said and he took him as his master, it would not be shameful. "Wait a minute. How could I have such a strange idea? I am the exquisite sword heart, the descendant of the Hegemon Sword Emperor." Lin Chang'e took a deep breath and cast aside all the random thoughts in his mind. "Do I look like a liar to you?" Zhou Xuanji said with disdain. He looked as if he didn't care whether he came or not. Seeing this, Lin Chang'e became anxious again. He really wanted to learn the ancestral dragon sword. A 5-clawed golden dragon was so awe-inspiring that he wanted to learn it even in his dreams. Zhou Xuanji did not speak anymore. If Zhou Xuanji kept him in suspense, this brat would take the bait sooner or later. Following that, they roamed around the great Zhou dynasty. All the demons they encountered were drained of their demonic energy and driven away. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all. As he had a big and small heir, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the little black snake, his hatred towards demons was far less than that of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the news of Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Drake King was like a meteor falling to the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. The northern wilderness region went berserk. 42nd in the world killed the 5th in the world. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. However, when they heard that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, they were all shocked. The owner of the Tianxia map would rule the world. This legend was known to everyone in the northern wilderness. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had relied on the Tianxia map to kill Huangquan Drake King? For a time, both the human and demon races were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji has already grown to become the 5th in the world? He's only 28 years old. Oh my god, are you kidding me? A 28-year-old ranked 5th in the world. He is even more powerful than Yang Di. The Tianxia map is with Zhou Xuanji? No wonder he's so powerful. The reason why Zhou Xuanji is so devilishly powerful is because of the Tianxia map? If we obtain the Tianxia map, will we be able to roam the world like him? All the dynasties, sacred grounds, dynasties and sects were discussing this matter. On the 7th day after the news was made public, the Shanghai Ziggurat released the new top 100 of the northern wilderness. The name of Huangquan Drake King was erased. Zhou Xuanji made a huge leap. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Jihuang Demon Lord, supreme of the demon race, unparalleled. Third in the world, Jiang Wudi, has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin Zither. Fourth in the world, Xian Xianghua Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. The fifth in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Tianxia map. In a small town in the forest, Jiang Shui Daoya Old Man, Xian Xianghua Zhao Tsongjian, and the others gathered together, along with dozens of second-generation disciples. They all looked at Han Shenbua excitedly and listened to him talk about Zhou Xuanji's accomplishments. The Shanghai Ziggurat nominates the fifth in the world, the current Sword Emperor, and the owner of the Tianxia map. Fifth in the world, just one rank away from sect leader Xian. Han Shenbua was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He didn't notice Xian Xianghua's cold gaze. You can boast about Zhou Xuanji. Why did you whip my corpse? Xian Xianghua had never taken being ranked fourth in the world as an honor, but she was still excited for Zhou Xuanji. This kid's growth is too fast. At this rate, how long will it take for him to surpass me? Her eyes lit up as she thought to herself expectantly. Ning Zifeng said excitedly, that was a great tribulation scattered immortal, and he was killed by Master just like that? He knew about the stages above the Great Realization stage. He had seen how powerful Great Tribulation scattered immortals were in the Chaos Tide Sea, and they were ridiculously powerful. Xuanji has really exceeded everyone's expectations, Daoya Old Man said in amazement. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji would excite Huangquan Drake King, but he did not expect him to kill him. How difficult was it to kill the fifth in the world? Even Xian Xianghua couldn't do it. If Xian Xianghua knew what he was thinking, she would definitely attack him. She couldn't kill Huangquan Drake King alone? You can rest assured now, right? Huang Lianxin said to Jiang Shui as she covered her mouth and smiled. During this period of time, this girl had always been worried about Zhou Xuanji and she rarely smiled. Jiang Shui shook her head at her before looking at Han Shenbua and asking, is Xuanji injured? Everyone came back to their senses. After such a huge battle, how could Zhou Xuanji not be injured? He might be, but it shouldn't be serious. He's currently slaying demons in Great Zhou, and he should be back soon, Han Shenbua said. If he was heavily injured, how could Zhou Xuanji dare to run around? Hearing this, Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Within the barren desert, there was a canyon that cut across the land. There was a figure standing on each side of the cliff. It was Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat. Both of them had met Zhou Xuanji before. One was curious about Zhou Xuanji's fate, while the other felt that Zhou Xuanji did not deserve the Tianxia map. Dao Seeker narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat as he asked, I didn't expect you to also be paying attention to Zhou Xuanji. What do you want? His tone was a bit serious, as if he was a bit wary of the man in the woven rush raincoat. Can't you divine what I want to do? The man in the woven rush raincoat crossed his arms in front of his chest and pulled on the brim of his conical hat. His tone was just as indifferent as before. The two of them were opposing each other. Evidently they knew each other. Didn't you value Yang Di? Why aren't you paying attention to him? Dao Seeker asked again, his gaze filled with judgment. The man in the woven rush raincoat said faintly, he's already the top in the world, why should I pay attention to him? If I get close to him he will sense me. Dao Seeker heard him and frowned. Yang Di was already this powerful? Zhou Xuanji has the Tianxia map and he has great talent. He reached spirit refinement level 5 at the age of 28, and he has the monarchical violet qi. Tell me, is he the 10,000-year prince or the child of fate? The man in the woven rush raincoat asked curiously. Dao Seeker snorted coldly and waved his sleeves to leave. He's neither. I advise you not to pay too much attention to him, or else you will get yourself into trouble. The man in the woven rush raincoat did not stop him but pondered on the spot. More than a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e stopped in the forest at the border of Great Zhou. Have you thought about it? Are you going to take me as your master or part ways? Zhou Xuanji looked sideways at Lin Chang'e and asked with a smile. Lin Chang'e couldn't fight him at all now. Therefore, the two of them tacitly didn't mention the 10-year promise from before. This is an important matter. I must go back and discuss it with my father. Lin Chang'e sighed. These days, Zhou Xuanji intentionally used the ancestral dragon sword every day, which made him fall into the trap of the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "If you've thought it through, come to Skyfall to find me." With that he walked away. Looking at his back, Lin Changa sighed faintly before turning into a stream of sword light and leaving. After leaving the forest, Zhou Xuanji flew toward the south at full speed. Since the Qinsha map was exposed, it was time for him to return to Skyfall and cultivate in peace. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 268. Zhou Xuanji traveled at full speed and crossed Juema Wasteland within 3 days. The battles between the two races that he encountered along the way were all ended by him with his absolute power. Soon, all sorts of legends about Zhou Xuanji spread around Juema Wasteland, which made the demon army retreat quickly and not dare to get close. He had originally wanted to go to Great Qin to see Qin Bantian. That fellow had awakened his yellow dragon bloodline, and he wondered how he was doing. He was thinking that after Qin Bantian ascended to the throne, he would have Great Qin support his sect just like Great Zhou, while his sect would provide support to Great Qin. This was the best of both worlds. But after thinking about it, as long as there were humans or demons, they would be talking about him. It was better for him not to wander around. Huangquan Drake King's fall left the Huangquan path without a leader. Jihuang Demon Lord was even more furious and said that he would find Zhou Xuanji and kill him. Jihuang Demon Lord was much more powerful than Huangquan Drake King. Even if Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, he did not fear Zhou Xuanji. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had obtained the Qinsha map, Jihuang Demon Lord wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji even more. Once he obtained the Qinsha map, he believed that he would have the power to fight against Yang Di. As such, the entire demon race started to list Zhou Xuanji as a wanted man. If they met Zhou Xuanji, they were not allowed to attack and only needed to report their whereabouts. There was no obstruction along the way. Another half a month passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 29 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations sword owner for obtaining Amethyst, World Full Sword, Hades God-Slaying Formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately stopped. Great Hell God-Slaying Formation. Another sword formation. He was secretly delighted. The destructive power of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation was already strong enough, allowing him to taste the sweetness of a sword formation. Now that he had obtained another sword formation, how could he not be happy? He was not in a hurry to inherit it. Instead, he took out the World Full Sword and continued on his way. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, World Full Sword grade, Amethyst, description, created by a mysterious magnet. Once this sword is unleashed, all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters will suffer damage to their intelligence and lose control of their emotions. Zhou Xuanji blinked to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Damaged intelligence? Lower my intelligence? Damn, the sword spirit is really a talent. Delighted, he began to observe the World Full Sword closely. The World Full Sword looked like an ordinary iron sword. Compared to his other legendary swords, it seemed mediocre. He waved his sword, but he didn't feel any special power. From the looks of it, the World Full Sword could only lower one's intelligence. There was no one around, so he could not test out the power of the World Full Sword. Hence, he asked the sword spirit about the Hades God-Slaying Formation. The Great Hell God-Slaying Formation is a sword formation that summons the fiends of hell. The fiends will have extreme killing intent towards the people the sword master wants to kill. They will even dare to kill immortals. The strength of the fiends depends on the sword master's luck and strength. They will be summoned randomly, and the duration will not exceed an hour. The sword spirit's explanation brightened Zhou Xuanji's eyes. What's the upper limit of my strength? It depends on the sword master's luck. Generally speaking, demons that far surpass the sword master will not be bewitched by the sword formation. Of course there are exceptions. Zhou Xuanji nodded. If he was lucky, this sword formation might be a powerful killing move. Although there was only one godly sword for his 29th birthday, he had obtained this sword formation, which was pretty good. His mood became very good and he hurried on at full speed. Another half a month passed. He finally returned to the small town where Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong and the others were. His arrival was greeted by cheers from everyone in the town. The second-generation disciples even shouted Zhou Xuanji's name. Soon he saw Jiang Shui. The girl did not care about the others and leaped into his arms. He stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Why? Did you miss me?" "Yeah." Jiang Shui looked up and replied seriously. After that, he returned to the courtyard under the escort of the group. Facing the questions from his trusted subordinates, he did not hide anything and told them about what happened. As for Emperor Hanlin, he hid it from them and only said that he was a great emperor in the Tianxia map. Or else, he would have to explain the origin of the ancient god sword. Lin Chang'e? Great realization level 5? Exquisite sword heart? Ning Zifeng frowned and mumbled to himself. This guy only remembered Lin Chang'e. He had a feeling that this person would be his lifelong enemy. Not an enemy, but a rival. According to Zhou Xuanji, Lin Chang'e had the exquisite sword heart and was as talented as Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. He also admired the ancestor dragon sword. We should return to Skyfall now. The Tianxia map will bring an even greater disaster, Daoya old man suggested to Zhou Xuanji. He hoped that this boy did not become arrogant. It would not be good for him to continue roaming the battlefield. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Yang Di has already appeared, and he still wants to dominate the northern wilderness region. Soon the demon race will be defeated. Tomorrow morning we will depart. He had also found Xian Xianghua. Next he wanted to study the world Buddha art. In the past year he often absorbed spirit energy and demon energy. Although his cultivation grew rapidly, he felt that his foundation was not stable. As expected, it was difficult to have both. How could it be easy to cultivate quickly and have a stable spirit energy? Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Now there were dozens of second-generation disciples. They were all talented and intelligent. If they cultivated for a few decades, they would be able to hold their own and recruit the next generation of disciples. Only then would the sect's legacy begin. If there were too many disciples, it would be difficult for them to manage. Zhou Xuanji did a head count. There were 73 second-generation disciples. After he left, Xiao Jinghong and the others expanded their recruitment. All of them were talented. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji lay on Jiang Shue's thighs and enjoyed her massage. Xuanji, the man in the woven rush raincoat that you met before, was he Tian? Jiang Shui asked curiously. From the man in the woven rush raincoat's words, she could guess that he did not fear Yang Di too much. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and said vaguely, How would I know? The man in the woven rush raincoat was unfathomable. He might be an immortal powerhouse like Zhang Quanglan. This person was not interested in the Tianxia map. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Shui continued to think. During the time when Zhou Xuanji was away, Daoya old man taught her the divination technique. Although she was still young, she would be curious whenever she encountered a mysterious and powerful being. She even wanted to divine it. But she was not proficient enough. Zhou Xuanji began to impart the memories of the Hades god-slaying formation. A massive wave of memories entered his mind, and his body trembled. What's wrong? Jiang Shui asked, but Zhou Xuanji did not reply. She took a closer look and thought that he had fallen asleep. She caressed his face gently. Recalling the past, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Unknowingly, you have grown so big. In the house, the candlelight flickered, and the place fell into silence. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji and the others packed up and left. Everyone in the small town came to send them off. Some of the second-generation disciples came from this town after all. How many demons are there in Skyfall? How powerful is that 9th-rank demon? Su Yang came up to Xiao Jinghong and asked excitedly. As the senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples, he naturally had to find out so that he could act cool in the future. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 269. There are countless demons in Skyfall. That rank 9 demon dragon is called Finyu Dragon King. You have to call him Lord Dragon King from now on, understand? Xiao Jinghong glared at Su Yang and warned. If he offended Finyu Dragon King and was trampled to death, he would be heartbroken. In any case, this kid was his first disciple. Su Yang nodded and asked excitedly, I heard from Martial Uncle Zhao that the Patriarch subdued the Dragon King with the ancestral dragon sword. Was it a spectacular scene? The more he knew, the more he could brag to his junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Jinghong told Su Yang everything he knew. No matter what Su Yang asked, he answered everything he could. Of course, he did not tell Su Yang some secrets about Zhou Xuanji. For example, why did Zhou Xuanji have so many legendary swords? Ahead, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua and Daoya old man walked side by side. A person who can talk about Sunlight Emperor and the Tianxia map is not simple. Maybe he is related to the Haoyan sect. Xian Xianghua said softly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't she know that such a person was hiding in the world today? Daoya old man said in a low voice, I'm afraid it's not just that. Feng Qiul himself is a legendary earth deity. Back then Xuanha and I received guidance from him. He's like half a master to us. If even he can't see through him, then his background is probably even older than the Haoyan sect. At the mention of Xuanhe divine monk, he could not help but look sad. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that Zhang Quanglan's hands were tied up and held by a second-generation disciple. The Thunder Demon Sovereign looked so lonely. He was as thin as a match and his eyes were lifeless. Zhang Quanglan seemed to have suffered greatly during the year he was gone and had become silent. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and felt that Zhang Quanglan could be used. Using it as a spirit energy container was really overkill. You are now ranked 5th in the world. When you reach Skyfall, start cultivating the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. He had already cultivated the World Buddha art and was not interested in the Great Sun Heavenly Devil Rebirth art. Cultivating an additional cultivation technique might clash with one another, and it would also take up a lot of time. The more cultivation techniques one had, the stronger one would become. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Zhou Xuanji said vaguely. Back at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, she had often suggested to pass on her energy, but he had refused many times. However, this guy just refused to give up. After leaving the town, they slowly walked towards Skyfall. They did not move quickly as they still had to teach disciples on the way. Zhou Xuanji planned to take the shortest route, and if there were any suitable geniuses in the way of the sword along the way, he would accept them. In his heart, it would be wonderful if there were 99 second-generation disciples. After all, 9 was the limit. As Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, he turned his attention to the Tianxia map. Huangquan Drake King was no longer making noise and was conserving his energy. It was a pity that he could not escape from the Tianxia map no matter what. Every day he would check on Huangquan Drake King. Even if his cultivation surpassed Huangquan Drake King, he would still kill this guy. Leave no one alive. Ning Zifeng began to guide the second-generation disciples in sword practice. 73 disciples practiced their swordsmanship in unison, creating quite a scene. What they practiced was the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword technique. They were all familiar with the sword moves, and their elegance was imposing. Time passed day by day. In 3 months they passed by 5 cities and recruited 7 disciples. After that, when they entered the demon clan's territory, it was very difficult to see any cultivators. The news of Zhou Xuanji leading a group of disciples had already spread. When the demons saw so many sword cultivators, they all hid. At Daoya Old Man's suggestion, they had to speed up. All of them flew on their swords and stopped practicing along the way. Xian Xianghua said that Jihuang Demon Lord's desire to defeat Yang Di was even stronger than hers. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, he would surely turn his attention to him. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Although he could defeat Huangquan Drake King, it was because of Emperor Hanlin. Emperor Hanlin was already in a deep sleep, and Xian Xianghua was severely injured. How to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord was a big problem. Even if he returned to Skyfall, Jihuang Demon Lord would come looking for him. This day, they were stopped by a great demon. 8th in the world, Nether Ghost. Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes and mumbled to herself. Below them was a boundless forest. 1,000 meters ahead of them, a silhouette levitated. He wore a blood-red robe with golden threads and a bone crown on his head. His face was covered with thin fur and his eyes were sinister. He had a pair of beast ears amid his brown hair, and the 7 tails behind him danced wildly like pythons. Nether Ghost. His original form was an ancient fox. He was extremely talented and ranked 3rd in the world, right after Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xuanji and greed could be seen in his eyes. Huangquan Drake King is dead and you, the 8th in the world, still dare to come? Daoya Old Man sneered. He pretended to be calm but he was actually feeling guilty. After all, they already knew the truth about how Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King. Nether Ghost laughed coldly. Really? But I want to try. After that, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. For the Tianxia map, he dared to take the risk. Once he got the Tianxia map, he could turn the tables on Jihuang Demon Lord and become the new sovereign of the demon race. 8th in the world? Is this stupid demon here to die? Su Yang laughed loudly. He even held his stomach as he spoke, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. The other disciples were the same. They did not know the truth, but they knew that Zhou Xuanji was the 5th in the world. Why would the 5th be afraid of the 8th? Moreover, the 4th was here. Facing the wild laughter of the second-generation disciples, Nether Ghost frowned slightly. He had heard about the details of the battle. At the beginning, Zhou Xuanji was completely suppressed by Huangquan Drake King. The Drake King even tortured and killed tens of thousands of people in front of Zhou Xuanji, forcing him to use the Tianxia map. This meant that the power of the Tianxia map could not be used easily, so he came to take the risk. But judging from their attitude, they obviously thought that Zhou Xuanji could kill him easily. He was a little hesitant. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of legendary swords appeared above his head. They quickly spread out and formed a circle. Seeing this, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others were all in a cold sweat. Are we really going to fight? Once we go all out, it will be troublesome. They did not know that Zhou Xuanji was just scaring Nether Ghost. The real disdain was to attack directly, not to threaten him verbally. For example, if Xian Xianghua was at her peak, anyone who dared to offend her would be dead. If she was severely injured, she would scare people. To make it look real, Zhou Xuanji set up the formation straight away. Hades' God-slaying formation. It was his first time using this formation and he felt a little uneasy. Billowing spiritual qi surged toward him. Strands of black sword qi flowed out from the legendary swords and intertwined with each other, forming a horrifying black hole with a diameter of 300 meters. In an instant, an evil might swept across the heavens and the earth. Su Yang and the other 82nd generation disciples were so frightened that they immediately shut their mouths. Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man opened their eyes wide. Nether Ghost felt a chill down his spine because of this evil aura. He immediately turned around and fled, transforming into a black cloud and disappearing into the horizon. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 270. He escaped just like that? Zhou Xuanji laughed in disdain. So the Nether Ghost was just a paper tiger. Perhaps the world's full sword had played a part in this. He raised his right hand and prepared to withdraw the array. Then his expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, why can't I deactivate the array? The Hades God-slaying formation had already been formed. Bolts of lightning emerged from the black hole like dragons and snakes, looking sinister and terrifying. What sword formation is this? Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes in curiosity. Zhao Congjian said excitedly, it must be a sword formation that Master practiced before. At that time he refused to say what sword formation it was. Now it's finally revealed. Back then, Zhou Xuanji had completed the Hades God-slaying formation in front of the second-generation disciples, and all of them worshipped him to the core. Xuanji, he has already escaped. You can withdraw the formation now. Jiang Shui said. The Hell God-slaying formation was truly strange, and it made her hair stand on end. Not only her, but Huang Lianxin and the female disciple were also a little scared. Xian Xianghua Daoya Old Man, and Ning Zifeng looked fearful. This formation was so evil. Hell God-slaying formation. How could this be? How do you know this array? And you can make this array by yourself? Zhang Quanglan cried out in alarm. Everyone turned around to see a terrified expression on his face. Hades God-slaying formation? Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. This name alone was enough to make one tremble in fear. Hell slaughtering God formation? Wasn't that the ancient demon array that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years? Legend has it that it can summon demons from hell to do battle. Every time the formation is set up, the demons will slaughter the human world. Even the person who set up the formation will find it hard to control it. Xian Xianghua frowned and mumbled to herself as she looked at Zhou Xuanji suspiciously. When the others heard this, they also turned their heads in astonishment. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I learned this from the Tianxia map. The Tianxia map had been passed down for countless years, so it was normal for it to leave behind an inheritance. He suddenly had a headache. What if I summon a world-shocking demon? What should I do? Tianxia map. Zhang Quanglan's eyes went wide. He felt that something was wrong, but after some thought he couldn't figure out what it was. Not only him, but Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man also felt like they had forgotten something. Roar! Right at this moment, a peerlessly terrifying roar came from the sword array. Everyone looked up. A ghastly and horrifying huge face emerged from the sword formation. It was drenched in blood as if it was a human face that had been skinned, and its eyeballs were on the verge of falling out. It was covered in blood streaks and revealed extreme hatred and killing intent. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. Just this face alone was close to 1,000 feet in size. Just how huge would its original body be? Most importantly, this face was simply too frightening. The blood-faced evil demon's eyes swept across Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone trembled in fear and did not dare to look at it directly. In front of this pair of eyes, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was no match for them. He felt even more pressured than when he faced Huangquan Drake King. In other words, this evil demon was stronger than Huangquan Drake King. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. He was in big trouble. At this moment, all of a sudden, the blood-faced evil demon turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew out of the sword formation. It quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned. He left just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that this guy went to kill the enemies he wanted to kill? The people he wanted to kill the most were naturally Jihuang Demon Lord and Nether Ghost. What should we do next? Daoya Old Man asked. He could not help but frown at the question. What's going on? Why did he ask Zhou Xuanji? His mind was in a mess and his emotions were restless. There was something wrong with his condition. Let's continue our journey. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and said, if that evil demon came back it would be troublesome. Xian Xianghua Daoya Old Man Ning Zifeng Zhang Kuanglan, and the others with high cultivations felt a sense of clarity, as though the clouds had parted and they could see the sun. They did not think too much about it and instinctively thought that it was because of the Hades god-slaying formation. The group advanced at full speed. Nether Ghost landed on a hill. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and mumbled, luckily we ran fast. The Hades god-slaying formation was too horrifying. That evil aura was rarely seen and he could not understand it. What was hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji must have used this sword formation to kill Huangquan Drake King. He sat down cross-legged, rubbed his chin with his right hand and began thinking. He did not notice that a gigantic face covered in blood appeared on the hill behind him. It was even bigger than the hill. The pair of eyes stared at him with extreme murderous intent. Nether Ghost sensed that something was wrong and looked up instinctively. A ferocious mouth descended and swallowed him in one gulp. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew on their swords and leaped over mountains and lakes. Looking ahead, Skyfall's shadow had already appeared on the horizon. It was like a heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Beixiao Wangjin heaved a sigh of relief and said, we're finally here. This is strange. Jihuang Demon Lord has already given up on killing our master? It had been 8 days since they encountered Nether Ghost. They did not encounter any other great demons, nor did they encounter Jihuang Demon Lord. Maybe he's busy dealing with Yang Di, Xian Xianghua guessed. Xian Xianghua guessed. Although she had lost to Jihuang Demon Lord, she did not think much of him. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said, cultivate for 100 years. After the second-generation disciples finish their studies, we will establish our own sect. How powerful could he be in 100 years? Cough. I can't think like that. Every time I make such a decision I will be slapped in the face. Will that Lin Chang'e come? Ning Zifeng asked. In the team, other than Zhou Xuanji, no other sword cultivator posed a threat to him. He needed an opponent of equal power. With this, Zhao Congjian and Xiao Jinghong squinted their eyes. They had heard of the name of the exquisite sword heart. They were great Zhou's geniuses in the sword's way, but Lin Chang'e was a famous genius in the sword's way in the entire northern wilderness region. They were looking forward to meeting such a genius. Who knows? Zhou Xuanji replied casually as though he did not care if Lin Chang'e would come or not. After half an hour, they flew up to the peak of Skyfall. Fenyu Dragon King, Dade Bear Monarch, Haotian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle were already waiting at the peak. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, they immediately knelt down and cupped their fists. Congratulations, Master, for becoming the 5th in the world. They looked excited and admiration could be seen in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast. He became the 5th in the world before 30 years old. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Di. As long as he continued to grow, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. How could they not look forward to the future with such a master? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, get up. Tell me about Skyfall. Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbua, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin led the second-generation disciples down the mountain. Dade Bear Monarch was with them to prevent them from being injured by demons. The peak was where Zhou Xuanji lived. The disciples could only live below. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 271. Fenyu Dragon King reported truthfully. After Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the Huangquan Path sent people here but could not find Zhou Xuanji, so they left. Other than them there were some demons. But with the might of a 9th-ranked demon, no demons dared to barge in. There were not many 9th-ranked demons in the demon race, and most of them were already on the battlefield. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji instructed, none of those disciples can be harmed. You guys pay more attention. Fenyu Dragon King, Liuwu Demon Wolf, Jingtian Eagle, and Haotian Boar King received the order. After they left, Jiang Shui Daoya Old Man, and the others began to clean up the wooden huts. Ning Zifeng ran to the waist of the mountain and began to practice his sword techniques. My little husband, when are you going to start cultivating the celestial devil rebirth technique? Xian Xianghua asked with a smile. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji already had an energy technique that was even more powerful than the celestial devil rebirth technique. If he were to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique, what stage could he reach? Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, I don't want to learn it. I already have a more powerful energy technique. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, That's not a problem. Do you know what's the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique? What is it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Xian Xianghua grabbed his shoulder and brought him away from the peak to the sea of clouds far away. The celestial devil rebirth technique was not created by the Tanhua sect. Legend has it that a long time ago, when old ancestor Tanhua was traveling around the world, he received the legacy by chance. After he cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique, his cultivation grew tremendously. At the same time, even if he died, he could be reborn. Xian Xianghua said slowly with pride in her eyes. Rebirth. This was the most powerful thing about the celestial devil rebirth technique. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and asked in his heart, Sword Spirit, can I learn this energy technique? Of course. The sword owner is a sword cultivator. The celestial devil rebirth technique can be used on any cultivation path, except for the Buddhist path. He was satisfied with the sword spirit's answer. Okay, you can start teaching me. Zhou Xuanji said with passionate eyes. With the celestial devil rebirth technique, he had no reason to refuse. Xian Xianghua beamed with joy. Then, she started to explain the mental cultivation method of the celestial devil rebirth technique to him. The celestial devil rebirth technique was divided into 9 levels. Every time one reached the next level, one would obtain the power of rebirth. Every time one reached the 9th level, one would be able to be reborn 9 times. Every time one was reborn, one's physical body, bone root, and soul force would be perfectly inherited. Although one would not have any cultivation, one would be able to recover very quickly after being reborn. After she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, What level are you at? Xian Xianghua answered, 4th floor. How many times have you been reborn? Twice. No wonder you're so young. Do you need a beating? Anger appeared in Xian Xianghua's eyes. Was this brat looking down on her because she was old? Zhou Xuanji muttered, The cultivation of the celestial devil rebirth technique is a little difficult. It might take a long time to master the 1st level. It took Xian Xiang over 10,000 years to reach the 4th level. It was hard to imagine how long it would take to reach the 9th level. He asked curiously, How many levels did the evil king reach when he was alive? In his heart, he always felt that the Diablo was stronger than Xian Xianghua when he was alive. He's also at the 4th level. His attainments aren't as good as mine. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. A while later, the two returned to the summit. Zhou Xuanji seized the time to cultivate, while Xian Xianghua sat by the cliff to recuperate. His target was still world reincarnation. In less than 3 days, all the second-generation disciples had already built a small village halfway up the mountain. To prevent demons from attacking, they chose to stay together. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. During this period, Liuwu Wolf Demon would occasionally go out to gather information. Recently, something big happened in the demon race. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world, Nether Ghost, died without even leaving a corpse behind. According to his subordinates, he went to assassinate Zhou Xuanji and never returned. The 2 powerful beings from the 2 races divined his fortune and found that there was no longer any sign of him in the northern wilderness region. They were sure that he had died. His death caused all cultivators below the 8th in the northern wilderness top 100 to rise by 1 rank. The news reached Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they all had a strange expression on their faces. It must have been done by that evil demon. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji not to use the Hades god-slaying formation unless it was absolutely necessary. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world was killed just like that. God knew if he would summon an even more horrifying evil demon. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He was a little shocked too. The Hades god-slaying formation was more powerful than he imagined. It was the first time it was summoned and it was already so powerful. It could be used as a life-saving technique. On this day, Zhou Xuanji came to a cliff halfway up the mountain and gathered all the second-generation disciples. Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Congjian were beside him. All the disciples looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. All along they had been taught by Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others. Now that Zhou Xuanji had gathered them together, they had a bold guess and their hearts began to race. Today I will teach you a sword formation. From now on you will practice it for an hour every day, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sword formation. With so many people in formation, they would surely be able to unleash power that surpassed their cultivation stage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous legendary swords flew up from Zhou Xuanji's back. Other than the World Full Sword, he took out all his legendary swords. This formation is called the 100-Star Sky Covering Sword Formation. Back then, I used this sword formation to subdue Finyu Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which made Finyu Dragon King, who stretched his head out from the sea of clouds, embarrassed. The disciples heard him and their eyes brightened. Ning Zifeng and Zhao Congjian were excited too. They had witnessed the prowess of the 100-Star Sky Covering Sword Formation many times, so they naturally wanted to learn it. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came. Finyu Dragon King turned around and roared, "This is Skyfall. No one is allowed to trespass." The dragon roar was domineering and mighty, which made the disciples shudder in fear. "It's okay. My sword slave is here," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile which shocked Ning Zifeng and the others. Exquisite sword mind Lin Chang'e. Was Lin Chang'e. He wore a green robe and stood on a sword, looking like a sword immortal who came from the north. He flew over quickly and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. He half knelt down and cupped his fist. "From today onwards I, Lin Chang'e, will take Zhou Xuanji as my master. I will officially join the sect that Zhou Xuanji created." He looked excited and had no intention of forcing himself to do so. Ever since he returned to the Hegemon Sword sect, he immediately told his father about this, which infuriated his father so much that he beat him up. He did not give up and told his father all about Zhou Xuanji's prowess, which made his father silent. But his father still did not agree. It was only after the 8th in the world died mysteriously because of Zhou Xuanji that his father relented. Zhou Xuanji had already demonstrated the brilliance of the future top cultivator. If Lin Chang'e cultivated with him, he would surely become even more powerful. Although the Hegemon Sword sect was a top-tier force, it was inferior to the Sanctums. In the world it could not shake the world. To break through, Zhou Xuanji was the opportunity. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 272. Lin Chang'e. Ranked 76th in the world. The second-generation disciples were in an uproar. Among sword cultivators, Lin Chang'e was very famous, second only to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, the difference in fame between the two was like a chasm. One could only blame the decline of the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You came just in time. The 100-Star Sky Covering Sword Formation is your Hegemon Sword sect's sword formation. You should join and guide these disciples." "Yes, sir." Lin Chang'e got up and said excitedly. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others. He was looking for the top sword cultivator overseas. Soon he locked his eyes on Ning Zifeng. Great realization level 1. "It's this guy." Ning Zifeng stared back at him. Their gazes met, and even though they did not speak, they still felt like they were at loggerheads. "Stop looking. Hurry up and enter the formation." Zhou Xuanji threw them a stare and cursed. Could it be that these two were lovers? Xiao Jinghong and the others entered the formation and practiced the 100-Star Sky Covering Sword Formation together. With a thought, the legendary swords above Zhou Xuanji's head separated. He walked to the disciples and pointed at them one by one. "You two look at that sword. It's the one with the crimson dragon soul coiled around. You three look at that sword. That's the swine culling sword. The three of you are too weak. Look at the same sword together. That's the one. Swing with it later. The two of you stand together and help each other." Zhou Xuanji assigned them a target. At least 2 people should look at the same sword. To prevent anyone from being injured and unable to maintain the formation, at least 2 people should be assigned to each key point of the sword formation. After a while the assignment was over. Zhou Xuanji began to control the legendary swords. They moved slowly so that everyone could see them clearly. So powerful. Lin Chang'e was shocked in his heart. It was his first time being taught by Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the legendary swords swinging different sword forms, he was in awe. Even his father could not do it. He was right to come. He had only learned the 100-Star Sky Covering Sword Formation but did not practice it in depth. So he was learning from it now. Because Zhou Xuanji was too famous, none of the disciples dared to let their guard down. Together with their intelligence, they memorized every sword form in less than an hour. After memorizing the sword moves, Zhou Xuanji began to teach them how to circulate their qi. Memorizing the sword moves did not mean that one could set up a formation. Every spell had its own unique method of channeling qi. This was one of the difficulties of cultivation. After he finished imparting the qi circulation technique, he stood up. Continue practicing. Today all of you will focus on practicing this sword array. If there are any mistakes, promote each other. You are all second-generation disciples. When I establish my own sect, all of you will lead the disciples alone. Therefore there will be no competition between you for now. You have to help each other, understand? Zhou Xuanji looked at all the disciples and smiled. He looked young, but he was already quite dignified. Apart from his cultivation level and aura, it was also related to the tyrant imperial ring on his finger. Understood. The 82nd generation disciples shouted in unison, all of them looking excited. Zhou Xuanji's words made their blood boil. Establishing a sect. They were going to be doyens. When Zhou Xuanji became the top cultivator in the world, they would also ascend with him. Chang'e, come with me. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. After that, he leaped up and soared into the clouds. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind. Ning Zifeng snorted lightly, but the corner of his mouth was raised slightly. Finally, an opponent came. They could spar often in the future. He wanted to be the most powerful sword cultivator after Zhou Xuanji. On a cliff that was a few hundred meters away, Hao Yin Boar King, Dade Bear Monarch, and the other 8th-rank demons were looking down. Looking at these energetic disciples, they looked at each other in dismay. I feel that we cannot relax. If they surpass us in the future, Hao Yin Boar King swallowed his saliva and said. These disciples' learning and comprehension abilities were too powerful. They tried to memorize the 100-star sky-covering formation, but they were not as fast as these disciples. They had to watch them practice a few times before they could memorize it. Jingtian Eagle said with a cold face, yes, we must not embarrass the 4 mountain-guarding kings. 4 mountain-guarding kings. This was the title that Zhou Xuanji gave them. As the name suggested. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji brought Lin Chang'e to the top of the mountain. Lin Chang'e was stunned. The stars hung above his head, as though he could touch them with his hand. The awe he felt was indescribable. He noticed Yan Xianghua and Zhou Xiaoqi, the top cultivator of the evil sects, the legendary divine beast Qilin. He was shocked in his heart. As for Jiang Shui and Daoya Old Man, he ignored them. Since you chose to take me as your master, I will not mistreat you. I will now teach you the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Zhou Xuanji turned around and said to Lin Chang'e. He wanted to teach the sky-dominating divine sword to this brat. Now, the sky-dominating divine sword was not his most powerful sword technique, so it was fine to teach it to him. With Lin Chang'e's talent, it would take him at least a few decades to master the sky-dominating divine sword. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to master it in his lifetime. Lin Chang'e heard him and opened his eyes wide. His breathing hastened and his heart beat rapidly. Zhou, Master, is what you said true? He asked carefully. He felt as though a pleasant surprise had fallen on his head. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance is his sword and sword technique. I will not give you the sword, but I can give you the sword technique. This sword technique is called the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Have you heard of it? Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Lin Chang'e swallowed his saliva and replied, I've heard of it. In the Hegemon Sword sect's ancestral shrine, there is an ancient record of the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Legend has it that our ancestor became unrivaled with this sword technique. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began swinging his sword, displaying the sword moves of the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword one by one. Lin Chang'e watched intently, afraid that he would miss any detail. Far away, Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and smiled inwardly. This brat really knows how to win people's hearts. After that, she continued to recuperate. Jiang Shui glanced at Zhou Xuanji but did not pay much attention to him. She continued to listen to Daoya Old Man's divination. One had to admit that the exquisite sword mind's talent was indeed domineering. Lin Chang'e had a photographic memory. Zhou Xuanji only demonstrated it once and he memorized all the sword moves. Then he began practicing with his sword. Zhou Xuanji watched from the side and felt satisfied. When Lin Chang'e mastered the sky-dominating divine sword, he would become one of Skyfall's most powerful cultivators. 2 hours later, Lin Chang'e descended the mountain excitedly. Zhou Xuanji asked him to stay with the second-generation disciples so that they could bond more easily. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji began cultivating the world Buddha art by the cliff. He had a premonition. He was about to master the second-level world reincarnation. As for how soon it would be, it could be a few months or a few years. But it would not be more than 10 years. Life returned to normal. Everyone was working hard on their cultivation. But the good times did not last long. One day after a month, thousands of cultivators surrounded Skyfall. Even the weakest cultivator was at astral projection level 5, and there were 3 great realization cultivators. The leader was a man in a purple robe. He had a medium build and looked ordinary, but there was a small flame levitating between his brows. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 273. Zhou Xuanji, hand over the Tianxia map. You will not be able to escape. The purple-robed man shouted loudly. His name was Zhu Hanlong, and his cultivation base was at Mahayana Stage 7. He was ranked 39th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and his name shook the entire region. The cultivators behind him were all excited. Tianxia map. Hearing these 3 words, they were moved. Humph. You're courting death. Lin Changa's cold snort was heard. Then, a beam of sword aura that was 1,000 feet long broke through the sea of clouds and charged toward them. The purple-robed man raised his palm and slapped it down. A huge tiger head appeared out of thin air and shattered the sword chi. As soon as he retracted his palm, the tiger head turned into smoke and dissipated. Lin Changa flew over and Ning Zifeng followed him. The 2 of them frowned slightly when they saw so many cultivators. Skyfall was in the territory of the demons. If Jihuang Demon Lord knew how so many experts had rushed over, he would definitely take action. Could it be that they had already colluded with Jihuang Demon Lord? The 2 of them were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to try. Let's compete and see who can kill more? Ning Zifeng raised his brows and asked provocatively. Lin Changa snorted and said, Let's compete then. Without another word, the 2 of them raised their swords and charged forward. A great battle immediately broke out. At the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. Daoya Old Man walked up to him and said, Be careful. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could clearly see the lineup below. In the entire human race, there wasn't a single sacred ground that had so many spirit refinement cultivators. In other words, these people came from various forces and joined forces to seize the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned. What will come will come. However, he was not afraid. Besides Lin Changa and Ning Zifeng, there was also Fenyu Dragon King, which was enough to defend against the next wave of attacks. He stood up, looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, Hey, how are your injuries? This old demonic woman was a great tribulation-scattered immortal. Even if he was injured, he was not someone a Mahayana cultivator could threaten. It's all right. It's not a problem to deal with these minions. Xian Xianghua replied without opening her eyes. She was as domineering as ever. As expected of the dragon's proud flower. Can you find the mastermind? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man. After he killed the 5th and 8th in the world, those who dared to make trouble for him would definitely be even more powerful. He first thought of Jihuang Demon Lord. Daoya Old Man closed his eyes and pinched his fingers together to calculate. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. There is demonic aura. Other than Jihuang Demon Lord, there shouldn't be any other demon that dares to target you. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and began thinking. Why didn't Jihuang Demon Lord do it himself? Could it be that he wanted to test his strength? No matter what, a bitter battle was coming. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiao Jinghong, who was at the foot of the mountain, and asked him to gather all the disciples in case they were ambushed. Boom, boom, boom. Under the sea of clouds came the sound of explosions one after another, and one could faintly hear the battle cries of cultivators. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle with his mind. Lin Changa and Ning Zifeng were surrounded by 3 great realization cultivators and were at a disadvantage. But from the looks of it, they could still hold on for a while. It was a good opportunity for them to temper themselves. When they could no longer hold on, Fenyu Dragon King would take action. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away, Jihuang Demon Lord stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. From here he could vaguely see Skyfall's silhouette. Behind him, an old demon wearing a Taoist robe stood in human form. He had a head of white hair and a kind face. If not for the bull tail on his back, others might mistake him for an immortal. Sovereign, what are you afraid of? The old demon in the Taoist robe asked. As the 2nd in the world, was there a need to be afraid of the 5th? This was not Jihuang Demon Lord's style. Why would I be afraid? I only want to lure him out before suppressing him. Jihuang Demon Lord snorted coldly. Although Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, it was not a threat to him. He was confident that he could kill Huangquan Drake King after all. But he was indeed a little afraid. With the Tianxia map and Xian Xianghua who would dare to charge forward. He was not a nether ghost who had multiple lives. It was strange that a nether ghost with multiple lives died immediately. There must be something wrong. Fate Ox, how is Daoya Old Man's divination compared to yours? Jihuang Demon Lord asked suddenly. Almost every major faction had someone who was proficient in divination and divination. Only by doing so could they avoid disasters and develop in the long run. Of course not as good as me. The old demon in the Taoist robe, who was called Fate Ox, replied arrogantly. Among the demons, his divination technique was the most powerful. He had contributed a lot to Jihuang Demon Lord's progress. Or else, with Jihuang Demon Lord's personality, how could he have grown to where he was today? Without him he would have died long ago. This was also why Jihuang Demon Lord valued him so much. I have heard that although a Qilin appeared when Zhou Xuanji was born, his lifespan was short. If not for Daoya Old Man changing his fate, he would have died long ago. Now no one can divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. Tell me, what fate did Daoya Old Man change for him? Jihuang Demon Lord looked straight ahead and asked slowly. The Qinsha map and the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique were at Skyfall. He could not wait to crush Skyfall with a punch. Fate Ox was stunned and fell into deep thought with a frown. He could not answer this question. He knew how to change fate too, but he could not change Zhou Xuanji's fate. Jihuang Demon Lord did not speak anymore, and the two demons fell into silence. Sometime later, a domineering dragon roar came from Skyfall. The new Dragon King had joined the battle. His participation changed the situation straight away. Damn. Why isn't Jihuang Demon Lord attacking? The purple-robed man cursed with gritted teeth. Blood was flowing from his face and he looked a little pathetic. The other two great realization cultivators were also in a miserable state. They were severely injured. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were panting as they stared at him fiercely. The domineering Finyu Dragon King stood between them. Scorching lava flowed all over his body, which frightened the cultivators so much that they backed off. If you continue to be stubborn, I will eat you. Finyu Dragon King roared furiously. His voice swept up a powerful gale, which shook the forest below like a tsunami in a green ocean. The cultivators were furious too, but they did not dare to go against Finyu Dragon King's aura. Humph, I want to see if you can eat them. At this moment, Jihuang Demon Lord's cold laughter came. His voice shook the heavens and earth, and it was even more domineering than Finyu Dragon King's. He came walking in the air with Fate Ox behind him. Seeing him coming, Finyu Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's eyelids twitched violently too. Second in the world. Great tribulation scattered immortal. Jihuang Demon Lord looked up at Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji, the Qinsha map is not something you can have. If you hand over the Qinsha map, I can consider sparing your life, he said with a mocking smile. After that, he pressed down with his right hand. Before Finyu Dragon King could react, he felt a formless giant mountain smashing into his body. He fell into the forest, sweeping up a cloud of dust, and the ground shook violently. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 274. Dragon King. Impossible. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e exclaimed. The new Dragon King was a 9th-stage demon. He was defeated by Jihuang Demon Lord in an instant. Isn't this too exaggerated? The human cultivators were also shocked. The strength of the demon clan's sovereign was beyond their expectations. This kind of strength made people uneasy. If Jihuang Demon Lord obtained the Qinsha map, would he let them go? Their eyes flickered and their hearts began to sway. Zhou Xuanji, if you still don't come out, your 2 sword slaves will die. Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. Right after he spoke, Zhou Xuanji flew over through the clouds and stopped in front of Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng. He was dressed in white, and he held the ancient god sword and the sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. His expression was calm and he did not seem nervous at all. If you want the Qinsha map, why go through so much trouble? You can just look for me. Could it be that you want to share the Qinsha map with them and comprehend the Great Tao together? Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. It was already so difficult to defeat Huangquan Drake King, let alone Jihuang Demon Lord. Emperor Hanlin had yet to awaken, and the ancient god sword needed 3 years to summon the soul of a powerhouse. The only thing he could rely on was the Hades god-slaying formation. Share the Qinsha map? The cultivators' hearts raced as they subconsciously looked at Jihuang Demon Lord. There were too many legends about the Qinsha map. It was said that the Qinsha map contained a peerless technique. It was said that the Qinsha map contained a huge amount of wealth. It was said that the Qinsha map contained an elixir that could instantly turn one into a sage. They had gone through so much trouble to get here, not just to help Jihuang Demon Lord. Why should I share what I want with others? Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was trying to sow discord, but he did not care. He waved his left hand through the air, and a massive black claw appeared out of thin air, sending thousands of cultivators flying with blood gushing from their mouths. Only 3 Grand Ascension cultivators managed to evade the attack. Jihuang Demon Lord, what are you doing? Are you trying to break the contract? The purple-robed man bellowed furiously. The massive black claw had killed several hundred leaving Aperture Realm cultivators in an instant. How could he not feel a pang in his heart? Of course it was mostly fear. Jihuang Demon Lord said in disdain, a bunch of ants dare to negotiate with me? Have you forgotten that this is a time of war between the 2 races? No one will say anything even if I kill you traitors of the human race. The purple-robed man's expression changed, and he immediately turned to flee. Shio. A black spear formed by demonic chi pierced through his chest, stopping him in his tracks. Then he turned into a dried corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. His soul screamed as it was absorbed by the black spear. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng broke out in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was sweating in his heart. This guy was even crueler than Huangquan Drake King. The other 2 Grand Ascension cultivators did not manage to escape either and perished one after the other. Jihuang Demon Lord did not stop but strolled toward Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, he immediately took out all the divine swords. All of you retreat to the mountain. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jihuang Demon Lord and said coldly. Lin Chang'e and Zhang Xian didn't try to be brave and left quickly. That's more like it. There's no need for others to disturb the matters between me and you. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed maniacally, his expression somewhat deranged. It was as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the Tianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, you ignored the war between the 2 races and came to snatch the Tianxia map. Do you really think you can defeat Yang Di with the Tianxia map? I'm afraid that before you become powerful, Yang Di will have already conquered the northern wilderness region and exterminated the demon race. By then you will have no place to stay. Zhou Xuanji mocked. The World Full Sword was above his head, and Jihuang Demon Lord was already within 1,000 meters of him. Jihuang Demon Lord stopped and said with a deep voice with a frown, You think I'm you? I don't know how to use the Tianxia map after obtaining it. Hearing Zhou Xuanji mention Yang Di, he was infuriated. Are you sure? You have never used the Tianxia map. Even if I give it to you, it will take time for you to make the Tianxia map recognize you as its owner again. Why don't we work together and kill Yang Di first, then I will give you the Tianxia map. By then, you will be the top cultivator and I will be the second. Isn't it a win-win situation? Zhou Xuanji stopped smiling and looked serious. He prayed in his heart. Wisdom subduing legendary sword, please show me your power. Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and fell into deep thought, frowning even more. What he wanted the most was not the Tianxia map but the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji's words moved him. Sovereign, what are you thinking about? Fate Bull cried out. He kept his distance from Jihuang Demon Lord and Zhou Xuanji within 1,000 meters, so he was not affected by the World Full Sword. He felt that it was strange. If it was the usual Jihuang Demon Lord, he would have attacked straight away. Why would he talk so much nonsense? He's thinking about the top cultivator in the world. Do you understand? When your master is thinking, who gave you the right to interrupt? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Fate Bull and shouted furiously. Fate Bull was so furious that he snorted and said with a deep voice, Noisy brat, you will die today. Don't try to deceive. He stopped before he could finish his sentence. Because Jihuang Demon Lord was staring at him with the corner of his eyes. He was covered in cold sweat immediately. He knew that he had crossed the line. Jihuang Demon Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji again and said with a murderous aura, Brat, today, you have to hand over the Tianxia map even if you don't want to. After that, he raised his right hand, and a long black spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was like the head of a dragon, hideous and horrifying. Strands of black demonic chi wrapped around the spear. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. The effect of lowering one's intellect was not higher than his desire for the Tianxia map. Stop! A violent cry came. Before he could finish, a beam of light came from the horizon and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. As the light faded, a domineering figure appeared. It was Jiang Wudi, the third in the world, the second in the human race. He stared at Jihuang Demon Lord with a dignified face and said, Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji is the husband of my descendant. How can I let you attack him? Zhou Xuanji was astonished. This old brat was trying so hard to rope him in? Jiang Wudi, I know who you are. Very well. Today I will kill you here and eliminate a great threat for the demon race. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly. He was furious when he saw Jiang Wudi. Jiang Wudi heard him and laughed condescendingly. Let's see who kills who. Boom, he charged straight at Jihuang Demon Lord. The two powerful cultivators turned into two beams of light and clashed violently. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not keep up with them. On the peak of Skyfall, Xian Xianghua looked confused and mumbled, "Why is this brat so hot-tempered? It doesn't seem like him." In her understanding, although Jiang Wudi was powerful, he was a coward. He would hide from Jihuang Demon Lord if he could. Xuanji and Jiang Shui love each other after all. The Qianxia map is in Zhou Xuanji's hands and he can benefit from it. Daoya old man analyzed, but he felt that his guess was a little far-fetched. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 275. Boom. 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 Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi fought fiercely. Each of their spells was ever-changing, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jiang Wudi's spells leaned towards physical cultivation. Every punch and kick had the power to destroy the world. Jihuang Demon Lord was shrouded in demonic qi. The black spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Numerous demons appeared and surrounded Jiang Wudi like an army. When they were far away from Zhou Xuanji, they regained their senses. What's going on? I'm here to force him to retreat. Why did I fight with him? Jiang Wudi regretted in his heart. Why did I get carried away all of a sudden? He came to cheer for Jihuang Demon Lord. With him, Xian Xianghua and Zhou Xuanji, he thought that Jihuang Demon Lord would retreat. But he did not expect him to fight with Jihuang Demon Lord the moment they met. Now that things had come to this, he could not care less about regret. He could only fight with all his might. Jihuang Demon Lord also sensed that something was wrong. His target was Zhou Xuanji. How could he fight with Jiang Wudi? Where did Jiang Wudi get the courage to fight with him? It must be because of the Qianxia map that made him lose his mind and go crazy. At the thought of this, Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes turned ferocious. He decided to kill Jiang Wudi with all his might. The battle between the human and demon became even more violent. Mountains were crushed one after another, and the sea of clouds billowed like a flood dragon. A horrifying pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless demons to flee in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked into the distance. From his perspective, he could see continuous explosions at the horizon. Dust covered the sky, and two silhouettes collided like auroras. The scene was terrifying. It was like a battle between immortals that could destroy the world. He sighed in amazement. Was this the power of a great tribulation scattered immortal? He wondered if he could unleash such destructive power when he broke through to the great realization stage. It was so tempting. Brat, the sovereign did not have time to deal with you. Let me deal with you. Fate Bull Demon's voice came from behind him. Before he could finish, Zhou Xuanji had already teleported away with the 8-step sword lunge. After countless battles, he had a keen sense for sneak attacks. Heavenly lightning surrounded his body, and his skin turned golden. He stared at Fate Bull Demon and laughed coldly. You are only at the great realization stage. You want to kill me? Seeing his expression, Fate Bull Demon's heart jolted. He did not panic. He quickly created many clones that filled the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, you should not exist in this world and the Qianxia map should not belong to you. Take out the Qianxia map now. Thousands of doppelgangers threatened in unison. Their voices converged together, causing one to be in a trance. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, shouldn't exist in this world? Xiu. Xiu. Swoosh. All the divine swords attacked one after another, bringing with them dragon-shaped sword qi that wreaked havoc in the sky. The clones were pierced through by the divine swords one after another, and it was difficult to tell which one was the true body. Zhou Xuanji was prepared to do it himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a formless energy wrap around his limbs. Wisps of black qi appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. This guy, what kind of spell is this? He widened his eyes in shock. He felt that he couldn't activate his spirit energy as if it was sealed. At this time, Fate Ox appeared behind him again. Zhou Xuanji, you are too young and have little experience. I hope you can remember this lesson in your next life. Fate Bull laughed coldly and reached for the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck. Smack. A jade-like hand swung across his face, directly smashing his head into smithereens. It was Xian Xianghua. She pulled back her right hand and Fate Bull's soul fell into her hand. Instant kill. The black qi that wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's limbs disappeared. Xian, aren't you severely injured? Fate Bull cried out in fear. Could this old demonic woman be faking it? At the thought of this, his soul shuddered uncontrollably. He roared in his heart, "Sovereign! Run quickly!" Not even Jihuang Demon Lord could resist Xian Xianghua and Jiang Wudi at their peak. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. She clenched her right hand and crushed Fate Bull's soul. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy recovered. He turned around and said to Xian Xianghua, "Thank you." He almost fell into Fate Bull's trap. What kind of spell is that? He did not catch it at all. Be careful in the future. He's using a divine ability that imperceptibly seals the enemy's spiritual energy. I'm not sure what kind of divine ability it is, but I've seen similar divine abilities before. In the face of absolute strength, it's nothing. Xian Xianghua replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Such a show-off. The two looked into the distance. Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi were still fighting intensely. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not tell who had the upper hand. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a feeling that Jiang Wudi would lose. Because Jihuang Demon Lord's demonic qi was just too powerful. It surged endlessly and enveloped the heavens and the earth. No. Xian Xianghua replied straightforwardly. If she had recovered, why would she stay here to watch the show? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord noticed Fate Bull's death too, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Xian Xianghua has recovered from her injuries? If so, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him if the battle continued. He immediately turned around and fled, no longer fighting. Jiang Wudi was no match for Jihuang Demon Lord, so he naturally would not pursue him. He heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I must not be so reckless in the future. After the thought, he turned around and flew towards Skyfall. At the peak of Skyfall, in the stone pavilion, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Wudi sat facing each other. Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man sat on either side, while Jiang Shui sat on the wooden railing behind Zhou Xuanji, avoiding Jiang Wudi's gaze. Thank you for your help, sir. Daoya Old Man raised his wine cup and smiled. Jiang Wudi also raised his wine cup and shook his head with a smile. You're too kind. We are a family. A family? You're really shameless. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. But if not for Jiang Wudi's help, it would have been very troublesome. He understood Jiang Wudi's intention, which was to rope him in. I have no interest in the Tianxia map. My cultivation has reached its limit after all, and I can't go any further. But you are different. With the Tianxia map you can create a new era. I came to help you because I hope to leave the Jiang clan a way out. Jiang Wudi looked at Zhou Xuanji and said solemnly. On the path of cultivation, one could not continuously grow more powerful just by cultivating. Everyone had their own limit. Most people could not even reach inner pellet. It was not because they did not work hard but because that was their fate. Jiang Wudi was the same as Daoya Old Man. He had already reached his limit and could no longer grow more powerful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, No matter what, you helped me today. If the Jiang clan is in danger in the future, I will help. Jiang Wudi heard him and smiled in pleasant surprise. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, Don't be fooled by him. He searched for the sea-freezing stone personally because he wants to go overseas to find new serendipity. This means that his ambition is not dead yet. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 276. Of course I will look for opportunities, but I won't set my eyes on the Tianxia map. I don't deserve such a treasure. Even if I get it, it will bring trouble to the Jiang clan. Jiang Wudi explained as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xian Xianghua's impression of him was simply too poor, and this was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji ignored Xian Xianghua and asked, Can you tell me what serendipity you are looking for overseas? There's someone from overseas in Skyfall. If you can convince me, we can work together in the future. Jiang Wudi's eyes widened when he heard that. People from overseas? He anxiously asked, Where is he? Xian Xianghua glanced at him and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retracted his attitude. Jiang Wudi immediately told him the reason. To tell you the truth, I accidentally entered a cave and found the words left behind by a great tribulation scattered celestial. He came from overseas and his name was Dao Hongqian. He claimed that there were countless dynasties, and even the great Fate dynasty above the ocean. This person obtained a heaven and earth stone by chance. Legend has it that the heaven and earth stone contains the power of heaven and earth. After this was exposed, he was chased by countless enemies. In the end, he hid the heaven and earth stone on a small island overseas and came to the northern wilderness region himself. However, he attracted a powerful enemy. The demonic emperor bloodline. Jiang Wudi's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Demonic Emperor bloodline? What the hell was that? Zhou Xuanji looked confused. Xian Xianghua frowned and said, the bloodline of the demonic emperor. Legend has it that this race only has a single descendant, and a demonic emperor will appear in every generation. Once awakened, they will possess invincible power. They are bloodthirsty by nature and even they cannot control themselves. Up until now, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. The last descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline fought against the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor alone. At that time, 20 great tribulations scattered immortals gathered together before they managed to kill him. In that battle, aside from the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor, everyone else died. Since then, the northern wilderness region's fate has declined. Until today, the number of great tribulation scattered immortals is far less than before. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. No wonder people often said that this era was not as good as 10,000 years ago. After the hegemon sword emperor, there had never been a true great emperor. He wasn't sure what a great emperor was. A true great emperor wasn't as simple as claiming to be. It was said that he needed the approval of the heavens and earth, and that he needed to be imbued with fate energy. Wait, what does this have to do with the demonic emperor bloodline? Jiang Shui couldn't help but interrupt. For some reason she didn't have a good impression of this great ancestor. Because of Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Wudi's attitude towards her was completely different, so she had to be on guard. Jiang Wudi glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. Xiao Shui, don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. Little Snow? Everyone's expression was strange, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Could this old fellow not be so attentive? The fortuitous opportunity overseas is that world stone, but Dao Hongqian's last words predicted that the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline would think of a way to obtain that world stone. In other words, if we want to obtain the world stone, we might have to face the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline. Jiang Wudi sighed with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, the descendants of the demonic emperor bloodline are like the 10,000-year princes. Once they are born, they will be invincible or even more exaggerated. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua expectantly. It would be best if he had the help of these two people. As for who would obtain the world stone, he already had a plan. If you are willing to help me once we obtain the world stone, we can take turns to comprehend it. I will provide the map, manpower and resources. I don't ask for much. I just want to break through heaven's secrets and ascend as soon as possible, Jiang Wudi said seriously. Ascension was something he yearned for day and night, and it was almost becoming a demon in his heart. Apart from becoming an emperor of an empire and ascending every 1,000 years, it was very difficult for ordinary people to ascend. It was not that he did not want to become an emperor, but he gave up on it. An emperor of an empire was mighty in the mortal realm, but if he ascended, he would be subdued by the immortals of the upper realm. He would never have freedom and it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. No one knew the reason behind this, but this legend had long spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Almost everyone who stepped into the cultivation world knew about it. Jiang Wudi was proud. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, let's talk about it in the future. Skyfall has not stabilized yet. Jiang Wudi nodded and smiled. Of course we have to think about this at length. He still had his lifespan, so there was indeed no hurry. Xian Xianghua said disdainfully, the sea-freezing stone is in my hands. Of course you are not in a hurry. Jiang Wudi heard her and his mouth twitched. After that they chatted for a while more before Jiang Wudi left. According to him, Jihuang Demon Lord could not keep an eye on Zhou Xuanji for a long time. After all, the two races were at war. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline is like a world-destroying demon. He is born to be bloodthirsty and is even more difficult to deal with than a 10,000-year prince. If you offend him, it will not be a good thing. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had the Qianxia map, so why would he need the world stone? 10,000-year prince, Tian, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. How could there be so many overpowered people? Each of them sounded like the main characters of the world. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji asked the 4 mountain-guarding kings to gather all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles so that they could gather information and spread the news. How powerful were the 4 8th-grade demons? In less than 10 days, they had subdued more than 200,000 demons, most of whom were weak, with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. But the weaker they were, the more inconspicuous they would be, and it would be harder for the enemy to discover them. A month later, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Jihuang Demon Lord encountered Yang Di. Within 10 rounds, Jihuang Demon Lord suffered a crushing defeat and escaped with severe injuries. Once the news spread, the two races were in an uproar. The humans were exhilarated while the demons were terrified. The first and second in the world had such a huge difference in power? Everyone understood that the war between the two races was about to turn around. Liuwu Demon Wolf told Zhou Xuanji about the news. He was shocked and could not calm down. Back then he respected Jihuang Demon Lord. He did not expect Yang Di to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord so easily. Zhou Xuanji heard about it and frowned. He had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess. He was like a god and could not be resisted by the current him. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated in less than 10 rounds. With their power, 10 rounds were like the blink of an eye. Which meant that Jihuang Demon Lord was defeated by Yang Di instantly? Seems like Yang Di broke through again. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. Such a person should have appeared 10,000 years ago. In the current age he was truly the most outstanding individual and no one could rival him. Xian Xianghua frowned. Her eyes were filled with displeasure. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. He told them about Jihuang Demon Lord's defeat, and everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess before, but they did not expect such a person to suffer such a crushing defeat. For the next period of time, everyone focus on cultivating and practicing your sword. Try not to go out. With Yang Di the demons will surely be defeated. Don't worry too much about your families. Zhou Xuanji said and the disciples nodded. At this moment, analyze that the sword owner has reached 30 years old. Gotcha started. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 277. 30 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Time does not keep anyone. In the blink of an eye, I'm already 30 years old. Fortunately, this was the northern wilderness region. He was still young, still a teenager. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Bronze Flaming Sword. Bronze? I'm already 30 years old. Why didn't you give me a surprise? Zhou Xuanji was a little angry, and the disciples before him were all shocked. Why did the Grand Teacher's face suddenly turn grim? Gold, Flying Leaf Sword, Amethyst, Soul Sword. In the end, the sword spirit did not give him a surprise. Now, the Amethyst legendary sword could no longer bring him excitement. The Amethyst legendary sword could not threaten a great tribulation scattered immortal. It was the same for the glorious gold legendary sword. Only a heavenly soul legendary sword or a higher grade legendary sword could make him happy. Especially in such a situation, he longed for an intimidating spirit legendary sword. Heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, Armageddon. He was looking forward to it. Okay, disperse and continue your training. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others immediately left with the second-generation disciples. He took a deep breath. He could not place his hopes on the legendary swords. His own power was more important. It was better to focus on cultivating the world Buddha art. The information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Flaming Sword grade, Bronze description. In ancient times, a cultivator traveled the world alone. Every time he extinguished his fire, he would use this sword. After extinguishing the fire 10,000 times, the sword transformed into a bronze legendary sword. Sword name, Flying Leaf Sword grade, Gold description. This sword has absolute control over leaves. It is extremely destructive and can sense the spirits of all plants. Sword name, Soul Sword grade, Amethyst description. Soul origin is an extremely powerful soul. Once released, this sword will summon an army of soul origin. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and familiarized himself with them before continuing his cultivation. On the other side, the second-generation disciples were walking on the mountain path. Su Yang asked Xiao Jinghong carefully, Revered teacher, how could the Grand Teacher be in a bad mood? Beixiao Wangjian stared at him, which scared him so much that he shrunk his neck. Ning Zifeng chuckled and said, Sunlight Emperor has come out and is leading the way. Master is naturally unwilling to be left out. He must have comprehended something. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Everyone thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the top cultivator in the future. Facing the #1 expert in the world, his mood was naturally different. Cultivate well. It's our chance to rise up when Sunlight Emperor is in control of the human tribe. Don't let our master down. Lin Changa said, his tone full of expectation. He was already imagining the scene of Zhou Xuanji fighting Yang Di. It wasn't just him. Everyone in Skyfall felt the same way. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat by the cliff and looked up at the starry sky. Today I am already 30 years old. You are almost 34 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Hearing this, Jiang Shui stretched out her right hand with a smile and pinched his waist. She asked with a faint smile, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Well, you're almost 18. Zhou Xuanji corrected himself and looked at her with a gentle gaze. Even though she was already 34 years old, this girl was still like a young girl. Although she was intelligent, in his eyes she was still as pure as snow. The beauty in front of him had accompanied him for 28 years. In both his past and present life, she was the person who had accompanied him the longest. He hoped that 10,000 years later he would still have her by his side. He would definitely try his best to do so. Oh yes, I want to marry you. When do you think is a suitable time? Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and asked softly. Jiang Shui was not surprised. She blushed and said, I'll do whatever you want. Before, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was not powerful enough, so he did not mention this matter. But during this period of time he thought about it a lot. Cherished the present. Whether they got married or not, he had a responsibility for Jiang Shui in his heart. Actually, I want to let the world know that you are my wife on the day I establish my sect. But I feel that it's too far away now, and I'm afraid that you will be sad, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These were his heartfelt words. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and leaned on his shoulder. Then we'll wait for the day you establish your sect. Now is not a good time. You and I both need to cultivate hard, and I don't want you to be distracted because of me, she said with a smile. Of course, I also hope that the world knows that we are married. How grand will that be? In the future, the establishment of our sect will be our wedding anniversary. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. He held her hand and began talking about the details of their marriage. Far away in front of a building, Xian Xianghua looked at their backs and snorted coldly. A look of displeasure could be seen in her eyes. This brat did not take her seriously at all. After Yang Di defeated Jihuang Demon Lord, the world changed drastically. In that month, he charged into the demon army alone and killed millions of demons to save the imprisoned powerhouses from the sanctums. Because of this, Yang Di's reputation skyrocketed, and his name spread across the world. 3 months later, the demon army that the demons left in the human race were all defeated. In the 4th month, Jihuang Demon Lord retreated, and so did the entire demon army. This even caused the demon race's territory to shrink. In the 6th month, Yang Di descended to the Shanghai Ziggurat and announced to the world that he invited the 8 sanctums, 7 empires and top-tier factions to gather at Duantian Cliff. It was a year later. Rumors spread all over the world. Many said that Yang Di wanted to dominate the human race alone. Because of his powerful performance, the voices of opposition were far less than those of support. Across the entire human race, Yang Di's reputation was unprecedented. Compared to him, Zhou Xuanji was like comparing a grain of rice to the bright moon. At the top of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. Daoya Old Man, Xian Xianghua, Xiao Jinghong and the others gathered here. The letter that Zhao Congjian received was an invitation from the Shanghai Ziggurat, inviting the master of Skyfall to Duantian Cliff. Now, everyone in the world knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Skyfall. He would establish his own sect sooner or later, and he was already a faction. Humph! Yang Di is so ambitious. No, I must go to the surrounding mountains to spread the news and gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji ignored her and fell into deep thought. Should he go to Duantian Cliff? You cannot go personally. Although Yang Di is the top cultivator in the world, no one knows his true nature. What if he wants to kill you? The entire world thinks that as long as you continue to grow, you will become the top cultivator in the world. Moreover, you have the Tianxia map. Daoya Old Man reminded him with a grave expression. He had encountered many things in his life, and even his beloved disciple had died. He had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Lin Chang'e said, "Let me go. I represent Skyfall. Yang Di can't kill me, right? As long as he's not stupid." If Lin Chang'e was killed, Yang Di's reputation would plummet. Moreover, there was another faction behind him, the Hegemon Sword Sect. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 278. That's right. Master can't go there personally. Huang Lianxing nodded. Zhou Xuanji's situation now was even more dangerous than before. Tianxia map. Even if Sunlight Emperor didn't kill him, What about the lords of other forces? After all, this was the territory of the demon race. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided not to be reckless. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave this matter to you, Chang'e." Lin Chang'e was no ordinary person. He was a famous genius in the northern wilderness region. "Little Gu, don't embarrass our Skyfall," said Xiaogu. Ning Zifeng patted Lin Chang'e's face and instructed him with an irritating expression. Lin Chang'e became angry and scolded, "Don't call me that." The two of them started bickering again. Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Duantian Cliff. With Sunlight Emperor's strength, he could have just unified the world. Why did he have to gather all the heroes in the world? In the northern wilderness region, the strong ruled. Most importantly, he had chosen the Heaven's End Cliff. Back then, Xian Xianghua was besieged by the heroes of the world at the Heaven's End Cliff. In this 1 year, focus on cultivating the sky-dominating divine sword. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Zhou Xuanji said to Lin Chang'e. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e was overjoyed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had taught him the sky-dominating divine sword, he had not personally taught him much. He was proud of his talent, so he naturally didn't have the face to take the initiative to speak. This was not a loss. After giving some instructions, Zhou Xuanji dismissed everyone and continued to cultivate. On the peak of the mountain, dressed in a purple dress, Xian Xianghua stood proudly in the cold wind. The veil on her face was not affected by the wind. She gazed into the distance as though she was waiting for something. 5 black shadows appeared out of thin air in front of him, floating like smoke and dust. Their figures fluctuated and their faces could not be seen. "Greetings, Sect Master." 5 different voices sounded at the same time. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold as she said, "Yang Di wants to take over the world. Tenhua Sect can't be depressed anymore. Summon the 36 demon chiefs and save the Thousand Hands demon from the underworld path. I want to conquer the world." "Yes." The 5 demonic shadows answered in unison and disappeared into thin air. Xian Xianghua looked towards the north and muttered, "I shouldn't have let you go back then." After saying this, she turned and flew back to Skyfall. 4 months later. That night, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 6. He had to rely on various treasures, the Tianxia map and the rich spiritual qi in Skyfall to break through quickly. Ordinary spirit refinement cultivators would spend thousands of years to break through a small realm. Spending 100 years would be considered very fast. Not only that, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of world reincarnation had reached a critical point. Somehow he felt that something was missing. Just a little. Once he comprehended it, he would be able to cultivate world reincarnation. The amount of spiritual energy required for world reincarnation was already sufficient. He had even practiced the mental cultivation method countless times. Just one step away. Sometimes you can only reap the rewards if you let go. Xian Xianghua's voice suddenly entered his ears. He opened his eyes and saw Xian Xianghua standing beside him, looking at the starry sky. He sat cross-legged and had to look up at her. He didn't say anything, instead pondering over the meaning of her words. "When I cultivated the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique, I encountered many cultivation shackles, whether it was in terms of techniques, magical spells, or divine abilities. Often when you long for a goal too much, you will lose yourself," Xian Xianghua said with deep meaning. She had observed Zhou Xuanji for a long time. This boy always looked like he was in a dilemma. She did not want to care too much. After all, everyone had their own path of cultivation. However, Jiang Shui felt heartache and could not help but find her, hoping that she could help. On Skyfall, Xian Xianghua's cultivation was the highest. Even in the northern wilderness region, she was at the peak of cultivation. Lost? Zhou Xuanji frowned and sank into deep thought again. Xian Xianghua lightly patted his head and harumphed, "Little husband, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. World reincarnation, everything is reincarnation. From nothing to something to nothing, from not knowing to memorizing, from memorizing to forgetting. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself, his eyes becoming brighter. Xian Xianghua was attracted by his words. He did not notice that he had entered a state of enlightenment. World reincarnation could completely reflect the power of an enemy. Apart from this, there were other effects, but he would only understand them after truly cultivating them. At this moment he finally understood. He had practiced world reincarnation circulation technique countless times, and it had almost become an instinct of his body. At the last step, he should forget to let his body control world reincarnation. Let his soul control world reincarnation. And not his memories, Billowing spirit chi gathered toward him, forming a hurricane. Everyone on the mountain peak looked over. Jiang Shui looked pleasantly surprised, while Daoya old man stroked his long beard and smiled, while the others sighed in amazement. Master broke through again, Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly. Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly. Could it be another powerful sword technique? Xian Xianghua looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. This boy, her heart trembled. Even though she wanted to enlighten Zhou Xuanji, she did not expect him to gain enlightenment so quickly. And he had broken through directly. This kind of talent and comprehension. Zhou Xuanji had completely comprehended world reincarnation, and the spirit energy in his body went through a qualitative change. He could feel a strange energy lingering around him, changing his physical body and spiritual energy. This feeling was very mysterious. He could not explain it clearly. However, he suddenly remembered what Daoya old man had said. There were many things in the world that the naked eye and divine sense could not capture, such as fate, or the heavenly law. Only these things could explain what he was feeling. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. What a world reincarnation. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. The world Buddha art was a top-notch divine art. How could anyone bear to forget it after learning it? Even if he wanted to, it would be difficult. If not for his innate talent of multitasking, it would be difficult for him to do so in such a short time. Of course, he could also seal his memories with spells, but that would obstruct his physical memories. Spirit chi flowed into his body wildly, and his spirit energy grew tremendously during the transformation process. A purple meteor streaked across the starry sky and disappeared in an instant. There seemed to be a meteor just now, the little black snake said in surprise. But it was a pity that no one paid attention to it because everyone's attention was on Zhou Xuanji. Time ticked by. A full 6 hours passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 7 straight away. At the same time, he finally learned world reincarnation and cultivated it into a divine ability. A faintly discernible and strange pattern appeared on his forehead. At first glance, it looked like a purple 8 trigrams diagram. Boom. He felt an explosion in his mind and his senses transformed. His perception of his surroundings became dozens of times stronger. He could even sense other people's spirit energy. The most powerful one was Xian Xianghua. Her spirit energy was like a blazing sun, burning fiercely. Before her, the spirit energy of others was so insignificant. Analyze that the sword owner has learned a divine ability. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained intimidating spirit. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 279. After comprehending the world reincarnation divine ability, Zhou Xuanji took an hour to get used to his new senses. His spirit energy had gone through a great transformation in both quantity and quality. Putting aside world reincarnation, he was like a completely different person compared to before. If he used world reincarnation, he could instantly kill his previous self. He once again regained the confidence to look down on the world. Ever since he saw Jihuang Demon Lord's power and knew that Jihuang Demon Lord was easily defeated by Yang Di, he had always felt pressured. Even if he did not want to admit it, it was indeed there. Would someone as powerful as Yang Di really ignore the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Wait, when I comprehended world reincarnation, there seemed to be 2 more legendary swords. He suddenly remembered something. Following this, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment Grade, Intimidating Spirit Description, a legendary sword born when the world was created. It contains a trace of the might of the heavenly law and is extremely destructive. With the martial punishment, it can greatly increase the strength of the sword owner's body. Evil demons will not be able to get close to it, and it cannot be used by those below the Great Realization stage. Sword name, Spring Water Sword Grade, Silver Description, a sword that has undergone a qualitative change after being soaked in 1,000-year-old spring water. When fighting in water, it is like a fish in water. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. Fudge. Is this real? Zhou Xuanji immediately jumped up from the ground as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He clenched his fists and breathed heavily. He was so excited that his body trembled. Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It contained a trace of the might of the heavenly law. However, the requirement for this sword was the Great Realization stage, which made him feel a little disappointed. This showed how powerful Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment was. He had already reached Spirit Refinement Level 7 and was very close to the Great Realization stage. Now that he had cultivated the World Buddha art to Level 2, his internalization of qi would be much faster than before. Breaking through to the great realization stage would not be too far away. Thinking about that, he felt even more joyful. At that moment, the others came up to him. "Revered teacher, you broke through? Master, what were you comprehending just then? Xuanji, are you all right?" "Haha, as expected from my grand disciple." "Amazing. Master, was it a sword technique?" Everyone was incredibly excited. Yang Di had appeared out of nowhere and dominated the heavens and earth. Under such circumstances, the stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the happier they would be. Facing their questions, Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "All of you attack me." He wanted to test the power of world reincarnation. Everyone was stunned and felt a little guilty. Zhou Xuanji was already extremely powerful before he broke through, let alone now. "Don't worry, I won't fight back," Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. After saying this, he activated the world reincarnation divine ability. Sneaky people like the little black snake and Chongming Demon Monarch might suddenly attack and catch him off guard. As expected, Chongming Demon Monarch was the first to attack, throwing a punch. He activated all of his body's demonic force, his power reaching its peak. This fist was unstoppable, pressing forward courageously, tyrannical to the extreme. Bang! Before Chongming Demon Monarch's fist could touch Zhou Xuanji, he could already feel the rebound of his demonic energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. He leaped over many buildings and fell down the mountain from the other side of Skyfall. The others who were about to make a move were frightened out of their wits. They retreated one after another, not daring to make a move. The little black snake that had already leaped into the air froze in fright. It fell to the ground and curled up into a ball, shivering. So close. The group swallowed their saliva and felt a trace of gratitude toward Chongming Demon Monarch. Xian Xianghua thought about it and asked curiously, "You didn't use any spirit energy. How did you send him flying?" "A divine ability. A very strange divine ability." As the top evil cultivator, she could tell at a glance. But she could not see how powerful this divine ability was. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "Because I am the heavens. Anyone who dares to harm the heavens shall be punished by the heavens." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes. This brat really knew how to boast. Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, and Zhao Tsongjian came up to him and expressed their desire to learn. Zhou Xuanji cursed at them. This was not a sword technique but his energy technique. There was no way they could learn it. The three heard him and were like deflated balloons. They knew that Zhou Xuanji's energy technique was not simple and required massive amounts of spirit energy. If they learned it, their progress would be slow because they did not have the Tianxia map after all. Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before continuing his cultivation. He wanted to completely control his senses and spirit energy, which could not be achieved in a day. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, the others were stimulated and worked hard on their cultivation. Halfway up the mountain, Chongming Demon Monarch, who was covered in blood, lay unsteadily in the forest. Blood was bubbling from his mouth and his eyes were rolled back. His right leg was still twitching slightly. "What? Why?" he said with difficulty. He could not understand what had just happened. But this battle had cast a shadow over his heart. He would not dare to attack Zhou Xuanji again, even if it was requested by Zhou Xuanji. A second-generation disciple ran over. Seeing Chongming Demon Monarch's miserable state, he cried out immediately, "Chongming old bull is going to die." Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and fainted in anger. In the middle of the northern wilderness region, on a grassy plain, Chief Monk Xuanhe led a group of monks ahead. Their faces were rosy, and they were no longer as miserable as before. Suddenly, someone walked toward them, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe squint his eyes. It was Feng Qiu. "Xuanhe, long time no see. It seems like you are fine." Feng Qiu chuckled and came up to Chief Monk Xuanhe in 3 steps. They were less than a meter apart. Chief Monk Xuanhe asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Tenhua sect has fallen. Could it be that you want me to deal with Yang Di?" Now Yang Di was the only one who dominated the world. No one could stop him. "Do you really understand Yang Di?" Feng Qiu asked, which made Chief Monk Xuanhe frown. Ever since he achieved great accomplishment in his dharma, Feng Qiu always came to him for help. The most powerful cultivators in the world would be targeted by Feng Qiu. For example, Xian Xianghua and Jihuang Demon Lord were both schemed against by Feng Qiu. After the tribulation with Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe thought through many things. He did not plan to participate in worldly battles anymore. He only wanted to become more powerful. The true tribulation is about to descend. You are the top Buddhist cultivator in the world and should save the world. You cannot run away from your responsibilities, Feng Qiu said seriously. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at his savior. Chief Monk Xuanhe shook his head and said, "You are indeed my teacher, but I cannot help you anymore. What you want is not world peace but the ruler of the world. I helped you deal with Yang Di. Next time, do I have to deal with Jiang Wudi and Zhou Xuanji?" He was quite confused. Since Feng Qiu wanted to fight for the world, why did he not do it himself? Having heard this, Feng Qiu's expression darkened and he said, "This tribulation will engulf the northern wilderness region. Even if you don't do anything, the tribulation will come to you. Take care." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Chief Monk Xuanhe was indifferent. A young monk asked anxiously, "Master, where are we going next?" Chief Monk Xuanhe replied calmly, "The North Shore to search for the immortal Buddha's legacy." Smiley face. Smiley face.